2-on-1 developing Parsonen and Casey Middlestad. Parsonen holding backhander. He scores! You so far and you blow my mind. Parsonen gets his first goal in the Colorado Avalanche uniform. Craig Smith hands it off. Gets the return pass shot. Save made by Miner. Rebound is thrown wide. That's a major save made by Trent Miner. For the second time this season, Colorado can't beat Chicago. They lose this one by a final score of 3-1.
Throws it on top over to Westbrook. Westbrook puts it on the floor. Alley-oop. Dunk right-handed hard. Tomahawk DeAndre Jordan. And then a primal scream. Did you hear him? Peyton Watson alley-oop. Dunk, two hands. DeAndre Jordan. The wily vet running the floor. Denver leads it by 27. Loose ball, though, picked up by Christian. He'll shoot a three. Got it! Denver leads it 116-88 with 4.5 left to go, and this thing is over! The Nuggets stay undefeated on the second game of back-to-backs. They are 8-0. Denver evens up the season series with the LA Clippers tonight by a final of 126-103.
Double Dipperoo.
The good is the Nuggets came out and played their tails off. They've done that 2 nights in a row, but I believe that makes the Nuggets 8-0 on back-to-backs this year. And the fact that you did that without Jokic, without Aaron Gordon, and you just had a really, really solid game from virtually everybody on the floor. Not a single person, I think, played poorly. Hell, you even got guys like Dario Saric and DeAndre Jordan giving you some big-time minutes. You know what I mean? Like, you got a little bit of everything. And this team is capable of doing this. Like, we've been fooled, I think, too easily into thinking that the team is just supremely untalented without Joker. That's not the case. They're talented. They have holes. Most teams, by the way, in the NBA have them. But when you get people operating at what they should, and I'm talking about specifically Jamal, it changes everything. You know, Jamal finishes with 21 points on 7 of 13 shots. He was 4 of 6 from 3 with 9 assists. Like, if he plays that way, the Nuggets are going to be one of the toughest outs in the league. But when he is playing substandard, then everybody else has to raise their game, and Jokic has to put up 35 points a night, and it creates way too much of a perfection standard for you to be able to come out on top. You know, the most encouraging thing in these 2 games with Jokic out is I think they've played really, really good defense. You hold the Clippers to 103. In the game against Boston, yeah, they put up 118 points, but that's not a bad total for Boston. The game before that, 111 to the Spurs. The game before that, 113. Like, maybe they're starting to turn a corner a little bit defensively. I mean, I'm just trying to do quick math off the top of my head here. It feels like you're holding teams to about 111, 112 points per game over the last 4 games. That is completely doable. If the Nuggets get down to that, then they could go on a big run here. But the question is, can it continue? The Clippers, they were without Kawhi Leonard because Kawhi went back to California to help out his family dealing with these fires and stuff like that, which are just, again, one of the most insane, awful things I've ever seen. And entirely scary. But they're without him. Norman Powell does what he always does against the Nuggets, which is he puts up 1 billion points. But you held everybody else in check. James Harden was 5 of 15 from the field. But you get this level of efficiency. You get Michael Porter Jr., who was 8 of 12 last night, 3 of 5 from 3 for 19 points, 8 boards. Yep, that's what Porter, I don't know. Saying he should be doing that every night is a little crazy, but he did that in 27 minutes. But expecting him to shoot the ball well is something that I think is a given now. And by the way, Porter he's averaging almost career highs in a lot of categories. He's at 19 points per game. That's a career high. He's shooting 52.5% from the field, which is his second highest of his career. He's shooting 42.3% from three-point range. That's the second highest of his career. He's getting about 7 boards per game, which is pretty much what his average is, but he's got a full assist more per game than his career high. He's becoming a better player. But I love the fight that they came out with. That was one of those games you threw some guys on the floor, and it was just like, okay, you played well, but can you go out and either finish the game or put the game so far out of reach that the game's pretty much finished when the fourth quarter starts? And that's what they did. And shout out, by the way, I think what you're seeing from number 3, Julian Strawther, is kind of microwaving a bench guy that comes in and can be a flamethrower for you kind of role. In the month of January, since the new year started, he is playing at an incredibly high level. Averaging 13 off the bench per game, shooting 40% from 3, 45% from the field. But he's a threat. And that's kind of what you need from your shooters. Like, the reason why I value Porter higher than most is because nobody is a real threat on the floor outside of him from the outside. Jamal can be. Jamal mostly is, but just not this season. But you look at the other guys, like, can Christian knock down shots? He can. But if I'm an opposing team, I'm letting Christian Braun shoot the basketball until he proves he's on that day. From the very jump, Michael Porter Jr. needs to be watched. From the very jump, Julian Strawther now needs to be watched. Like, he's filled the role that I thought a guy like Bones was going to play here. Dude off the bench who can knock down some threes and just keep things steady when the bench unit comes in. So a really good performance from the Nuggets yesterday. Now the Avs.
Quickly, by the way, before we pivot off the Nuggets, I wanted to show you my favorite part of last night's game. So the DeAndre Jordan was going to the free throw line, and all the players were lining up there, right? Okay, look at Russell Westbrook. He's next to Ivica, is it Zubac? Zubats. All right.
Ivica Zubac.
Read his, they're lining up here in the lane. Read his lips. He's saying, you better box out. You better box out. You better box out. You better box out.
Oh, that's great. I didn't even see that.
And then watch this. So he says that DeAndre Jordan's getting ready for the free throw.
And Russell beats him to the ball.
Shocker, he misses it. Westbrook goes right to the hoop and just yams it down. He called his shot, and then he did that exact thing. And also, by the way, he was asked about that in the post-game press conference. This was the last question he answered, and I want you to envision when he was done answering it, he stood up and he walked away.
I told him I was going to get the rebound. After I got the lane violation, it's all okay. I said, well, I'm going to get this one. I told Zoo that if he missed, I'm going to get this one. Ain't nothing you can do about it. And he missed, and I got it, and then nothing he can do about it.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. I was so excited in the offseason by the idea of Russell Westbrook being on this roster. And it's for that reason. He's a dog. Now, here's what I didn't have on my bingo card. Him playing at a really high level most of the time. We talk about this a lot. You're in the ether, though, of Jokic, so things get better. Did you know this season his field goal percentage is the second highest of his career? He's been in the league since 2008. He's shooting 45.8% from the field. The only season he shot better was Houston in 2020, where he shot 47.2. I mean, he had a year with the Clippers where he shot 48.9, but he only played in 21 games. But getting 13 points a game from Russell Westbrook, having him hit three-pointers at a pretty decent clip, for him anyway, for his standard. And then to bring that, like, I think that's one of the biggest plays of the game, and it happened early in the first quarter. When he beat Zubats, who's 7 feet tall, to a rebound, like, it's huge. Now, the thing with the Avs last night, this was one of those, they threw out Trent Miner and said, let's try and do that, get the win with the backup goalie against Chicago so we can really prepare for Minnesota tonight. Miner wasn't the problem. Miner actually played really well. He couldn't score, again, against Chicago, and I don't know why that is. The Avs, for whatever reason this season, when they've been playing against Chicago, they just have a tough time putting the puck in the back of the net, and Chicago is maybe the worst team, one of the worst teams in the NHL. That's a disappointing loss. And maybe it's a little bit of overlooking your opponent. Maybe it's a little bit of, we've been on a roll here. We can just go out there, throw whatever against these guys and win. It's disappointing. Should not lose to that team. You get way too much talent. I thought with the way the game started, Juuso Parssinen, welcome to the Avs, gets the poke check, beats his man down the boards, and then looks like he's going to try and toss one across the crease, and instead, backhand, short side, top cheese, and you're like, all right, well, let's put the route on to not put a lot of pressure on Miner, and they just couldn't get anything afterwards. Had opportunities. They were close. They rang off a lot of posts. A couple of really good saves by Mrazek yesterday, but you put 36 shots on him, just couldn't find a way to finish.
That's exactly what happened. They got Mrazek'd, and sometimes it happens. If we've said it once, we've said it 1,000 times. That's the weird thing about hockey, is when a goalie gets hot and they stay hot, there's absolutely nothing you can do. You remember, was it last year when the Avalanche got blackwooded by McKenzie in San Jose?
Yes.
It just happens. Bad teams find ways to win on the back of a hot goalie. And I think if you're the Blackhawks, absolutely. If you got nothing to play for, great. Spoil the Avs parade.
Yeah, I'm not saying this in a way of I thought the Avs played really bad or anything like that. It's just you couldn't find a way to finish one. Because you were right on the doorstep multiple times, and Mrazek just had a hell of a night. And that happens. Like, hockey is maybe the most unfair sport in which team plays way better than other team and still loses. Basketball is the most fair in that category. It's really hard for you to play really well and outplay your opponent and lose a basketball game. Football, it happens occasionally. But most of the time, you're on the right side of things. And here's the other part. It's amazing the difference that a single guy can make. And he doesn't even have to be a great player, but if he's great for a night, he can just shut you down. But end of the day, you lost to Chicago for the second time this year. That's the incredibly disappointing part because Chicago's not good. And you are. And I just would have loved to have gotten Miner a win to start that thing off because I don't know how long Woodward's going to be out, and he's probably going to have to play a couple of games here. Felt like he played pretty well, but just couldn't figure out Mrazek, and he come away with a loss. So that part of it, disappointing. Texture says, Brett, it's because you played differently in front of a goalie who you know is going to be a wall versus a guy who's in his first start. The offense can't get loose. Again, I thought the offense did a pretty good job of putting pucks on net. They had really good scoring chances. The amount of times that a puck was just a little bit loose in front of Mrazek and you try and poke it in, but it just couldn't find any sort of lane. Again, what'd you hit last night? Like 3 posts? You hit one early after, I think it was after the Parssinen goal that could have broke that game wide open. Like, you just got a little bit unlucky last night. That happens.
And as much as I hate when that happens, one of the things I love about our crystal clear rink mics here on Altitude Sports Radio, that's one of the best sounds in all of sports. When somebody rings a 100-mile per hour slapper off the crossbar and you hear that ring like a church bell echoing through the arena.
Yep.
One of the best sounds in sports. It's up there with the you hear when somebody doinks a field goal.
Unless it happens to your team.
Right. Then it's the worst sound. Dang
Then
it.
it's brutal. But 303-504-0925, they got a chance tonight on the back-to-back to come out and try and take care of business against Minnesota in what will be a huge game. And both of these teams really good on back-to-backs. Really good. Just quickly, a texter says, any word on when Val is coming back? We just talked to Bednar yesterday. He told us that they were hoping to have him on this road trip. He wasn't quite there. They said he's still day to day to week. So it looks like near future you can get Val back, but not as early as they were hoping for is kind of the read that I got on it. So, again, Avs got a chance tonight to redeem themselves against Minnesota, but I want to get to the Broncos. And with what they have coming up, simple question. Is there a scenario in which you're super disappointed or angry on Sunday? Or is this all icing on the cake? We'll get to it next. I like this text. Broncos fans have two speeds. Fire everyone, or we are the best team graced by God and are Super Bowl bound. As any proper Bronco fan, I can't wait to see the Broncos square off against the Lions in the Super Bowl. With that said, I'll be devastated if they lose a close one, because they probably could have made a few more plays to get the W. If they get blown out, that will stink, but not as bad as just barely losing. I think that that's perfect. Now, I don't think that most Broncos fans are in the two-speed category. But whenever somebody says fire everyone, I can't help but think of the Lakers kid. Every time. Step one, fire everyone. Step two, get all the best players. Step three, build a practice facility that me and my friends can hang out in. That part always gets cut out, by the way, and it's one of the better parts of that clip is the third thing that he says. But I think it's going to be very, very difficult for me to be angry on Sunday. And it's just based off an expectation and what the goals are. Obviously, you make the postseason, and I say this no matter what. I don't care who your team is. If you make the playoffs in the NFL, you are a Super Bowl contender. You're 3 wins away from being in the game, being in the Super Bowl. Like, it's totally possible for all of these teams. Now, more likely for others than the Broncos, fully willing to admit that. But you got a shot. The thing is, the Broncos have done what they've supposed to do this year, and then some. Like, they beat the initial expectation, and people like me set the expectation even farther, and they beat that too. So it's going to be a really difficult thing for me to look at the Broncos on Sunday. That game hit zeros, and I'm sitting there seething. Now, I will say this. It's not like it's not possible. If you got a 23-21 lead with 10 seconds left, and Josh Allen throws a 40-yard bomb to put him in field goal range, and they kick the game winner, then yeah, that's going to hurt.
Josh Allen.
I'm not going to act like I'll have no emotions in the negative department on Sunday, but it's going to be really hard to piss me off because I can't move the goalposts any farther. I can't. In fairness to that team, I can't do it because they've done a really good job. They won 10 games with a rookie quarterback this year and $90 million in unused cap. Like, that's insanity. So they've done their job. I do think they're capable. I do think they're capable of making you very, very happy. I could totally see a scenario in which you upset Buffalo, and then it's just like, dude, if they win this Sunday, which again, to me is highly unlikely, but if they do, I can't predict a thing about that team then because I have no idea who they are. Like, they are, here's the one thing I know about them. If they play a game they're supposed to win, they win. If they play a game they're supposed to lose, they generally lose. And for year one with a rookie quarterback, I think that's great. I don't think there's anything to be upset about with that at all. That you're in a place where you have an expected result every time that they take the field. You know what that means? It's that your quarterback's not doing stupid stuff. That he's not going out and losing a game for you by being dumb. Now, I don't ever think that Bo Nix is going to be considered maybe like a top 3 quarterback in the league. But you know what? Been wrong about this team already. But one thing that he has already early in his career is, I think, a really high IQ. Like, he's got some athleticism and mobility. He's got the moxie part down. I just hate the word moxie because I feel like it's overused with quarterbacks in the league. But genuinely, he's got it. Like, he's got an attitude that is just a scrappy, gritty, I'm going to fight like hell to get every single thing that we can. I'm going to take a hit. I'm going to use my legs if I have to. I'll do things myself if I have to. Like, he's just got that personality. But you're going against somebody who is a top 3 quarterback in the league. Like, arguably the best quarterback in the league, depending on who you ask. And he is just an equalizer in so many different categories. And it's going to be nearly impossible for me to leave that game on Sunday and just be seething mad. Whether the result's a blowout or whatever. Because I don't know what more this team can give me. I don't know what more they're capable of. It feels like they've done a great job already. And to a couple of different details. Texture says, can't forget when the Giants got into the playoffs with a 9-7 record and beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Like, that's kind of the stuff I'm talking about. If you make the postseason, you're a Super Bowl contender for that reason. It takes you getting hot just a couple of weeks in a row. And then you look around, you're like, oh my God, am I in the biggest sporting event in the country?
Tyler Columbus was on a Seattle Seahawks team that made the playoffs with, what, a 7-9 record?
Yep.
And then beat Sean Payton and the Saints with a play that was so electric it measured on the Richter scale.
Yeah. Yeah, like, that's what happens. You get yourself in the dance, you got an opportunity to do some cool stuff. And honestly, guys, with where the Broncos have been over the last decade or so, I think this is a cool spot to be. Like, yes, everybody wants to be the team like Kansas City with 15 wins, and you're expected to make the postseason because it means your team's great and all that different stuff. Like, that's what you strive to be. Being in this situation, though, I think is cool. Being the underdog who made the playoffs when nobody expected it, playing against arguably the best team in the AFC with nothing to lose, I think that's awesome. Like, it really lets you just be capable of letting it all hang out. And whatever the result is, the result is. But, you know, it's like you ask out a girl that is three times out of your league. It's like me. If I was 25 again, didn't have my wife, didn't have baby Jamal Gale. Brett's on the prowl. And I just, you know what? Craziest thing, Nelly. Margot Robbie was shooting a movie in Omaha. They had to do a scene in Omaha. And so I saw her at the bar, and I was just like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take my shot. Excuse me, Miss Robbie. I know this place down the street that I think is super neat. Do you want to go get a drink? And she says yes. So here's where the Broncos are at now. I got her to go with me. Now, what happens from here, okay? Whether she ends up slapping me in the face because she thinks I'm a disgusting bore, or the greatest thing in the world happens. She goes, which car do you drive? And I go, ma'am, it's this one right over here. Like, no matter what the result is after that, it doesn't matter. Like, you're now in the club. You got an opportunity. And I think it's like, it's a cool place to be where it's almost nothing is going to leave you disappointed after that because you gave yourself a shot.
By the way, one of my favorite texts that we get at the station is when somebody is obviously doing speech to text through their car and there's no punctuation. It just reads like a rambling manifesto.
Yeah.
So we just got one of these from John, and I'm going to try and read this the way that the text appears. Brett, if they make it to the playoff and lose, okay. Do you want to give them a ribbon? I mean, if you lose, you lose. That's not what you're here for. We're here to win. So just because you win, the regular season and you make it to the playoffs, it's like the college football playoffs. Those 4 teams, they got their ass handed to them in the first round. They didn't deserve to be there. It's like, okay, great. You played one extra game, big deal. Give everybody a ribbon and send them home.
Disagree with all of
Not
this.
Not one bit of punctuation in anything I just read.
First of all, really big run-on sentence. Second of all, disagree with everything that you said. Everything. The goal every year is not for your team to win a championship. I hate to break this to sports fans, and this is, Nelly, You're still relatively new. Consider I've been here for 6 years. You've been here for a year with me, okay? There's things that I tend to repeat because they're like pillars within my sports viewing life. Here's one of my pillars. Everybody loves to think that they're Michael Jordan and that if you don't win at everything or you aren't the champion at everything, then you're a failure. And it's the dumbest thing in the world. Like, Michael Jordan gets to do that because he's the greatest basketball player who's ever lived. But when you were a team who hasn't made the playoffs in 9 seasons, and you get there with a rookie quarterback with $90 million in cap space that you cannot use, losing isn't the end of the world. Like, here's where, if you're truly in the category of this isn't good enough, if the Broncos lost this game, would you consider firing your head coach or moving on from your quarterback? The answer is no. But if you're Buffalo, would you consider firing your head coach? You might. You might. Like, I'm just telling you. That mentality in like the college football teams in the first round didn't deserve it. Like, insane. Insane. Oregon was down 34-0 in the second quarter against Ohio State. Do you want to play that game with them? They got blown out. Except, oh, wait a minute, they didn't lose the entire year. So, yeah, I think they earned their place in it, and then they played a bad game. Texture says, Brett, you don't understand. You're a Lions fan and have never tasted an ounce of success from your football teams. Denver fans have experienced more Super Bowl losses than the Lions have playoff appearances. The standard and expectations are different here. I'm going to say something to you guys that's going to offend you, and I apologize for this. You haven't made the playoffs in 9 years. The standards have changed, okay? Do you know who you sound like? And this is where you're going to get really offended, Big Daddy C, and I apologize. I don't mean this as a personal attack, but I want to let you guys know what you sound like because I've heard this before. Do you know who else would say that to me? Husker fans. When I tell them, hey, a 9-3 record's not so bad. And they go, you don't get it. We expect championships around here. And I go, I look at my watch. It's been about 25 years since you guys had one of those. Maybe change them a bit. Championship windows! It's not the same right now. You aren't in the Manning era. You aren't in the Elway era. Do you think Patriot fans have the same expectation now than they did with Belichick and Brady? If they did, you'd call them morons. That's what I'm talking about. You enjoy the journey back up. You don't hold the standard from a decade ago because you aren't that. Enjoy this. They're probably going to lose, and that's okay. It's okay. Because you're building to get back to it. Texter says, ironically, I'm a Husker fan. Well, then there you go. You probably got both of those standards, and you're probably going to end up pissed off like every single week. Enjoy the ride upwards. Here's the great news. Your trajectory is great right now. You got a quarterback that looks like a viable option for a decade plus. You can't have the Elway standard with him in year one, okay? You can't. Anyway, I wanted to rant more, but we're out of time. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. It's just, I want to continue this for a minute. I just think you have to have proper perspective. And it's difficult when you're talking about your team because you love your team. And so when they got a shot, you want to believe that no matter what happens, they should be good enough to win. And sometimes you aren't yet. Yet being the operative word. You know, that's why when the Nuggets were making their run for a finals and they get close, 2020 bubble, they hit the Western Conference Finals. You know, if AD doesn't make that shot in game 2, KCP said this, by the way, you guys remember, KCP said if Anthony Davis didn't make that shot, he thought they were going to lose the series. Like, the Nuggets were potentially good enough at that time to compete for a championship. And then the rest happened. And then Jamal tears his ACL, and then Porter's out with the back problems, and then you had to wait 2 years before you even had a shot at it again. But in the middle of that 2-year stretch where you didn't have Jamal, I remember, like, the freak out of, well, you got to do this and this. You got to fire Malone, and you got to... And sometimes it's like, no, there's some circumstances that are attributing to why you aren't reaching the ultimate peak. And maybe having some patience and perspective is the proper route. And it ends up for the Nuggets, it was. Jamal Murray gets back healthy. Get him on the floor with Jokic. They head to the playoffs. And they win. The Broncos have done more than anybody expected this year. If they finished this season with a 7-10 record, I would have been like, hey, it's not too bad. Considering I thought they were one of the worst teams in the league before the year started. And they got to 10-7. Postseason. And I think they got at least an outside shot to win. But you have to be able to remove yourself from the emotion of the game. And it's hard to do, especially in football, because they're all one-game samples. There's no series that you get to play. So you get one shot. And here's the thing. That entire thing benefits the Broncos' chances. That's the beauty of it. The beauty of football is this team's probably better than my team. But it takes a funky bounce for me to win the football game. Really, that's all it takes. And it can't be if they don't reach the ultimate peak, then this season's a failure. It can't be that.
And to your point, by the way, I want to do a bit of an exercise here, if I can, to demonstrate how long it's been.
Sure.
So they clinched the playoffs at the end of the 2015 calendar year, right? It was the 2015 season, but the playoffs and the Super Bowl were played in the actual year of 2016. So I pulled up on the computer here the Billboard year-end chart for both 2015 and 2016, cataloging the hottest songs across the whole year. And so give me either year, 2015 or 16. I'll tell you what the highest charting song of that year was.
Well, let's go 15, because that was like the end. It was the end of 15 and the beginning of 16.
Okay, so the last time the Broncos clinched the playoffs, this was the number one song.
Yeah, I love this song, though. Really.
So that's how long it's been.
I love this song, though. Still. You know what's weird to me, Nelly, is that songs, I don't know when they come out anymore. Like, there's some songs that are out. I thought that, I was just talking to my wife about this because we were in the car, and that song, Fast Car, that Luke Combs covered, I go, how old is this song? They're still playing on the radio? Wasn't this like 5 years old? And she was like, no, it was like last year. And I go, no way. And I looked it up, and it was last year. See, this one is like timeless to me, though. I told you, my favorite current artist is either Stapleton or Bruno / Silk Sonic. Like, look, here comes the Brett D-Bag move. My favorite record, a no-skip record, Silk Sonic. Every song, banger. Every single one. And this was kind of like the introduction of funky Bruno Mars, this song. Once they did this, Nelly, then it turned to Silk Sonic stuff with Bruno, and I was all in on him. Anyway, that's how long it's been, though. To Nelly's point, it's a decade. You aren't allowed to have the same standards anymore. Those fall by the wayside. It's like looking at a picture of yourself in college like, man, I was in great shape. And now you're 40. Like, I don't look like that. Well, you haven't worked out in 15 years. Been doing a little too much boozing, too much late night fast food trips, like whatever you do. If you want to get back to that, it's not going to happen tomorrow. You got to put some work in. Now, can some teams just totally microwave it and just, like Tampa Bay did when they got Tom Brady? Like, yeah, it's a cheat code. Tom Brady was Ozempic. Tampa Bay took it, and then all of a sudden they were back on the beach with a six-pack. You know what I mean? Like, that's cheating. But for everybody else, for the normal person, you got to work your way back. And so you just have to have, I think, proper expectation. So, 303-504-0925. If you guys would like to see me today, from noon to 2, I'm going to be out at the 47th Annual Denver International Sportsman's Expo. It's open now through Sunday at the Colorado Convention Center. It's $16 for adult tickets and free entry for any youths. That's youths under 15. And if you have an active military ID, get in for free as well. There are hundreds of exhibits on hunting, RVs, outfitters, and everything for the outdoorsman in you. More info at sportsexpos.com. So, noon to 2, I'll be out there today at the Colorado Convention Center. Been a minute since I've been downtown. Here's the other thing. I want to get back to the Nuggets and the Avs here in a bit. I love where the Broncos are at. I really do. I think playing the underdog role this early in your arc back to being competitive with a rookie quarterback is a beautiful thing. To have that all to gain, nothing to lose sort of mentality allows your team to play free. And it allows you to take a look at the situation that you're in and say, if this is the bare minimum standard of what this team is going to be, because you'll have some more cap space to work with next year, you'll finally get some draft capital. Like, it's amazing. And you get to see how you stack up with some of the league's best in Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Like, how far away are we from that? Maybe you aren't that far. Maybe you're pretty damn close already. That's what you get to find out on Sunday. So you can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. And you can shop Safeway's Winter 4X points event and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on this season's hottest items this winter. Whether you're hosting or cooking dinner, Safeway is there for your grocery needs. Clip the offer in the Safeway app to start earning today. Mojo Lombardi and Kane starts next.
Parsonen and Casey Middlestat. Parsonen holding backhander. He scores! You so far and you blow my mind. Parsonen gets his first goal in the Colorado Avalanche uniform. Craig Smith hands it off. Gets the return pass shot. Save made by Miner. Rebound is thrown wide. That's a major save made by Trent Miner. For the second time this season, Colorado can't beat Chicago. They lose this one by a final score of 3-1.
Throws it on top over to Westbrook. Westbrook puts it on the floor. Alley-oop. Dunk right-handed hard. Tomahawk DeAndre Jordan. And then a primal scream. Did you hear him? Peyton Watson alley-oop. Dunk, two hands. DeAndre Jordan. The wily vet running the floor. Denver leads it by 27. Loose ball, though, picked up by Christian. He'll shoot a three. Got it! Denver leads it 116-88 with 4.5 left to go, and this thing is over! The Nuggets stay undefeated on the second game of back-to-backs. They are 8-0. Denver evens up the season series with the LA Clippers tonight by a final of 126-103.
Let's start with the good. How about that from the Nuggets yesterday?
Double Dipperoo.
Double dipperoo. But the Nuggets come out and they just paced LA. I know that LA was missing Kawhi Leonard, who went back to California to help out family during the fires, so they were without one of their star players, but you're without Jokic and Aaron Gordon again. And what you got was a night, Vic, where I don't think a single guy on the Nuggets played poorly.
If you were to concoct a game plan, a game in which you don't have two members of your front court, Aaron Gordon and Joker, that's about as perfect a game as I can see.
Yep.
That's perfect. Everybody did their thing. Everybody played their role. I thought Russ was outstanding. Jamal brought the energy early, and the young guys ran and dunked and did. I mean, it was all around perfect game. If you can manufacture that every time, well, let's go.
Well, you mentioned Westbrook. I want to get to him in a second because he is everything I could have hoped for when I thought about the idea of him being brought to the team. Yeah.
And then some. Let's be honest, because when he was signed, Brett, there are a lot of people across the NBA that snickered. They
sure they
laughed.
did.
Folks in L.A., is it a coincidence that he leaves that stuff for the L.A. Clippers, his former team? I mean, the thing that embodied Russell Westbrook last night, the play, was there was a free throw by DeAndre Jordan, and he's standing next to Zubac, who's 7 foot tall. Russ is 6'4". He's standing next to 7 foot Zubac, and he tells him, "You better box out. I'm going to get this
rebound."
Pull
up the video, Nelly. Pull it up because it's an amazing look where they have a close up of Russell, and he says, "I'm going to get this." So here you go. If you're watching it on Twitch or on Altitude TV, says to him, "You better box out.
Yep.
You better box out." And DJ misses the free throw and just straight up beats a guy who was 8 inches taller than him for a tip-in.
What is Zubac doing?
I have no idea. No idea.
You know, to be totally fair, the Clippers clearly, with what's going on in L.A., they look completely out of sorts.
Yeah.
Completely out of sorts.
Understandably.
Perfectly understandable. But the Nuggets still had to produce. They still had to bring it. They still had to shoot and make, and they did. And to say that the Nuggets, that was impressive last night, as disappointing as it is to lose to Boston, those two games collectively, even though you lose to Boston collectively, I think that gives them a boost of confidence.
Good nights. Yeah, I think that they were two really good nights. By the way, Russell Westbrook in the post game, here's his walk-off at his press conference.
I told him I was going to get the rebound. After I got the lane violation, it's all okay. I said, well, I'm going to get this one. I told Zoo that if he missed, I'm going to get this one. Ain't nothing you can do about it. And he missed, and I got it, and then nothing he can do about it.
And then walked away. So that
so
was
good.
But it's look, Vic, it's an attitude that I think is necessary on a team, and somebody's got to have it, and Russell Westbrook has that. But here's the other thing about him. Do you know Russ has, this year, the second highest field goal percentage of his career? He joined the league in 2008.
Yeah.
Second highest ever. It's 45.8. The only time he had a better one was his year in Houston where he had a 47% field goal percentage. Like, he's actually shooting the ball pretty consistently, too.
Well, he's attacking the rim. He's not settling, right? He's not stuck in the corner. One of the problems that he had playing for both the Lakers and the Clippers is they stuck him in the corner. And nobody puts Russ in the corner. And that's all he did. And now he's operating from a different place. He's operating from a point guard spot.
He's one of those guys. He has to have the ball in his hands. Like, to truly create the way that his skill set says he can create, he has to have the ball in his hands. He couldn't do that in L.A. because LeBron had the ball. Couldn't do that with the Clippers because James Harden had the ball. And now he's in a place to where he's coming off the bench. He can do that. When he's infusing the starting lineup, he's basically running the 1, and Murray's being pushed to the 2. But that's the other thing. Like, I don't want to, like, totally oversimplify this. But what else did you get last night, Vic? You got Porter and Murray, who played really efficient basketball. Really efficient.
Very much so.
They both shot over 50% from the field. They knocked down 60% of their threes, and they combined for 40 points.
Jamal was 4 of 6 from 3. One of his best nights of the year, if not the best night from 3. And Michael was 3 of 5. But I thought the biggest disparity, and again, this is playing the championship team in Boston and a team like the Clippers, who obviously lacked focus last night. Here's what you get, right? But it needs to be said. Whatever the hell the Nuggets are doing on the second game of a back-to-back, where they're now 8-0 this season.
That's crazy.
Going back to last season, they've won 11 straight second game of a back-to-back. And not only are they winning these games, Brett, this is what's mind-boggling about it. I need somebody driving around Denver, somebody listening worldwide right now, help me understand this. I need you to sit me down like a child. Help me understand how a team on the second night of a back-to-back, when you're supposed to be fatigued, is not only winning these games, blowing teams out.
Yeah. What's
You
the
understand?
record on the front end of back-to-backs? If they're 8-0 on the back end, what's the front end?
Hell if I know. It's not as good as 8-0.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. It's like, are they bad on the front end, so it's always like a revenge game the day afterwards, or what? Because here's the other thing, Vic. And look, it's a small trend. It's small. It's tiny. But it is noteworthy. In the last 4 games, the Nuggets have played some pretty good defense. They have. Held the Clippers to 103 last night. In the game against Boston, I know Boston put up 118, but you know what? It's tough to stop that offense. 118 against Boston is totally fine with me. And then the 2 games before that with San Antonio, I think over the last 4, it's like 111 points per game is what they're allowing. If they did that for the rest of the year, they're going to win a ton of basketball games. A ton of them.
Okay, so 46 games left in the season for the Nuggets. Not quite the halfway point yet. 46. Need to refashion the schedule so you just play 46 in a row. 46 straight.
Gotcha. So let's say that they got the next month and a half off.
You'd be done by the end of February.
Let's take the next month and a half off. And then let's do this, Vic. Let's package 23 games.
Yeah.
Take another 2 weeks and then do 23 again. See what
I'm
that
telling
puts
you,
you.
I've never seen anything like it. Now, there's one other team that's undefeated on the back end of a back-to-back, and that's Oklahoma City. They played last night and lost. It was not a back-to-back, but what a game that was. The 2 best records in the league. Cleveland ekes out a win, snapping Oklahoma City's 15-game win streak. So, fun night in the NBA. Nuggets win. Everybody's happy. And now you hope that the big fella returns for Brooklyn Friday. Not only the big fella, but perhaps even Aaron Gordon this weekend.
Yeah. Got this from a texter. Now, I haven't fact-checked this, but I'll take his word for it. He said the Nuggets are 2-6 on the front half of those
Dan
back-to-backs.
Hyatt, our stats guru, just confirmed it. Nuggets are 2-6 in the front end of a back-to-back and 8-0 on the back end. Somebody make it make sense. It's almost as if, like, you're playing and then somebody shakes you to, hey.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Hey.
Well, look, I think you strive for splits in those anyway. I guess the way you get them is the way you get them, but
This is not the conventional manner.
no, it's not. I don't think anybody's quite done it like this before. And I'm trying to figure out what the Avs record is on back-to-backs because they're pretty good too.
Well, they're going to have to add to it tonight because
Yeah.
we spoke to Jared Bednar about the game plan going into this back-to-back, and he plays the young goalie last night. And I didn't watch the game because of the Nuggets, but he did enough, right?
No, I'll tell you this.
He did enough.
Watching that game, Vic, Miner was fine. Like he did a decent enough job. Look, he held him to 2 goals through 2.5 periods. Like, that should be enough for the Avs to take over, just for whatever reason. Mrazek's just got him. He played a hell of a game last night, and I don't even think like the Avs played poorly on the offensive side. They had a whole bunch of chances. They put something with 36, 37 shots on him, rang a few posts, and had a couple of moments where it looked like it was going to be an easy goal, and Mrazek just played his ass off last night. It's just one of those hockey nights, at least from what I saw. Because the game starts, and UC Parsonen, hey, welcome to the Avs. I don't know if you saw that play. Poke check in the defensive zone, beats the man down the boards, looks like he's looking to backhand one across the crease, because I forget who was going with him on the opposite side. And instead, Vic, he goes backhand, short side, top shelf. Avs are up 1-0, and I thought the route was going to be on, but they just couldn't find a way to solve Mrazek afterwards. It's one of those weird nights.
Well, all you can hope for after losing to the worst team in the conference is saving your best for the team in front of you in the division tonight. So this is exactly the formula the Nuggets employ. Okay, you lose a game last night that nobody wants to lose. It's Chicago. They suck. Now Minnesota, you're chasing. What are you, 5 points behind the Wild? And you got Blackwood back in goal tonight. Let's go. And, it's not too far of a trip. It's from Chicago to Minnie. You're not going cross country.
I was trying to figure this out. I think the Avs are 2-2 on the back end of back-to-backs, but they're 2-0 in their last 2 so far.
Well, I know somebody who might know the answer to that question.
Yeah, here's what I've been told. Vic, we need to do something. We need to come together as a truce today.
Show some grace today?
I was told by Nelly he sounds like ass.
Well,
so
what do I sound like? If he sounds like ass, what do I sound like?
You also sound terrible. I'm working with 2 just ogres today.
Yeah. It's going around.
So, but his is, I think, a lack of sleep and travel and all those sorts of things kind of wore on him.
He sounds how he looks, is what you're saying?
Well, actually, we can temporarily patch Moj in through Zoom. And Mojer, I got to ask you what was going on because, okay, this morning, I was getting ready to leave the house, just grabbing my final things before I departed on the snowy highway, and my phone buzzes. And Mojer texts me and says, hey, I'm trying to connect. I can't get through. I don't know what's happening. And I freaked out. I went, oh, my God, am I late? What's Brett been doing? And then I checked the clock, and it said 5 a.m. So that was 2 hours earlier than you needed to try and connect. Moj, what happened?
Don't pre-connect, Moj.
Well, I tried to connect last night when I got to the hotel. I must be in some sort of weird I'm in Minneapolis, not St. Paul. Minneapolis vortex weird thing.
Yeah.
Because I can get 4 bars on my little air card, and then it makes face. Brett, dumb beard. Nelly's idiot. That's what it does. Okay. So
it's thinking.
Yeah. So I tried to connect last night. I'm like, all right, let me try in the morning. So I woke up, bing, and I woke up early just out of panic, and I hooked up, and it was fine, and then it went bad. Then I texted Nelly, like, this is an issue, and then I don't know, man. Then I went back to sleep, woke up, everything was great, and now it's a disaster again. Just like the game last night. The game last night was a total disaster. You can't listen.
It carries over to your personal life. It really does. When the Avs,
you've now lost 2 games to the worst team in the league, and you can't. If you want to be serious, you can't do that. Listen, it's the same thing that happened against Montreal. If you put just one more goal on them, they're dead.
Yep.
You put 2 on Chicago in the first period. Yeah. That game is over, and you've got 40 minutes just to hang out, kill off, roll 4 lines, and head into Minnesota tonight.
They take the foot off the pedal.
What they do? Let them hang around.
I mean, I didn't watch the game, Mo, so we were wondering. You lose last night. They're a good back-to-back. What is the Avs record on the second night of these back-to-backs?
Oh, I have to look at Stan's notes. Just like we've got our own Dan Hyatt.
I think it's 2-2. I was trying to look it up, Moj. I think it's 2-2.
Okay, that's this year. But when you look in the last 5 years, Vic, they're very good.
Okay.
I mean, they've got, The winning percentage is probably somewhere around 750. It's crazy, something ridiculous.
Well, you left an opportunity in Chicago. You left at least a point there, right? That's an opportunity to climb the ladder in the standings.
Because Minor played well.
Yeah.
He was fine.
Well, yeah, he didn't play terribly. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. He was fine though, considering it was his first start. Like he had 2 goals.
He wasn't a leaky little
Until
boat.
late.
Right? Yeah, he wasn't a leaky boat. He just, I don't know. This Avalanche team reminds me of the Nuggets a lot too. And by the way, I stand corrected because they kicked the Clippers' butts last night. They sort of play to the level of their competition. Watch them come on out tonight with Blackwood between the pipes and the back-to-back against Minnie, who they're trying to track down, and they could win 5-1. I mean, it's kind of weird that way. Look, they had these guys, and if Mrazek's having a night like that, and he wasn't like crazy great, but he was pretty dang good. You got to pepper him more. You got to hit him more in the mouth. You got to crash the gate doing 98. Riker said it in the postgame. I said it during the game. And then Coach Bednar said it afterwards. You made it way too easy on that guy. Way too easy. This is a guy who'd been giving up over 6 goals per game in his previous. He hadn't won since November. And he locks it down against you like he always does. That can't happen.
Well, a lot more to get to with these games as we go along. 303.
How do I sound, by the way? How does my connection sound here?
Like this.
Oh God. Oh, no.
There's got to be some brain on that tissue. I know there's brain. He just hurt himself trying to blow his nose.
Why did you were blowing your nose and it came from here in your throat?
Oh,
what was that?
There's so much phlegm. It's just a body full of phlegm. I guarantee
You're the only dude I know who can blow his nose and end up on the IR.
All right. So when we return,
I'm going to try to work. Boys, I'm going to keep working this out. All right. So you do your thing.
Go ahead. I have a question regarding the Broncos game on Sunday, and it's very simple. Is there any way that you would leave the game angry? What would make you angry with the result on Sunday? We'll get to it next. All right, so I had a little angry rant in the 6 o'clock hour today because I asked this question and I got a wide range of responses. But the Broncos had an expectation before the season started that was not great. I thought they'd be probably one of the worst teams in the league and picking in the top 5. And then they went beyond that, and then I moved the goalposts even farther, and I said, well, now make the postseason. They did that, and now I'm done. The kick went through the uprights. I'm done moving everything. Whatever happens, it's going to be nearly impossible for me to leave that game on Sunday angry, regardless of the result. If they get blown out, I think I'm just going to shrug my shoulders. That's my assumption. Maybe it'll change. But I think I'm just going to shrug. Now, I'll be disappointed if, they're up 2 with 15 seconds left and Josh Allen throws a bomb to get him in field goal range and then they kick that. Sure, you're going to be disappointed about that. But I think I got a really hard time being angry with anything that'll happen on Sunday. I really do.
They've already achieved.
Yeah.
But it's hard to take yourself out of the moment. No matter what happens, when you're in the moment of the game on Sunday, you will evaluate it by that moment. Not how you got there.
Sure.
Because nobody cares at that point. To be practical, to be long-term, they have already achieved. They've defied a lot of expectations. This quarterback got him to the playoffs in his first year. So they've won. But on Sunday, the truth of the matter is, when you're watching the game, none of that matters. You want to win.
There is, on top of that, you're going to be in the moment, obviously. But when it comes to just strictly, I feel like the team didn't play up to my standard, I don't even know what that looks like. I really don't. Because with rookie quarterback and the way you get in, and the team that you're going up against, which for my money is the best team in the AFC, I think they're going to be in the Super Bowl. I think the Bills are going to represent the AFC. I don't know what expectation I could have where I'd be like, they didn't live up to what I expect out of them in this game. And I think that's okay. And Moja, I'll let you go, but there's another thing that I want to add to that, so go ahead.
Well, I guess my thought is that throughout the course of the year, your expectations start to rise. I think that we're all intellectually honest enough to get to a point where, okay, you know what? My expectations and my wants are probably unrealistic. They've achieved an awful lot. I mean, they got the 10 wins when I didn't think it was possible. They certainly beat their over-under total before the year began. And the kid is developing quite nicely, and the field has been opened up, and he's doing this and doing that, and okay, fine. And I think, let's say that Bo Nix is in year 3, and you're a 10-7 football team. Yeah, man, I want to win in Buffalo. Come on, okay, give it a, let's go, baby. Come on, right? I mean, they're a dog, but now's the time to move. Now's the time to do it. So our expectations are going to change as the years go on. Right now, man, it just feels like anything from this point on is complete and total marshmallows in the hot chocolate. You got your hot chocolate now. If you can throw some marshmallows in there and sip on that for a while, that's great, because the Broncos have done an awful lot. So what I don't want to do is get to a point where I say, well, I'm going to be really mad if they lose in Buffalo. No, I'm not going to be really mad. As a realistic human being, I've seen the progress this year. I'm intellectually honest enough to know that this is a process and you are building. So why would I allow myself to get pissy if they lose this game in Buffalo or even get blown out in Buffalo? Forget about that, man. They've done an awful lot, and you can see what's on the horizon.
Mosher,
why are you so pissy?
You use that term a lot. You say intellectually honest. What other kind of honest can you be?
Well, Vic, let me how do I even explain it?
I mean, was Pinocchio
yourself.
not intellectually honest?
No, you got to be honest with yourself. You may
Isn't that
think
just
one
honest?
thing, but no. You may think one thing, but say another thing. Be honest. The point is that.
So why is it intellectually
honest with yourself,
honest?
Honest with your audience, honest with your conscience, honest with everything.
What is the difference between honesty and intellectual honesty? This is from Wikiversity. Intellectual honesty is honesty in the acquisition, analysis, and transmission of ideas.
There you go. Regardless of personal belief and regardless of personal bias, you let the facts talk. Boom.
A person
Fact
is being intellectually honest when they, knowing the truth, state the truth.
So
there you go.
Someone who is not intellectually honest is that person who graduate high school and still think you're going to play pro football at 5'6", 135 pounds.
Correct.
Okay.
I would argue
Yes.
that after reading that definition, I feel like that actually applies to just being honest too.
That's
Now-
what's the difference?
Just quickly here, because it's what you guys said. Now, a couple of texts have come through saying something along the lines of this. I would be upset if the way that they lost the game had to do with coaching mismanagement. And I would say that if a coaching mistake happens in that game that costs you it, then I think that would make you upset because Sean Payton should know better by this point. So maybe that, fine. But I got a couple of these texts because I agree with you guys. It feels like they've achieved the goal, and anything they do beyond this is just adding to what is already a success. You have a certain standard that you want, and they've lived up to it, and then some. When you make the postseason, though, there is something to this. The Broncos are Super Bowl contenders because they're in the postseason. And I think that every team who makes an NFL postseason is a Super Bowl contender. Now, others have a more likely shot than you, but still, it takes a good 3-game stretch and you're in. But what people were saying to me in the appetizer was some version of this. And I understand. When they started off with, Brett, you're a Lions fan, you don't get it because you never had success. I'm like, okay, totally fair. My perspective's probably a little bit different than most.
You're intellectually dishonest.
But they tell me the standard here is different. We always expect a Super Bowl. And I said something to him. I go, this is going to piss you off.
Yeah.
This is going to make you mad. And I don't mean this as a personal attack.
Yeah.
I've heard this before. From Nebraska fans.
Yeah.
Where I tell them, hey, 9-3 is not the worst kind of year for you guys to have. And they go,
You're
no,
exactly
we expect national titles. And
You're
I go,
exactly right.
That's the old standard.
You're
You
exactly
aren't that right now.
You are so true right there. What you just said, truer words could not be said on these airwaves. Here's how I look at it. Because those expectations are silly for some. Hey, this is Denver. We expect championship or bust. Well, that's a great expectation. It's also generational. It also depends on the team you've got working for whatever decade you're in. That's a generational expectation. I'll give you my own personal journey with the Broncos. Growing up in the 70s with the Broncos, you just wanted them to make the damn playoffs. That was it. Then they make the playoffs. They go to the Super Bowl. All right, then the expectation changed. Elway comes along. Now you're a contender. The playoffs is the basement. That's just the minimum, okay? Now you make a shot at the Super Bowl. They kept losing Super Bowls. Then they won a couple. And now you become what you just described. Now you become that. It's championship or bust. Great. Now you go through the last 9 years that they've endured where they haven't done anything. No, it's not the same. Like it or not, that is not the expectation anymore. It's a generational expectation based on who's on the team, who's running the team, and how the team is played.
Like, this isn't the Broncos with Manning. It's not the Broncos with Elway. You're building to get back to it. Enjoy the ride. Like don't get so caught up in the every second needs to be perfect stuff when you're building to get back to that standard again.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you can react however you want, but I will ask you this. On Sunday, if I gave you a preference right now, Broncos lose 28-3, get manhandled, or Broncos lose on a ridiculous play in the final second like they did in Kansas City. Which one would hurt you more?
Well, hurt.
It would probably hurt to lose like a ridiculous play like Kansas City because that means you were this close to winning.
Yeah.
I just and
that
again,
always hurts
I don't
more.
think Vic, I don't think they're there yet.
That always hurts more, right?
Can I go back to my honesty thing one more time to try to clarify it for you the best I possibly can? I found this great definition because you know it in your head. While honest generally refers to telling the truth in everyday situations, intellectually honest means actively seeking and presenting the truth even when it contradicts your personal beliefs or is inconvenient.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
You know,
Okay?
Again, everyone.
And so as a Broncos fan, as a guy who wants the Broncos to win, I could say, "Oh yeah, man, they got a chance in this thing, man." What? Intellectually honest?
Sure.
Hey, man, they're probably going to take their lumps and learn from it, and that's okay. That's where it comes from.
You can apply your intellectual honesty to every team we follow. For the Nuggets, there are those out there, again, and I felt this way going into the season. Hey, man, championship or bust. Well, guess what? Things change. Things have changed. I don't think that way anymore. Now, right now, keep your head above water and swim. Right now, I don't think. Do you think championship or bust or the season is an absolute crap show? I don't think that right now.
Dude, I watched replays and highlights of that Cavaliers and Oklahoma City game. I don't think championship or bust, man, because those teams are elite right now. I think, good God, stabilize. Find out who you are right now.
Make a run, get better as the season goes on. But,
yes.
What are you watching if that's what you see?
What are you watching?
Here's
the difference, though. The standard should be there. It should be there with how the Nuggets have built this thing.
What do you see?
But I don't feel like they're a championship team as of now.
Yeah, what do you see?
As
I
of
don't care
now, I
what
don't
your
see
standards are. I don't care what your standards are. Everybody's got standards. What do you see? But what you see may not live to the standard.
Can I take this back to a question you asked earlier? You said what would hurt more. There's no doubt that the last-second loss would hurt more. But I also think it's more beneficial. I think it's better for them than getting blown out. I would prefer that, ironically or oddly enough. I would prefer the heartbreaking loss than getting blown out because I think it would develop more stuff moving forward. It'd be preferable.
Yeah. You know what's funny about that? When you're on the other end of those tallies, if you win a game at the buzzer or win a game with a beneficial call, whatever, they beat the Jets. Do we remember how they beat the Jets this year? That's a win. That's a dub. It doesn't matter how they did it. Do you remember what happened at the end of that game?
I'm trying to think. The end, missed field goal, right?
Zerline missed a kick that would have won it for the Jets.
That's right.
Beneficial to the Broncos.
Yeah.
Just like the Chiefs beat the Broncos on a blocked field goal. At the end of the day, nobody cares. Nobody cares. You win, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares.
It is funny. We do point out the blocked kick in Kansas City a lot more than we mention a missed field goal from the Jets at the end of that game. Now, circumstances a little bit different. Zerline was kicking a boot of like a 50-plus yarder. But
hey, Will Lutz made his in that game.
Did. Yes, he did.
He made his.
But
Zerline missed his.
This is just, to me...
Oh, here's the headline on that. Hold on, Gator. Here's the headline. Nix throws first NFL touchdown to help Broncos slip past Rodgers and the Jets 10-9. Wow, his first NFL touchdown.
Was that week 4?
That was
he
right
was
after
7
the
for
Tampa
15.
Game.
Yeah.
Ready? He was 7 of 15 for -7 yards in the first 2 quarters. Finished with just 60 yards on 12 of 25 passing, but the Broncos ran for 126 yards and controlled the momentum in the second half. Boom. There you go.
This, to me, is just about putting another building block in there moving forward. Like, the idea that you got to the postseason and Bo Nix is going to, immediately out of the gates of his NFL career, experience a road playoff game in a very, very crazy environment in Buffalo against one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL with a really difficult task in front of him, I think it's the biggest part of the game, period. Like, long term.
Here's what's going to happen on Monday, no matter what, right? So, because this is what we do. This is how we react as humans. If the Broncos win, oh my God, this is the greatest staff, the greatest team, the greatest quarterback. If the Broncos lose, by no matter what, Monday's going to be ugly. Oh, woe is me. I mean, just look at the last 3 weeks. Look at the last 3 weeks. After losses versus after wins. And your attitude toward the team, toward players, toward the future. We flip-flop. We do that. That's just human nature. You need a few days. You need some time to really think it through, to have a bigger view of things. But right after the game on Monday, when we do this show, you watch. Watch how much we flip-flop on this.
You know what?
I'm not going to flip-flop. I'm not flipping-flop. And why would I flip-flop? About what?
Yeah, I don't. Maybe I'll be wrong here. Like, I don't know how I'm going to react, but I got a hard time thinking that I'm going to open up the mic and start screaming into it on Monday if the Broncos lose. I got
Yeah,
a
bro. I
hard
mean-
time imagining that.
Take some inventory of who you are right now and
all right,
where you
write
are as
this
a
down.
franchise.
Write this down. Write this down. So if the Broncos lose on Sunday, and clearly we don't want that, but if they lose and something happens along the way to that loss, you mean to tell me you won't come in here Monday and if you spot something that you felt was not up to par, not up to your standard,
You can have
you're not gonna
criticisms. You can have criticisms.
Okay, all right, I just want
let
I want to remember that.
Let's fix this then. I think the Bills are a far superior team at this point. They won't always be that way, but I feel like right at this moment they are. But if Bo Nix lays the ball on the ground 3 times during the course of the game, or the running back's in open field, he just coughs it up, and they had a chance to win the damn game, well then then I'll get on their bacon, Vic. But
I'll give you
that's a self-caused issue. That's not
Right.
something that the Bills are doing to you. Because they may change my mind during the course of the game and they have a chance to win, but they blow it or screw something up that they shouldn't or wouldn't normally. Yeah, then we'll have that discussion.
As much as we say the Broncos have nothing to lose, there's always something, and humanly you will react to it. I'll give you a classic example of this. Going into the Cincinnati game, Mosier, you were number 1 in line saying, no chance. You're not beating Cincinnati there with Burrow. You're not doing it. Correct? Correct?
Yeah.
That was your mindset, correct?
Yep.
All right, so they did exactly what you anticipated. They did exactly what you predicted. How was that show on Monday that we had? Do you remember?
Well,
How was that show?
I wasn't up in arms. Well, I remember coming in going, it's no big deal. They're getting in anyway. Doesn't matter.
Man, I mean, that was not the tenor
That's
of the
what
show.
I said. That's what I said.
Brett, do you see where I'm
is that
coming
not what
from
I
here?
said?
Yeah, I just think it's different because they hadn't reached the goal yet.
I understand, but I mean, you can lay out expectations and say, yeah, this is the standard, but those don't count. On game day, everything changes.
By the way, you know what I was just thinking about with what Mosher just threw out there? Bo Nix is second all-time in passing touchdowns from a rookie quarterback, and he didn't have one until week 4.
That is crazy.
And he had just 1 in that game because it was a monsoon. So he basically went the first month of the season without throwing a touchdown and then put up 29 in the final however many games left. What would that be? 13 games? That's pretty crazy. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock this morning. Stick around. I'll tell you one thing I'm getting tired of, like really tired of. Because this is how my morning works. Because I start at 6, and I am a night person.
You do?
But I do like to sleep. And this job is very difficult trying to marry those two things together of liking to be up at night, but also waking up very early.
You know, your
my
lifestyle of wanting to party and be up till 2 a.m.
It's not even partying.
Work.
It's not even partying. I just like to be up at like just sitting on the couch watching TV late. That's all. I like that.
Yeah, well, it's really cutting into your millionaire trust fund lifestyle. I feel bad for you.
Oh, yes. The guy who, when he was 25, stole toilet paper from work because he and his roommates were too broke to buy toilet paper was the trust fund kid. Here's what I'm getting at.
Tick, keep an eye on things around the office, please.
Oh, I think I'm okay now.
You're a thief?
Oh, when I was my first full-time job making, $25K a year, not to brag, big time.
I made $13K my first job. I didn't steal anything. I'm not a thief. I don't trust you now. We've lost all our trust.
I made $25K, though, in 2012.
Moj, don't leave anything. Yeah. Hey, remember all that money that's missing from the jar there?
Oh, please. I would never take from little Timmy.
There's a difference between a roll of toilet paper and somebody's gold watch, okay?
One's more important than the other at certain times.
Oh, when you lost a shoe at the bowl game, you can't tell me you weren't looking for a spare shoe from somebody.
Here's the point, though. I have my mornings timed out to a T. It drives Nelly nuts. I get in here like a minute before the show starts because I have this timed perfectly. And when I walk outside in the morning, and with no warning from meteorologists that snow is coming overnight, it really bends into my timing.
Yeah.
And I think every time it snowed this year, I was unaware that snow was coming the night before. And it's starting to drive me nuts.
I tell you what,
killing me.
Weather is so unpredictable. I just wish some of this moisture would hit Southern California.
No kidding.
It's not going to snow there, but watching some of that video unfold, it's just so freaking sad. And you take it for granted after we experienced the Marshall Fire here. You just didn't understand it because we didn't suffer much close to the city. And when we saw that happen, I was like, oh, my God. Dude, I'm looking at some of that video, and I hate to get all dark here. I'm wondering if L.A.'s going to – the entire city's going to just go on fire.
Well, I saw this side-by-side of – and I'll be honest, I didn't know what the Palisades were. I had no idea.
It's where Chris Marlowe's from. His old high school is gone.
Well, I saw a side-by-side of it was an aerial cam.
Yeah.
And it was before the fire and afterwards, and it's unbelievable. It's just a dirt wasteland now of where all these hundreds of houses and neighborhoods and buildings used to be.
It's sad as can be. My daughter lives near there. She's about 4 miles from there. But on her porch, she can see the flames. I mean, imagine how scary that is.
Crazy.
Yeah, if it had somehow, and I don't think it will, but if it somehow got to Santa Monica.
Well, they've already evacuated parts of Santa Monica. Last night it was Hollywood Hills. Studio City. You know, we have a lot of experience there. My daughter, having gone to that acting school, my wife used to stay at this hotel. It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Last night it was fried. It's terrible.
But yes, the more videos that emerge, especially the winds that are out there. I mean, insane 100-mile-an-hour winds that are just burning embers through the air and having it. Can't imagine. Just awful.
Just terrible. But back to your to a T. Back to your schedule. You said there's snow on the ground, and then Vic said I'd like to put some snow in L.A. But you were getting someplace with your schedule, and you're so
it's
precise.
Just and here's the thing that's bizarre is that people are saying that Bianchi called it yesterday. You weren't paying attention. I use this weather app. I probably shouldn't because I know it's not very accurate, but I use that to give me just a little idea of what to expect. Yeah. And here's the thing: I walk outside my house.
That say it won't rain.
I walk outside my house, and I get it. I live in the airport. It's not so much Metro Denver, but there's nothing there, and then I get almost, I don't know what it is about Park Meadows. It feels like it just all buries Park Meadows every single time. Yeah. You get around here, Nelly, you tell me, is it different around this area than it was when you left your house?
There was not a single flake at my house.
It's weird.
And then I got off I-25 right there, and boom, snow everywhere.
You know why? That's the tax you pay for living on the south side of town. For those of you who live there near Park Meadows, That's the tax. You, Mosier, Parker, you pay a snow tax. That's what you get.
You gonna get it.
You gonna get it.
I'll tell you what.
Hey, by the way,
whenever
hey.
somebody says "get" and they say it like "get," like G-I-T, it's an automatic laugh.
So I'm at the Nuggets game last night. I'm in the.
Jake the Snake was there, right?
Yeah. I story on Jake coming up, but I'm sitting there, I'm waiting in line to go to the bathroom, and this guy comes back up to me, and he's right behind me, and he goes, "Hey, Vic, my beautiful baby boy." And he said when we said that, he couldn't stop laughing, and that's all he says now. That's all he says. So thank you to all our listeners.
I don't know how the heck we're getting off on this, but it started with Dante's 21st birthday, which was, 5 years ago? Yeah. Something like that. It's hysterical the way
it's
it
just
grows
stupid
from
when we say something and people parrot it out in public. It's awesome that they listen. I
love it. I think it's great. I appreciate all of our listeners. I really do. Everybody out there right now who can hear my voice, thank you. Desperately, thank you.
Again, it was a great game for the Nuggets. It was cool to see Jake Plummer was there. He was at the game in person. I saw Scotty do the in-game interview with him. Are those awkward, by the way?
Right? Again, it's December 4th. Happy birthday to my 21st birthday, old boy Dante, by the way.
That was the first one. That one didn't hit home.
One.
The second one hit home.
Yeah, his 27th birthday was Vic going, and happy birthday to my beautiful baby boy. Which still makes me laugh.
So I shared a story last night with Jake Plummer, who loves Bo Nix, by the way. So Jake is on the post-game show. I knew Jake from his Phoenix days, obviously, when he played at ASU, and then he was a third-place Rookie of the Year in 1997 for the Arizona Cardinals. So the summer after his rookie season, he plays in a charity basketball game that was organized by Ike Austin. Mose, do you remember that name? Ike Austin?
I do remember the name, yes. But
Played
I
at
don't
Miami.
remember how I know the name.
I'm sorry, played for the Miami Heat, but he played at Arizona State. That's how I knew Jake. So this charity game in Phoenix, and he invited a bunch of people. I had the privilege of playing in it. Jake played in it. You know who else played in this game? The Backstreet Boys. Don't tell me how or why, but the Backstreet Boys. 3 members of the Backstreet Boys played in this game. And the crowd was crazy because that's the height of their deal, right?
Yeah.
So in the middle of this game, we're playing.
Which one was what was Timberlake in?
NSYNC.
Yeah, different deal.
I forget who's in what, man, because they're all kind of the same dude.
So middle of this game, and it's just laid back. It's like an NBA All-Star game. Nobody's going hard. Ball goes off the rim, and Ike Austin, who's a big dude, is sitting under the rim ready to rebound. And out of nowhere, Jake Plummer, who stands 6'2", jumps past and over Ike Austin with one hand and rams it in his face. Just a follow-up flush. And I'm sitting there going, are you kidding me? These guys are different. They're different. You might look at Jake, and you've seen him before. You've met him before. He doesn't look like he played football. They're different.
Yeah.
They're just different. Different dudes. I'll never forget it.
So he went full Westbrook on Zubats?
Yes. He Zubatsed him.
By the way, Moshe, I'm with you. NSYNC and Backstreet Boys does run together. It really does. They are kind of the same person.
Nelly, play a song from each and see if we can distinguish between the two.
Oh, I'd be too good at this. See,
I'm
I'll
not bad, but you'd probably beat me. That's Backstreet.
It is Backstreet.
Well, that song called Backstreet's Back. I'm not sure that
No, that song's called Larger Than Life.
Nailed it.
Larger Than Life. That's what I meant. I don't know.
Yeah.
Look,
this is the height of music. You guys got to admit. That's like where music's been. Beethoven did some nice things. He did some nice things.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
This is the height.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Who's this one, boy?
That's NSYNC.
After he went solo.
Hey, Vic, good job.
After he went solo, didn't David Lee Roth join both bands?
No, he did not.
Do not compare Van Halen to this is the height of music. NSYNC and Backstreet
You're
Boys.
such a dip hole. You are the supreme dippest hole.
Clearly,
in the
you don't
entire
understand.
world.
Hang on.
God, you're an idiot.
I got to defend Vic for a second. It was like a cute little joke that everybody made when it was like super easy to make fun of boy bands. They had some great songs. They really did. And they stand the test of time. They
Great
do.
wedding song. Like when you're at a wedding and you hear one of those. If you hear that at a wedding, what do you do?
I mean, come on.
Now, you're not doing that.
Most,
Nobody's dancing to
you
hey,
hear,
yeah.
Bye 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 from NSYNC at
but it's
at a
but
wedding
dude, it's
song.
all just It's all just formulaic
Nobody
crap.
cares
It's the
about your
same
formulas.
song.
So what?
It's good to the ear. If it's good to the ear and good to the feet,
That's
I'm gonna
why
get
it's
up and go.
formulaic. Is because they figured out the algorithm to make humans go to make Vic
isn't it
Lombardi
formulaic?
show off his tatas and go.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'd rather just sit there and go like an idiot for 8 hours.
Yeah, not everybody air guitars to every song. Okay, sometimes they just like to feel it. That's
Mosher, just different. Accept it. We're different. If I had to go watch Van Halen in Prime, because I grew up with Van Halen and Jump, or NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, it would be a no-brainer for me. Not even
I
close.
guarantee you, Vic. I can guarantee you, and I'm talking about from the youngins all the way to the oldins on this show. I can guarantee you, without a doubt in my mind, that there'd be so many more people on my side than your side. It's not even funny.
No, those are the people you know, Moj. You
listen.
surround yourself with people you know.
Backstreet Boys about 3 or 4
so
years
wrong.
ago, they went on a reunion tour, and it sold out.
You're so
it's
wrong,
sold
dude.
out.
You're so wrong. You think you know. You think, oh, yeah, look, I'm going to grow my hair out, and I'm going to be 75 and wear these tight jeans and go. I mean, nobody cares.
I don't know what to tell you, but the Rolling Stones at the age of 80 are selling out Mile High. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I just don't. I don't know what to tell you.
You know what's crazy is that Nelly did something when we were in the 6 o'clock. He said the last time that the Broncos made the postseason, this was the number one song in the country. And it is
Bruno Mars.
It's Uptown Funk by Bruno Mars.
Another great song. You're going to say that's formulaic? That's
No,
formulaic.
actually, it is a little bit, but it's really awesome. I love that song.
That's when Bruno started to go funky, and that's when Bruno
Yeah.
became my favorite
He
person
was
on the
killing
planet.
it.
Straw poll out
he's,
there.
He's awesome.
Straw poll that. Straw poll our audience.
Straw poll.
Prime Van Halen.
Ooh, I like it.
Prime Van Halen or Prime what? Backstreet Boys?
Yeah.
Prime.
Go ahead.
No, I think you'd go NSYNC. NSYNC was bigger.
Okay,
So let's
that's
go
fine.
NSYNC.
Pick one.
So
go ahead.
Prime NSYNC, Prime Van Halen, which is better? All right, you guys on the text line, 303-504-0925. I'll throw it up on Twitter as well, at Brett Kane Radio. Back after this. Let's check out the old Circus Sportsbook and see what we got for lines this weekend. And the Broncos 9-point dogs. But if you feel like they're going to win, why not throw some extra cash on that money line? Plus 406 on the Circus Sportsbook. It is the second longest odds of Wild Card Weekend as the Steelers are 9.5-point dogs. But you can check that out and so much more on the Circus Sportsbook as they have everything that you want for your gambling needs. Tight money line splits, low holds in, excellent customer service. That brand new Circus Sports Colorado app is the best. Download it right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Come on. It makes you want to move just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Boom!
By the way, Vic, we're getting raked over the coals here. It's all Van Halen on the text line.
That's not my fault. See, most of the people that pick Van Halen, this is an easy line of demarcation for me. If you pick Van Halen, you have no rhythm, you can't dance. If you have rhythm, and I know you do, Brett, I've seen you. If you have rhythm and you can move, and the music, the beat allows your body to move in a certain manner, then you would pick something like this. So those with rhythm in their lives, coordination in their lives, this is the song of choice.
It's actually, look, man, there's something to Moj, there's something to what Vic is saying, though. There's something to that in which you can't really dance to an electric guitar solo. I appreciate them.
Yeah,
I think they're great.
What are you supposed to do when that shows up at the club?
But that's why, like, when I listen to Silk Sonic or something like that, like, that's prime for me. That's why I love Hall & Oates. It's why I like to move the shoulders a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
What am I going to do for Hot for Teacher when it shows up at Thirsties? What?
It's a good point. Yeah, it's just a different vibe.
What exactly? Go get a beer?
I happen to be an incredibly good dancer. And I happen to love me some dance music, funk. I mean, I get off on all of it. But if you're talking about overall talent, if you're talking about musical ability and creativity, it's not even close, dude. It's what you're doing right now, Vic.
Nobody
and
cares how the sausage is made. Hey, nobody cares how the sausage. I don't care. But see, I don't care how the sausage is made. I want the result. I don't care about all the hours you put in. I don't like Beethoven too much.
Okay, I'm going to caution you right now because all you're doing from this point on,
ting 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 ting,
at 8:05 in the morning, all you're doing right now is you are embarrassing yourself. So let's just end it right now. Let's get back to
what he said. If you're at the club, if you're at a wedding, and she's my cherry pie,
like, what would you do with that, Moshe?
I like the song.
What would you? So do I.
But I don't know how to.
There's a time and place for this. I'll tell you right now.
Hey, dance to this, Moshe. Dance
Go ahead,
to
Moshe. Fire away. Move the body to this. The worst day of my life, Kane, the worst day of my life. Listen, I grew up with Van Halen and all that. We played jump when we were in the layup line in high school. I get it. The worst day of my life when I played with Mosier in his member guest at his golf club. And I stayed there 3 days. Mosier, do you remember when we were coming back from the club that day? You locked me in the car. You locked the doors, and you blasted every Van Halen song on that drive back home from the club as loud as, and you're air guitaring, and I'm sitting there just staring, and I had a hangover, and I'm like, okay. It was the worst day
Here's
ever.
what you fail.
I'll never
here's
forget
what you fail. Here's what you fail to understand, buddy. And this is only out of caring.
Moshe's a little out of breath now because he was shaking his butt a little too vigorously.
Yeah. I did that for you, Vic, not for me. Do you understand? I did that for. I didn't do it for me. I did it. I did it for you.
Now I will say this, Moj. Like again, I'm jumping both sides of the fence here. My favorite artist ever is Ray Charles, and he's got a lot of songs that aren't really dance songs. But you hear something like "Hallelujah, I Love Her So." I mean, come on, Moj.
Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. It's great. I mean, this is brilliant. It's brilliant.
This guy's the best. He's just the best.
Says here, Brett and Kane have never been to a metal concert. Yes, I've been to many metal concerts. I went to them. I went to Quiet Riot at the old McNichols Arena, and I thought, I'm sitting there going, okay, this is okay, but it's a little weird. And I bought the half shirt, the Quiet Riot half shirt. I remember buying that.
Yeah.
So what? I didn't feel the vibe.
It's a different vibe. It's a different vibe.
Wasn't like Run DMC or...
Hey, can I ask you guys something, by the way? Speaking of vibes, what vibe do you get when I play this for you? So this is courtesy of Dom Tibbetts, who is a reporter in Buffalo. And this is a 26-second supercut of McDermott and Taron Johnson and Greg Russo talking about Bo Nix. Tell me if you picked up on what I picked up on.
I've been very impressed with his mobility, his ability to extend plays. He makes a lot of plays with his arm as well, and I think they got a real good one over there.
Very talented quarterback. Obviously can move the chains with his legs. Has a strong arm. A good quarterback.
It's a challenge for sure. He moves well. He has a nice arm. Can get out of the pocket. Can throw from the pocket. So we got to be on our P's and Q's.
What they're doing is they're seeing a mini version of their own guy, and they like it. And they're talking about his ability to flush, tuck, run, make it happen.
Here's what I picked up on. That felt like they were reading bullet points. They all said the exact same thing in the exact same order.
They were given sort of like, okay, here's who we're facing this week. Remember this.
Now, why?
But it's the truth, Brett. It's the truth because it's the truth.
I'm going to play this again. I want you guys to hear that it's the exact same order and the exact same things. Listen again.
I've been very impressed with his mobility, his ability to extend plays. He makes a lot of plays with his arm as well, and I think they got a real good one over there.
Very talented quarterback. Obviously can move the chains with his legs. Has a strong arm. A good quarterback.
It's a challenge for sure. He moves well. He has a nice arm. Can get out of the pocket. Can throw from the pocket. So we got to be on our P's and Q's.
So it sounds rehearsed. And I remember there was a football team that I can't remember who it was, but somebody. Do you guys remember this story? They were given like cue cards.
Sure.
Before games would start, of bullet points to hit when you're talking to the media.
I don't think that's the case, though. They're being honest. I mean, how else would you describe him? I mean, what do you want him to say? He's got a great smile and a nice butt? What do you want him to say?
That would make for a really good piece of audio if he said that.
You know what?
They're being honest.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, I really like his hair, and he's got a tight tush, and so we got to be on the lookout for that. I mean, what Brett,
are you alleging that there's some sort of
conspiracy to prop up Bo Nix?
Yes. Yes, I am alleging that.
No, I think they respect the fact that this kid can move, and that's the one constant in all those descriptors. He can move, and I hope the Broncos take full advantage of that. I really do.
It feels to me, Brett, like they had meetings, and they're going over the film, and they're like, okay, everybody, I'm McDermott right now. Hey, I take a look at this. Here's these 5 plays that specify what this kid is good at. Now watch here. He gets flushed from the pocket, but watch him tuck it and watch him pick his spot. Watch his legs. Now this guy can really get to the outside. He can pick up that first down. He's not afraid to run up the middle either. Now watch this. He gets flushed out, but he plants and he can knock that ball down. I mean, it seems to me like they went over the things that he does well, and that's what's stuck in their brain, and then they take it to the media.
Maybe. And look, I'm telling you on the front end, it is very conspiratorial, what I'm about to say. I have no information to back this up. But it sounded so similar that it's like, let's not give any fuel on anything these guys might say. Here's the things you say when we're talking about Bo Nix. Maybe they don't fear him or something like that. Is what I was thinking. Maybe they say these things so they don't say something else that's stupid. If that makes sense. Like, I don't know. I don't know if the Bills are walking into this game thinking that Bo Nix is going to hurt them very badly. And now it's really early in his career. It's his first playoff game. I'm sure that defense is feeling confident heading into it. That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe they said, here's what you say when you're asked about Bo Nix. To not give any fuel to the other side if you go off script.
He can hurt them, Brad. He can hurt them.
I know he can, yes. I'm aware.
I mean, he can hurt them.
I'm reaching out to Jim Nantz right now. We got to get Jim on the show because they're calling this again.
Mm-hmm.
Jim and Tony. So let's see what he has to say about Bo and Josh Allen. Because if you're CBS, what's that?
Does he know?
One-handed grab.
Does he know? Does he know that he has no idea? Here's what I love about a guy like Jim Nantz, and this is what I love about life. That one interaction back in 2019 at the soccer stadium, he does not have any clue whatsoever how much mileage. Yeah, how much mileage we've gotten out of that on this program, and he's got no idea whatsoever how he impacted a young Brett Kane's life.
Yep.
I mean, Brett, look at Brett. I mean, Brett's what, 30 years? He was 29, I think, at the time.
Something
just
like
impressionable young guy. And to have Jim Nantz in the food line come up and give him the business a little bit, I thought was pretty cool. That was a pretty big moment.
Well, it
in
was
Brett's
just
life. Then he got to see Ashton Kutcher, and I thought that this hillbilly from Omaha, he probably thinks he's seeing stars right now. I mean, he must. It just must be on cloud nine.
The Nance thing was just weird because I was just getting some mac and cheese, and I had my back to everything, and then I just hear a familiar voice from my childhood say mac and cheese. And I turn around, and it is. It's the voice of God. It's Jim Nance, my sports god.
It's
if you're
mac and cheese.
If you're CBS, right, and they're not openly pulling for anybody, Jim and Tony aren't going to sit in the broadcast booth and say, we want this team. But at the end of the day, they would like to see a Buffalo, Kansas City AFC
sure
championship.
they would.
Correct?
Yes.
Is that the marquee matchup?
Look,
or would Baltimore fit the bid?
Most people
I mean,
outside of Denver.
Lamar's so dynamic, though. I mean, if you can get any two of those three, you're probably in good shape.
Oh, Vic, you're saying Chiefs and Bills for the AFC Championship.
Yeah.
Next week should be Ravens Bills to get to the AFC Championship, which would also be amazing. Like everybody outside of Denver, I think, wants Buffalo to win this game so they can see the next two. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Now, can the Broncos ruin everybody's day? That's the question. And I do think it's possible. And we'll get to some reasons why a little bit later in the show. Jeff Lakewald at 9 o'clock. Want to jump back to the double dipperoo last night, the Avs and the Nuggets. Nuggets with a really good night. Not just good, really good. And the Avs with a not-so-good night.
A promising night for the Nuggets moving forward. That is a fact.
Get to that next.
Double dipperoo.
2-on-1 developing Parsonen and Casey Middlestad. Parsonen holding backhander. He scores! You so far and you blow my mind. Parsonen gets his first goal in the Colorado Avalanche uniform.
Westbrook puts it on the floor. Alley-oop. Dunk right-handed hard. Tomahawk DeAndre Jordan. And then a primal scream. Did you hear him? Rebound down to Michael Porter Jr. Peyton Watson alley-oop. Dog, 2 hands. DeAndre Jordan, the wily vet running the floor. Denver leads it by 27.
I had to say something before we jump back into the games that I'm listening during the break, and I heard an ad for DraftKings with the promo code MartyO.
Yeah, I heard the same thing.
What are we doing here?
Is that just a coincidence?
I have no idea what's going on here. And the first thing I thought is I had to hear that incorrectly. It had to say like the Kmart or something. It had to be something different than what I heard. But no, it is MartyO. And that has to be incorrect.
No, because it's run several times. And it has nothing to do with our former MartyO. By the way, Moj, you'll be happy to know that you have an advocate in this musical debate. I moseyed downstairs during that last commercial timeout to get my cough medicine, which my wife generously poured out for me. And before she poured me the cough medicine, she referenced Kane and I with an expletive and said, "You guys are such blank."
What?
It's Van Halen. Yeah, it's Van Halen all the way. That was her.
Your wife is a smart woman.
Yeah, that was her.
Hey,
feedback to the,
if Terry's listening right now, Terry, the next time Bear and I partake in one of these shows, you're with us.
Well, that's grounds for
We've
divorce,
got you.
Just so you know.
Well, you just stay home and play with your little dinghy, and then we'll go ahead and show your wife what good music. She knows what good music is all about, so she'll come with us.
Do you know what I got to say to you,
call
Terry?
me that.
I got something to say to you right now. You're a lovely woman. I would never do anything to disrespect you. That's what I would like to say to you at the moment. So,
do you fear her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of fear
absolutely.
all of our
And he
lives,
should.
to be honest. There's a little bit of fear.
A little bit. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Your wife the other night at that event, Moj, she was wearing her heels, and she's tall enough as it is. And I went up to her and go, "God, you're tall." She goes, "God, you're short."
Hey, so last
That's
night,
awesome.
you get this, and Moj, how's this?
It's
The Nuggets will never win a basketball game if Jokic isn't playing. They kicked the hell out of the Clippers last night.
I stand corrected. I was highly impressed with what I saw last night. I was highly impressed with what I loved about Michael Porter Jr. It's the self-recognition, Vic. This gets back to the intellectual honesty. They can make excuses, Joker is out and all this kind of thing. He said, you know what? We hated the way we played last night. We hated it.
Sure.
We wanted to fix it tonight, and that's exactly what they did. I was highly impressed with his mature take on it, and I was highly impressed with, listen, he had 19 points, but he was incredibly efficient from the floor. He was terrific from three-point range. Didn't take a lot, but made 3 out of 5.
Okay.
I liked what I saw, and I liked the ownership of a guy like Michael Porter Jr. with this basketball team. I love that role. Love it.
We can all agree that the weakness on the Nuggets roster so far this season has been the bench, correct? That's been the area of concern. Correct. Okay. Tell me. Well, it's
not
been
the number
chief.
one.
Well,
it's
you're
chief
trying,
one.
well, you're trying
Murray's
to
been
figure,
number
you're trying to
one.
figure it out.
All right,
You're
let me
trying to
ask you
figure
this.
it out, Kaden.
Last night, just tell me yay or nay. Did these guys play well? Did they play above expectations?
Yes.
DeAndre Jordan.
Absolutely.
Yes. Russell
Yep.
Westbrook.
Yes.
Julian
Yes.
Strawther.
Yes.
Peyton Watson.
Yes.
Yes.
That
I
constitutes
would even say
your
Sarge.
bench.
Although Peyton-
Sarge had a decent
Peyton,
night.
yeah, Peyton did not shoot the ball well.
But they were flying. They were playing with fire. The point I'm making is the same passion with which these guys played the last 2 nights, even in the loss to Boston. They represent the Nuggets bench moving forward when they're fully staffed, when Gordon and Joker return. If you can get that kind of output from those guys I just mentioned, Friday night, Sunday, every game moving forward, I'm telling you, the complexion of this team and this season changes dramatically. I haven't seen that kind of play out of the bench on a consistent basis. Would you agree?
There is something
I would also agree with that, yeah.
I'm starting to get really excited about. Julian Strother, over the last handful of games, I'd say the last 2 weeks, is playing the role that I thought Bones Highland would have been playing by now, which is come off the bench, knock down some shots, and provide a spark. But more than that, we've discussed this at length, even dating back to the offseason. The Nuggets just aren't a three-point shooting team. They don't have a lot of threats from the outside, and it's prime reason one why I think I value Porter higher than most people do is whether he's knocking down the shot or not, whether he's putting in 20 points or 10 points on any given night. He's a threat that the other team is supremely worried about that opens things up and spaces the floor. And Julian Strother now does that for you, too. Like, say what you want, guys. Like, I know there's other... Christian Brown-Moj can make shots from the outside. He can. But the opposing team is probably way willing to let him try to establish that first.
If you're picking your poison, if you're picking your poison, you're like, all right, let's zero shoot. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, and we'll see what happens.
You see number 3 on the floor, you're aware of him. You do not give him breathing room. That opens things up for other people, whether he's on his shot or not, and he has been lately. I think that ability provides a wide breadth of opportunities for other people when he's on the floor. And he's starting to knock down that shot with a very, very high rate attached to it. And we talked about it yesterday. His quick release is something that's very difficult to defend with the catch and shoot. Like, I just love what I'm seeing from Julian.
My most impressive moments from Julian have come when he goes to the rim with, no regard whatsoever. He doesn't care if he falls. There is a skill to fall. Do you guys notice how often Russ goes hard to the backboard and makes a layup, and then he's all of a sudden on the ground because he's coming with such momentum? Well, Julian Strother's picked that up. He does the same thing. There's an art to falling.
He's got a nice little floater, too. Like, he's got a decent one where he'll drive to the lane, kind of pull up a little bit, and just let that little, I call it the old curling
to me, it
rock.
Feels like Julian Strother. You okay, buddy? Okay. Julian Strother, to me, is sort of mirroring Marvin Mims in the fact that you're not getting a lot of PET when you're a pup, right? For whatever reason, hey, can he shoot the 3-ball? Yeah, he can shoot the 3-ball. Why ain't he in there shooting the 3-ball? Well, I don't want to put him in yet.
Yeah.
Right? Why is Marvin Mims in there running behind secondaries and getting the football? Well, all of a sudden, here we are, the next year, and these guys are now getting play. And you know what they're also doing? They're maturing into their roles. I think that they've put themselves in a position where they're now mature enough to understand what they need to do, how to do it, and they're only getting better at it. So I love what I'm seeing, and he's a real threat. Vic, that's what it is. Yeah. It's a real weapon and a real threat because you know what he can do? He can step back there and knock it down from 27 feet. Bing, no problem.
Well, what I saw last night was growth, the definition of growth. If you go back to a month and a half ago when the Nuggets went on that road trip without Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon was hurt. Jokic had his baby. And remember, they played New Orleans and then Memphis twice. Beautiful baby boy. They played New Orleans and Memphis twice. And they looked like crap. Right. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Yes, we do remember that, Vic.
They did it without those two players. Now, last 2 nights without those 2 players, world of a difference. Something to build off of right there. A world of a difference. Completely different team, pace, mentality. It's growth. And hopefully they can carry that over now.
Needed that. They just needed to build some confidence. Like when they were doing that and playing poorly when Jokic was out with the baby thing. We remember what we were talking about? We're like, even if Jokic wanted to come back, don't until they play a good basketball game without him because they need to figure that part out. This is stuff that, as you were saying, Vic, you can build on, especially when you get a lot more consistency from some of those guys that you're going to need. Like you're going to need, obviously, Jamal. You're going to need, obviously, Porter. But your Strothers and Watsons coming off the bench, finding something in a backup big, whether that's DJ or whoever it is, I mean, it's necessary if you want to be successful.
Have you seen that little sketch where the kid, it's Stacy Keach, is the dad with a beer in his hand sitting in the chair, and the kid's about to stick like a fork into the light socket, and the mom's like, no, honey, you'll get it. She's like, ho, wait a second. He says, well, go ahead. And then he's like, I bet you won't do that again, will you? Right? That's basically what you're saying about the Nuggets, right? With like, no, it's guys don't with Joker and you're like, no, go ahead, and let's see how that works out, and then figure it out. And that's exactly what they did last night.
So the Denver Nuggets have managed to zig while other teams zag. On the second game of back-to-backs, they're perfect this season. They're 8-0. They've won their last 11 straight back-to-back second games. And I asked, what about the Avs? And you didn't have the answer. So our basketball guy, Dan Hyatt, sent me the answer for that, by the way. Because the Avs also have an outstanding mark on the second game of back-to-backs. Under Jared Bednar.
I told you they did.
Under Jared Bednar, since he's been the coach, they're 49-32 on the second night of a back-to-back. That is tied for the third highest winning percentage among all NHL teams in that span.
Yeah, they just played the back-to-back really well. They'll have their number one between the pipes tonight. I can't get over, though, guys, this is something that they must fix. You realize, let me explain. The Avs lead the National Hockey League in empty net goals. Do you know how many that is?
Let me think
18.
Here. Okay.
18.
I'll guess
Sorry,
18.
That's right. But okay, you're right on the money. They're 4 away from a franchise high for a season. And we're halfway through the year, and they're 4 away. But what that means is that they're not putting teams away. They're winning. Don't get me wrong. They're winning, but they're not putting teams away. And they got to put teams away.
Yeah.
Listen, teams are hanging around, then they're popping in some empty netters. Mikko won 190 feet the other night. And sometimes they're getting 2 in a game. I mean, that's just the way the league works now. But doggone it, Vic, you go back to that Montreal game, and it's a 1-0 game, and they let the Habs hang around all the way until the third period, and then you have one broken play. One broken play, and it's in the back of your net, right? You're on a 3-on-2. Wow, they're coming back the other way. It's 2-on-1. Bam, there's nothing you can do, except maybe if you're the goaltender. And that's really tough on Mackenzie Blackwood, and then they win in a shootout, which is anybody's game. But if you just score that second goal, if you just score another one in the second period, that game is over. Last night, I'm telling you, you have a 1-0 lead. Parsons' goal was gorgeous. Couldn't believe it. And that's all you get on the worst team in the league.
So what happened after that
1-0? You can't do that.
Did they just sit back? Did they relax? What happened?
They had some volume. They just didn't shoot the puck enough. What you need to do is you need to throw it on when Mrazek's having a night like he had. And by the way, he made some really good saves. I don't want to. It wasn't like he went insane. It wasn't like one of these 52 save performances and he's out of his mind and all this. But he played well, and he read the play well, and he pushed well, and he robbed a couple of McKinnon shots and this sort of thing. But you need to crash in there. The puck's laying in the crease. You got to find a way to get to it. You've got to find a way to pump it home, period. I mean, you need 5 guys in the paint. I mean, whatever it takes, dude, in a night like last night. You're not just going to be able to pass it around the zone and be comfortable and be pretty doing it. The power plays were few and far between last night. But you got to put shots on goal.
Yeah.
You have to put shots on goal. You can't come away with a shot or no shots. You need 5 shots on goal. It doesn't have to be pretty. Hit him in the mask and crash.
To your point, Moj, and I think it's a good one, the lack of just finishing a team. And look, that doesn't mean that it's 6-1 or something like that, but I think what you're referencing is, because I had the same thought. Early in that game, Parsonen, poke check, beat the man down the boards, and then like backhand, short side, top cheese, little flip. Like it was beautiful. And the way I felt in that moment was, oh, this game, it's just going to take one more here, and I thought they were going to get it soon. It's
Brett,
like, they're done. They're done.
The first 13 minutes of that game, the Avs dominated them. I mean, listen, it was hysterical because the top line and the top pair were out there, and it didn't matter who was on the ice for Chicago. It didn't matter. And they have a lot of young kids on the back end that you should have been able to take advantage of.
Sometimes.
But it looked like, Vic, it looked like every single shift that the top line and the top pair was out there, it looked like the Avs were on a power play. Yeah. It was crazy. And you come away with nothing off of that. It can't happen.
Sometimes as a
fan, you can't lose twice in a season to the worst team in the league.
I agree, and you want those games. Listen, everybody loves competitive games and drama. That's great, but as a fan, you also desire those games where you don't have to fret, where it's a blowout early and you know you're dominant. That's how the Nuggets felt last night, right? They led by 13 after the first. They led by 16 at half, and it was a blowout from the get-go. Those games, they cleanse the system a little bit. All right, you can relax tonight. Need more out of that out of the Avs. I think we agree.
Yeah.
More of those.
Vic, if you have a 2-0 lead, and again, it was a massive turnover by Girard in his own zone that resulted in the Mikheyev goal and Miner got a piece of it, obviously didn't get enough. Should he have had it? I don't know. It's a pretty damn good play by Chicago. Bedard got a stick on it. It goes to Mikheyev. He dances in. Bang. But if you're up 2-0 after one, I can't tell you how far that game is over. I can't, because if you're up 2-0 after one, you probably win 5 or 6-1.
Sure.
That's how it's going to go. And they tied the game. They had life going into the second period, and you could never score again. A team should not be playing catch up against Chicago on any sheet of ice, let alone you got to recover from that kind of thing.
Can I say one more thing here before the break? Just getting back to the Nuggets, because it's a good point by a texter.
But by the way, Brett.
Yeah.
But by the way, if the Avs came out tonight and won 4-1 in St. Paul, I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Me neither.
At all.
I'm actually kind of expecting it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just quickly here, one more thing on the Nuggets. Texter makes a good point. We're doing all of this sort of evaluation of who the Nuggets are and where do they stack up in the Western Conference, and do they got a shot to get back to a final and all that different stuff. Keep this in mind. Do you know how many games? Because what are the Avs at now, Vic? Are they 36 games in? 37, 36?
You talking about the Nuggets or the Avs?
The Nuggets.
They're 36 games into this NBA regular season.
They've only had their starting five for a third of those games.
Yeah.
12 games.
You realize the Avs have not even come close to having a full lineup this year.
Right, but
not even close.
It's the same story with the Nuggets, though, where the Nuggets are out one piece at least of their starting five for 24 of these 36 games so far, and it's really hard to get a true judgment of who the team is, and the same thing applies to the Avs. The difference, I think, with the Avs, though, Moj, is when you're missing Jamal or you're missing Joker or you're missing somebody like that, the Avs have been pretty fortunate that the bodies that they're missing haven't been the top three guys. Like Makar, McKinnon, and Mikko have been pretty healthy all year long. You're missing, like, your major cogs in that starting lineup with the Nuggets. I want to get a better look at what that looks like, especially now. Like, I think a boost to this, God, if there is an argument to be made for a positive of these guys missing all these games and maybe a little bit of a rougher start for the Nuggets at the beginning of this season, you don't think that's going to help guys like Westbrook or Peyton Watson or Julian Strother getting extra minutes now early in this season to get them more prepared for, let's say, the starting five is finally healthy? You can come off the bench and produce maybe at a little bit more comfortable rate than you did previously because you're getting 20 to 30 minutes a night now as opposed to, your typical 15 to 20. I think it matters. So just something to keep in the back of your head when talking about the Nuggets and sort of looking at them in the first half of this season so far.
I am getting publicly and even in my own home defiled by this musical poll that we put out, and I'm tired of it. I'm not going to accept
Play
that.
stupid games, win stupid prizes.
I'm not going to take it.
That's all I got to say. Well, you're taking it.
For those of you, some of the texts in, who would listen to a boy band? What, are you tough because you listen to metal? You tough guy?
Van Halen isn't
whatever the hell it is, hair band, whatever the.
Van Halen's
tougher?
rock.
Does that make you tougher, stronger? Let me see you run Lookout Mountain, sucker.
Who are you, Joe Biden? Want to have a push-up contest? Is that what you want?
It was a joke. I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
You've heard me talk about it, and this is the way that I found out that I had low testosterone. Had a checkup with my doc. I had a full-on body situation, all the blood work and everything else, And he says, your testosterone's getting low. I said, what do I do? He says, you're getting older. I said, hey, man, That's not what it's going to be for me. Are you the same way? Maybe your energy is down, aren't sleeping well, you don't feel like the guy you used to be. Do yourself a favor and go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Guys lose testosterone 2 to 3% starting in their early to mid-30s, and before you know it, you're like, man, I just don't feel the same as I used to. Some poor sleep, you wake up feeling tired, you fall asleep after dinner, you get some brain fog, maybe a little sadness and depression. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, well, they're experts at getting you back to being you. Schedule a consult. They'll have your results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will view your results with you and discuss the options. The appointment's only $99, includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. And if you do sign up for testosterone, if you need that treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's absolutely free. So do yourself a favor. Higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, all this can take place for you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Most guys, they wait a year or longer. You don't need to do that. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or as I said, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Texture says, yeah, because listening to dudes in spandex and long hair is manly.
Quiet, listen. Quiet, listen.
It just doesn't move me like it moves you. It doesn't move me. I'm not moving. My body's not going anywhere. I feel static.
I actually I can appreciate this music. I don't think I'd ever listen to it on my own.
Ever.
If somebody else wanted to play it.
Just how fine you are, yes. I guess you are.
You're delayed, Moshe. See, you're delayed. That's why the singing doesn't work when you're on the road. Hang on. Let me see. I couldn't do it. You would never catch me driving around town listening to this. Like, never.
Oh, my God.
I'm just saying you wouldn't. I'm just being honest with you. It's not that I think the song's bad or anything. It's not
This is
my,
one of the.
It's not my vibe.
That's one of the most underrated Van Halen songs of all time. It came off their debut album, Van Halen.
I don't care.
Feel Your Love Tonight. Okay, whatever.
I actually want to.
Bye, bye, baby, bye, bye. Bye, bye, baby, bye. I'm a puppet on a string.
See,
so
look
stupid.
You know what? I was like, I'm curious. What do I listen to? Like, what are the things that I have on? So I opened up my Pandora because I'm old and I like Pandora still. Here's what my stations are. Here's my stations. Let's see if this checks out for you guys.
All right.
Ray Charles, Chris Stapleton.
Yep.
Silk Sonic.
Yep.
Love it.
Tom Petty.
No.
Yep.
Not into it.
38 Special, Moj. That's kind of in that vein. I like 38 Special.
There's a couple.
Anderson .Paak. Gary Clark Jr. Yeah, like that, it would never be on there. 38 Special, I love though. I love 38 Special.
I listen to sports. That's what I do. I mean, that's my playlist. My playlist is sports.
Sinatra
when I'm not
was on
doing
there.
this and I have something in my ears, it's sports.
Okay, here's mine. You ready? I've got Noel Gallagher. I've got Beastie Boys. Hank Williams Jr. I mean, I'm just going down. I don't know how all this. Yeah, it's all right there, dude. I don't know.
Hey, can I play a piece of audio? We'll get back to some other stuff in a second.
Stones.
Did you guys see the interaction, by the way, on it was the in-season Hard Knocks where they're following all four teams from the AFC North. And there's a game between the Ravens and the Browns. And there's a guy who's an offensive lineman for the Ravens by the name of Roger Rosengarten.
Yeah, his dad. I played high school basketball against his dad. He played at Sheridan, knocked me out of the playoffs in districts at the HFHS gym. He scored 29 against us.
Great.
I missed the front end of the free throw late in the game.
Great. Well, his son plays NFL
How do
football.
How do you recall
That's an insane
all that
thing.
crap?
That's an
Because it
insane
scarred my life. Because it was a game we had to win to get to the next round, and I had the front end ready to go with like just under a minute to play.
So Rosengarten basically chewed you up, is what he did.
Well, the guy was huge. He was like 6'9". We didn't have anybody over 6'1", and no 3-point line back then. We're old.
For the listening audience, I brought this up not to have Vic rehash a high school sports story, but to play this interaction between him and Myles Garrett. This is what it sounded like.
I'm a nobody, but I get that jersey after. Hey, you in the league, y'all winning games, y'all looking great. You're never nobody. I got you. You got me? Yeah.
Just really cool. He walks
That's
up to
pretty
Myles
cool.
Garrett, and if
Yeah.
you guys didn't hear the beginning, he goes, "Hey, I know I'm a nobody, but could I get your jersey after the game?" And Myles Garrett says, "You're in the bleeping league. You're a starting offensive lineman on a winning team." I can't remember what he said afterwards. "You're not a nobody," or something like that. And then he goes, "I got you after the game." Really cool interaction between the two, and it just goes on to prove something. Myles Garrett, who is probably the most dominant edge rushing player since, I mean, it was between him and Von Miller for a while, but the longevity of his career is insane. He's one of the best that I've ever seen. He's also incredibly cool. I love Myles Garrett. He just seems like a good guy, too. Just a nice little back and forth. But
he seems like a really, really good dude. The only issue he's ever had,
he
really
spiked
is
that
what?
helmet again.
Right, he tried to kill
Rudolph's
Mason
head.
Rudolph. Other than that,
great guy.
Honestly, if he had connected, I'm not kidding you. I think Mason Rudolph he's got a broken skull.
I know he had an attempted murder charge, but other than that, I'm telling you, great dude. Nothing bad to say about anybody.
He does seem like a really great guy. He does. I'm not. I mean, that's got to be the one lone outlier, weird thing in his entire career. Because I've never had a problem with Myles Garrett. I've always liked him.
In the heat of the moment, we've talked about this before. You can have the nicest guy in the world. John Lynch was the nicest human being I've ever met. Remains
Oh, yeah.
that. But you put a football helmet on him in the heat of the moment, you don't know what the hell he's going to do.
Well, I got it.
Brett, you've never met Carl Mecklenburg, who is one of the nicest human beings you will ever see.
We had him on the show, I think, after he made the
Hall.
Hall of Fame, didn't we?
No, that was not. He's not in the Hall of Fame.
He didn't make the Hall of Fame. He should be.
That was not. You're thinking of Randy Gradishar.
Oh, Gradishar. Sorry. Yes. Go ahead.
But and Meck off the field, he's like, "Hey, how are you? It's great to see you." I mean, incredibly nice guy. He was such a stud and a beast on the football field. It's unbelievable that when you strap it up and put a helmet on, what these guys are capable of. So there you go. Vic is correct.
I get a question for you guys regarding Sunday, and we'll ask this to Jeff Legwold, who's going to join us at 9 o'clock too. But this is John.
What's the question?
John Franklin Myers was asked about facing Josh Allen. What's the key? He said this.
You understand that he's going to scramble, he's going to make his plays, but just making sure every play he has to earn, and every time he runs, we get a hit on him. So you want to run, you get hit, running back, quarterback, receiver.
John Franklin Myers, by the way, one of the best acquisitions of the offseason. I think we can all say that now. Here's my question. If you had a preference, would you rather have a game in which Josh Allen is contained in the pocket or a game in which he escapes? Because he's really good at both.
Contained.
Okay.
Contained.
By far 100%.
contained.
I mean, I know he can throw the football, but his ability, like I said yesterday, his ability to pick and choose his spots to run and his instinct to run and where to run,
they're killers,
is pretty damn superb. So yeah, if you can just hem him in the best you possibly can, and again, it's same with Bo Nix. It's easier said than done.
Well, that's why I want the Broncos to give them a taste of their own medicine. I want Bo. I don't want any restrictions on his ability to run the ball. None. I don't want to hear this. Stay in the pocket. Be patient. No patience.
Nope.
As soon as you see an opening. All right, I'll give you an instant. It's 3rd and 4. You're in the gun. You get the snap, and you have a couple moments where you're waiting for a guy to get open, but you can also make a push for the sideline to get the first. Go. Don't even hesitate. Go.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have time to consider the other option. Go.
You can keep your eyes downfield. If something pops open, then go ahead and take it. But if you see green grass,
Go.
you take it.
Eat it. Eat it all up. Run.
Like, this is one of those things where if they're giving you something, and I'm not talking about checkdowns, but just, with his legs, we've seen it over and over again. Nix isn't the kind of guy when he takes off, he's going to run to the first down marker and then head out of bounds before a hit. He can make a guy miss, and a 8-yard run can turn into a 25-yard run really quickly.
You know what Josh Allen can do?
The same thing.
He can square up against your linebacker and put him on his butt.
Yeah.
Dude,
you know what I mean?
The AFC's
tough.
Ripe. It's got all these quarterbacks who can do damage with their legs, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Hey, speaking of damage with the arm, if you had told me in late August that Cortland Sutton would have almost an 1,100-yard season catching the football, I'd say, no way, man. That's not with the rookie. Dude, he and Bo Nix found something. It's really, really cool.
Okay, that's a great question. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I'll ask you, what is the most surprising statistic the Broncos have achieved this season? Which one would you say, wow, if I heard that, that's outlandish. I got mine, and it's pretty easy.
Okay, I
it
got
might
one
be
too.
What, quarterback sacks?
No.
Quarterback sacks?
Yes.
Or,
That's a team. That's a team that's impressive.
How about passing
rookie
yards?
touchdown passes for Bo Nix.
Yeah.
If you had told me,
There you go.
what's the number? 30?
29.
29?
No, 29.
20. If you told me 29 touchdown passes for a rookie quarterback, I'd go, what?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I would say.
But did you think that Nick Bonito was going to be what he became this year?
Yeah,
I didn't
but see,
think so.
I get it. But if you give me the stat that I just applied to your quarterback, then you know something is working. That's exactly what the point of the season was, to develop that guy.
Agreed.
But I would say this to Mosier's point, because I was going to point out your sack total on defense. We accepted very early that this defense was elite. We did not think they would be. Like, they turned into that quickly, so now it's become an expectation at this part of the season. The defense being this good is a total surprise. And it's hard to think back and remember what we thought this defense would be beginning of the season. Because think about kind of what they're missing. I mean, you're missing your really the heartbeat of the team over the last few years in Justin Simmons. You lost Alex Singleton early in the year. You didn't have, I guess, a bona fide star yet as far as a pass rusher, and Benito became that. This defense is shockingly good. Shockingly, considering what I thought they'd be.
All right. Let's take a step back and be practical for a second, because you may not have felt that way after going to Cincy and having Burrow just go up and down the field on you. You may not have felt that way watching Herbert take off for 25.
They held Burrow to 17 points through 3 quarters. I mean, they were playing pretty good.
I get it, but it depends on the quarterback they're facing, right? It depends on the offense they're up against. It depends on that.
Lamar was a bad day. Bad day at the office.
I still think this defense is way beyond what we expected. I get it. Now it's time to show it. Let's see what they do.
They're going to have
Buffalo.
to be. Let me give you some final stats before we get to the top here. They're going to have to be not good. They're going to have to be exceptional.
Yep.
Who led the National Football League in turnover differential this year?
I think it was Lamar.
You talking teams?
No, which team?
Oh, I get you.
I'll say Kansas City.
It was the Buffalo Bills at plus 24.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a big number.
The next closest, so Josh Allen threw 6 picks. You realize they only had 2 fumbles the entire season?
Mm-hmm.
2.
They do.
So
I love that way of thinking.
Okay. All right, well, that's one way to look at it. But they forced 32 turnovers. 16 picks and 16 fumbles.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, they had 8 of their own through the entire year, and they forced 32. The next closest team, by the way, is Pittsburgh at plus 16, and then everybody else is half or worse. I mean, Green Bay plus 12, Chargers plus 12, Vikings plus 12. Buffalo Bills, they're dominant in that category. So if you're talking about, the defense's ability to slow down Josh Allen or force turnover, you better be exceptional this weekend. I mean, beyond what you've done at any point this year, period.
Yeah, I agree. And we could talk about that more with Jeff Legwold, who joined the show next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com, as we're joined every Thursday by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. Leggy, it's the preview to a playoff game for almost the first time in 10 years. How do you feel? Do you got extra bubbles in your stomach? Like, what's going on here?
No, I act like I've been there before.
Attaboy.
That's the deal.
True pro. That's what you are. Now, Jeff, heading into this game, I think we can all accept that you are a massive underdog in this, and it's going to be an uphill battle to win a game against one of the better teams in the NFL and one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. But if there's a way they can, how?
Well, they may have to do something they haven't really stuck with all year. That, the Bills are obviously, look, they beat the Chiefs and the Lions this year. Nobody's got that resume. They beat two 15-win teams in the same season. Obviously with more games, that's the first time that's happened in league history. So you're talking about a team that's primed at the top of the pyramid. So to me, you got to limit their possessions. Your best, and I know it's sort of that old way of thinking, but they're light in the front seven comparatively to a lot of NFL defenses. They're large humans in the airport, yes, but in terms of an NFL defense, they are lighter in the front seven than a lot of teams. And to me, the Broncos' strength with their offensive line should be able to carve out some things running the ball, but they don't, they jump on people so quickly on offense, they don't often let you get in that kind of rhythm. But I think if the Broncos can avoid the Lions-Bills pace of a game, that was both teams in the 40s, I think their chances are better. Look, you're talking about a team whose quarterback, Josh Allen, has as many rushing touchdowns this year as the Broncos do as a team.
Just to follow up on that quickly, if they do stick with running the football in this game, who do you think is the guy who gets the most carries? Because it's been Jaleel recently.
Yeah, I think it would be a Jaleel Estime mix in running the ball, and then they've sort of evolved Javonte Williams into this the receiver type role, the third down back. So, I'm not saying they should, go wishbone and pound it all. I'm just saying they need the pace of this game. They don't want the Bills to have 12 possessions, 11 possessions. Yeah. They don't want that. They need to limit the number of times that guy touches the ball, because I think a parallel I would draw that people here would be familiar with is, this is kind of a team. He's doing what Elway did before Mike Shanahan and TD arrived. He is pulling this team as far as he can take it, and he's one of the best players in football.
Tell me if I'm off base here, because I've been saying this all week, Jeff. I want a healthy diet of Bo Nix runs in this game. I want him to use his legs. I want him off the leash. I don't want just everything in the pocket. I want him to be able, if there's a first down marker that he can get there with his feet, go get it. There's no time to waste. This is it. This is crunch time. Why not?
Yeah, Vic, I think that's part of the running game type thing. Bo Nix's, hurdle in this game is going to be, even longtime NFL players will talk about the uptick in speed and the pace that things happen in a playoff game, because the urgency, because, you're done when it's over if you lose. So that will be his adjustment early. And if that means pulling the ball down and running with it a little more, I think that's a safer decision than saying, okay, I'm gonna force the ball back, the other way. I'm gonna throw late, here. I think that's a safer decision, what you're talking about. And, you don't want to turn it into he's only gonna run, but sure, you're gonna have to be careful against these guys a little bit, especially early. That place is a frenzy in a playoff game. I covered them long ago in the 90s. and it's always been that way. And you got to manage that early game situation, and him running around could help that settle him down a little bit too.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't have drinking shots of cherry schnapps out of a bowling ball's thumb hole without the Buffalo Bills, but when I hung around Buffalo Bills people, that's what I did.
How big
right?
a shot is it? If
gonna...
it's just the thumb hole of a bowling ball, that's just a little drip.
Well, some of those dudes got big thumbs.
Yeah, some of them dudes have. So stick your thumb. I mean, as far as your thumb will go in, and then so it's that tall, right? Then how fat is your thumb? Anyway,
Yeah.
Jeff, it was a fun time. It's funny you mentioned the wishbone. Golly, if the Broncos came out and ran wishbone, was there any coordinator in the league that would know how to stop that? That would be funny as hell, right?
That's why John Fox did it with Tebow. He figured there isn't a coordinator in the NFL who knows how to defend that. And the first 3 games, it looked like there wasn't a coordinator in the NFL.
Hey, find me a way the Broncos win this game without winning the turnover battle. I just went over the numbers with the boys. They forced 32 this year, 16-16, fumbles and picks. They only turned the ball over 8 times, Jeff. I mean, Allen threw 6 picks. They put it on the ground twice all season long. They just don't give you the football. So if the Broncos don't win the turnover battle or it's even, how do they win this game?
Don't let Allen freelance. Make him a more regimented player. Keep him right in the pocket. And that's really hard. It's really difficult, and it takes a lot of discipline defensively. And they may have to dial back some of their aggressiveness to do it. But the minute he gets, what defensive coaches and defensive players call Act 2, the second act, once he gets to the second act, that's when the trouble really starts. You want him, when he gets off the first read, you want him not to be able to move around. You want him to have to stay right where he is. That's how they can win. Keep him penned in. Look, he's the biggest difference between him this year and other years are the turnovers. He is not turning the ball over this year, and that's elevated him to the next tier in what's going to be a great career for him. And, he's been a lot more judicious about when he runs, how he runs, the timing of his runs. So the Broncos have to keep him hemmed in. And again, I wouldn't give him the ball. I know that's an old way of thinking, but I can think of no better defense against a great quarterback than him not having the ball in his hands.
They did that a lot last year. They won the time of possession battle last year when they beat the Bills in Buffalo. They had like 37 and a half minutes TOP. Now, something else I was looking this up just kind of as you were talking. I'm not counting the last week of the season because the Bills didn't play their starters. In the 10 games previous to close out the year with their starters on the field, they've scored at least 30 points in 9 of those 10. What's best case scenario for what the defense can hold the Bills to from a point total?
I think if you keep them in the 20s, your odds are much greater. Mm-hmm. Again, they're not a dominant defense. They're an opportunistic defense that knows it has an offense that can turn the field at any moment. So I think that influences how they play on defense. They've had a lot of injuries and guys are better now, but they want you in second and long and third and long because they want to come after your quarterback. And if you can stay out of those situations, you limit at what they do best on defense.
What's Von Miller these days? Because he disappeared last season. He went through that turmoil privately. Is he still a threat? Can he be a threat on Sunday?
Vic, they're using him like an old, almost an old nickel rusher back in the day, with very specific passing down situations where he can he doesn't have to measure the fuel output. Every time they put him on the field, he can put the pedal to the floor and rush like no other responsibilities, just get the quarterback. And he's been better as the season's worn on a little bit. The last 2 games I just looked at, he showed some of the old, the ghost shoulder, the one-arm stem. I mean, all of those things that he did so well are sort of back the last few weeks. And, knowing Vaughn, since he was a rookie, I would say he very much like a sack or two against the Broncos this time around.
Jeff, is there any situation you can look at between these two teams and say the Broncos have a distinct advantage?
I think defensively they do. I mean, the Bills don't have anybody like Pat Surtain,
right?
Because nobody does, frankly. But
right,
and Benito is having as good a defensive season as anybody on the Bills, probably better. So I think defensively is where the Broncos have some advantage. It's just you're facing one of the. I mean, you look at the AFC list of alphas, these days, and you're facing one of the AFC's alphas. I mean, this is a guy a lot of people think is going to win the MVP. But look who the Broncos have faced this year. They faced Lamar. They faced Burrow. They faced Mahomes. They faced Herbert twice. Now they're facing Allen. They've yet to beat anybody on that list. They haven't played Allen yet, but they didn't beat Lamar. They didn't beat Herbert. They didn't beat Mahomes. They certainly didn't beat Burrow. So to win this game, they've got to figure out a way on both sides of the ball. How do you manage a game when you're facing one of the league's best quarterbacks?
Two-part question. We'll let you go, Leggy. Number one, part one. The two biggest underdogs of Wild Card Weekend are the Broncos and the Steelers. Who's got a better shot to pull the upset?
I think the Broncos by a smidge.
Okay.
Frankly. The Steelers.
Absolutely.
They're, I don't know if it's because, like Sean Payton, Arthur Smith doesn't quite know what to do with Russell Wilson or how to manage that, but I think they're too offensively challenged. They put too much stress on their defense. The Broncos have done better in the red zone, scoring, turning turnovers into touchdowns, that type of thing. And that's what you got to do in the playoffs. If you get a turnover, you got to turn it into a touchdown. And I think defensively, the Broncos are better than the Steelers this year.
Second part. If the Broncos do pull the upset, do you think McDermott loses his job?
I wouldn't think so, but that's an odd place. And anytime a team's building a new stadium, they get a little jumpy about what the future may hold. But there's always that frustration level of if you can't get a very good team into the big game during the window. But the AFC is going to force people to make weird decisions, because as long as Mahomes is, much like Brady and the Patriots made people make weird decisions, Mahomes is going to do that in the AFC. I mean, Burrow's not even in the playoffs, and you might have the top two finishers in the MVP race not make it to the Super Bowl in the AFC, because look at what we're looking at. I think that's the Broncos' biggest challenge long term, is just look at the AFC. You need one of the top four quarterbacks in football to miss the playoffs just to make the field.
That blew my mind for a second, because you mentioned that, and it's like if the Broncos had lost to the Chiefs last week, which obviously they did, and they kicked the snot out of them, but if they did, Cincinnati would have made their place in the postseason. Josh Allen would have had to go through Burrow, Lamar, and then likely Mahomes on the way to a Super Bowl appearance just to get there. That's what he had to run through. That's wild.
No, I mean, the AFC, and look, none of them are old. You're not looking at a situation where, one of those guys is going to be departing anytime soon. So, when you ask me about what teams will do, I think teams will make weird decisions in the next 5-6 years, because it is so brutal in the AFC right now. It is just, and if your strategy is, we'll just go find a better quarterback than those guys, then I think that's very flawed thinking.
All right, forget this football talk. Forget it, Moj.
What music? What music?
Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question, because this will determine your level of credibility as a journalist. This will determine what kind of man you really are.
Well,
you ready?
That's a heady.
Here we go.
Heady question.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Answer one or the other. Would you take Prime NSYNC or Prime Van Halen? Which one?
Oh, me personally?
Yes.
Yeah, probably prime Eddie Van Halen.
Turn him
prime
off.
Eddie.
Turn him off. Turn him off.
I love you, Legwald. You are
Turn him
a
off.
brilliant,
Get him out of here.
brilliant man.
What if I give
brilliant
you prime
man.
Beethoven?
I'll just tell you, when I was in Nashville, country music everywhere in Nashville, and I don't know anything about it, but I met Chet Atkins, who is resoundingly considered the greatest guitarist of our lifetime by even
Never heard of
rock
him.
stars. And I asked Chet Atkins, who's a guy you listen to? And I was just making conversation. And he said, oh, man, I love that Eddie Van Halen.
Wait, his name Chad or Chet?
Chet Atkins.
The only Chet I
you don't
know
know
is
who
Chet
Chet
Holmgren. I know Chet Holmgren. I don't
God,
know
you
Chet
must-
Atkins.
You must be the most sheltered human being I've ever seen. Dude, Chet Atkins was a music legend, a country music dynamo.
Dude, I'm
I
not
can't
going
even
to
believe
band
it.
camp. I play sports.
We need to amend this then,
Wide-
Leggy.
widely regarded as one of the greatest
Okay.
finger pickers in the history of music.
Got it. I got a better question
Jesus
for Leggy
God.
then, because I knew he was going to say Van Halen. You might change your answer on this one. Prime Van Halen or LeAngelo Ball's new single that just released like a week ago.
I got to be honest. LeAngelo's not on my playlist yet, but I'm working toward it.
Jeff Legwold, always appreciate the time, Leggy. We'll talk to you next week, hopefully after a Broncos playoff win.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, there you go. Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, and all conversations
Oh
with
my
Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68.
Hey.
Start with a job, end with a career.
Let me see Chet Atkins try and score a bucket on Chet Holmgren. Give it a shot, sucker.
Okay. Let's see you try and score a bucket on Chet Holmgren.
I guarantee I'll score one on Chet Atkins.
Who's Chet Atkins? Pfft. Who's Mother Teresa?
Can he play sports?
Who's
Chet Atkins is 6 feet tall, man.
How old is he?
He probably could. Well, he's dead.
He's dead.
Oh, well,
Long
I can
gone.
definitely
Dead for a
take
long
him to the
time.
hole.
Oh my God.
By the way, I know it's snowing outside, but I will be out at the Colorado Convention Center today from noon to 2 for the 47th Annual Denver International Sportsman's Expo, and it's open now through
Dude,
Sunday.
I love that expo. That's awesome.
$16 for a ticket for an adult, and it's free entry for youths. That's youths under 15 and active military with IDs. There are hundreds of exhibits on hunting, RVs, outfitters, and everything for the outdoorsman in you. More info at sportsexpos.com. By the way, if you're wondering what it looked like for Chet Atkins to post up Chet Holmgren, it looks a lot like this on the board behind me.
Hey,
I gotta
I'm going
say,
to tell you right now.
dude, their faces look really similar.
Chet Holmgren's commercial with SGA, probably more popular than anything Chet Atkins ever did.
Okay.
You are the dumbest human alive. You really are dumb. You
What
know,
a
I
pro
used to
wants?
think it was just maybe an act, or maybe it was.
Look at that!
You know,
Look at that old man with
happenstance.
that old-fashioned
You're
guitar.
You know what?
You're a friggin' idiot.
Let me turn the tables here a little bit. Hey, have some respect, Vic, for a guy who came before you that was extremely talented. Have some respect for Chet Atkins.
I have to know who he is to have respect.
Do some
let me say
research.
this.
I'm not interested in that subject matter.
Let me educate
Dawson.
you.
Go to a history book.
Let me
This
educate
is a
you
sports
just a
show.
little bit.
This is a sports show, Moj. This is not a music history show. We don't talk music history. This is a show that revolves around the topic of sport.
Chet Atkins
Well,
does look like he sounded like Newt Rockne. I will say that.
Yeah. Well, Vic, the reason I bring
You
that
guys
up,
all ready to
I
have a
heard
good
what-
time around here? Yeah.
Yeah, I heard what you just said, Vic, but when NSYNC came on and you danced and touched yourself at the 7 o'clock hour, you had a far different opinion. And because of that, I assumed that it was open free reign to discuss these things on the program. I'll admit that I'll apologize for bringing it up if you'd like me to, but I'll say this about Chet Atkins. He's regarded as the guitar player's guitar player, that all the dudes who came afterwards, from Mark Knopfler to Eddie Van Halen to whomever you want to talk about, like they looked at this guy as like a guitar god. Chet Atkins was a brilliant, brilliant player. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Great.
Sunday, before...
What do you want me to do with that information?
Bend over and I'll show you.
Sunday, before and after the Broncos game, Altitude's going to bookend the coverage of that Broncos playoff game. You can tune in from 9 to 11 for pre-game coverage live from number 38 with D-Mac, Mike Sanford, and the whole crew on the air. You can watch the game with D-Mac at number 38, then finish the day with the Altitude crew at 8 p.m. with a live commercial-free Altitude After Dark, reacting to the Broncos playoff game on 92.5, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll see you on Sunday.
Now, let me say something that will add value to this sports show, because it is a sports show. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we will be graced on the air by the presence of one Jim Nantz. Confirmed.
Who's that? Could he
Confirmed.
post up Chet Holmgren?
Confirmed. Jim Nantz will join
In
us
fact,
live on the
I
air
want-
from Buffalo.
I want that to be your first question. Hey,
You
Jim,
go ahead and top
long
that,
time-
Mosier. Yeah, you ask
Jim,
him about Chet, whatever his name is.
Jim, I've known you for a long time. You're doing well, obviously. Could you post up Chet Holmgren? Is that possible? Could you do that? By the way, Nance is a pretty tall dude. Maybe he could.
He is 6'4", possibly 6'5".
Can I play something here that is a little off the beaten path? We haven't done this one in a while, but you know what? Prime was on Good Morning America, and they wanted to get their look. I'm assuming the people on Good Morning America. Who's hosting that? Is that the Hoda show? Does Hoda host that?
No, she's Today's show.
She's on Today.
Yeah,
She's
my wife
Today
watches
show.
that.
Who's
every-
Good Morning
every
America?
morning.
Oh, is that the
I don't
Bush daughter? The Bush daughter? Is she on? I don't know.
No,
Whoever
no,
it
she's
is.
Today.
No, she's on the Today
Good
show.
Morning America is Michael Strahan, isn't it? Isn't he on
Yes,
that?
that's right. That's right. So they got Coach Prime on their program, and they asked him the question that we've asked for, 2 years, and are kind of done with it now. But hey, would you leave CU?
But is there a chance that you could head to the NFL?
I know where you're going. You try to go viral, right? Yeah. If I respond, you know we're going viral, right?
I know, right?
You know what? The only way I would consider is to coach my son. Not son. No. Sons. Okay.
I think we're going to go viral with that.
Yeah.
So that's not a no.
Well, I love Colorado. Now, I love my Buffaloes. I love everything that we're building. I love everything that we're doing, and I love Boulder, Colorado. I do.
So he said both of my sons, which I don't think would happen.
Think about how many planets would have to align for that to happen.
Exactly.
I mean, you would have to find a team that's looking for a head coach, a team that's looking for a quarterback, and then a team in the later rounds that wants a safety.
But also,
if he gets drafted in the later rounds, I don't know what the draft value is for Shiloh, but coaching both kids, it's going to take a lot of manipulation to get there.
Let me say a couple things. This isn't I'm not trying to be disrespectful here. I don't see Shiloh as an NFL safety. I just don't think he's athletic enough for it. Hard hitter, plays physically. That's all great. But here's the other thing. Get this through your head for a second. You talked about everything aligning perfectly, Vic. A team would have to go to the draft. Nobody's going to go to the draft without a coach, so they're going to have one already.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to be a team bad enough to pick, you would assume, early in the first round to take Shedeur.
Yep.
And then take Shiloh. And then what? They'd fire their coach after the draft to hire Dion. Like, none of this makes sense. Yeah.
It's far-fetched. But then again, hey, man, the notion of Prime coming to see you 2 years ago, that was far-fetched. And it happened. So I don't count anything out anymore.
It could be a situation down the road.
Maybe.
You know, it doesn't have to be this year. It could be 3 years from now. I mean, I don't know. I'm just speculating. But all that did was reassure me that he loves where he's at and what he's doing.
Texter says he's talking about Travis Hunter and Shedeur. No, I think it's Shiloh. I do think it's Shiloh, although that is funny. Now, can I say one other thing about this? And I'm going to put myself in, like, Shedeur's shoes.
Do you want your dad following you to the end?
Dad, enough.
Yeah,
I really appreciate
I thought the
everything.
same
Just
thing.
Enough.
I thought the same.
I'm doing my own thing now.
Listen, I love being a father, my beautiful baby boy. I love being a father. I love it. There's nothing better. You guys are fathers. There's nothing better. But at some point, don't you just have to say, go?
Yes.
Go.
Like, if I'm Shedeur, I'm just going to be like, Dad, thank you for everything. You've gotten me to this point. It's time for me to leave the nest and kind of fly on my own for a little bit, though.
I believe it's time for me to fly.
You know what I mean? I don't think I would want that. If I'm going to the NFL and then my dad's coaching me and he's been coaching me since I was, like, in middle school, like, it's time. It's time for me to go on and do my own thing.
Now, they have an outstanding relationship,
They do.
father-son. They really do. Well, it's unique to most father-son coaching relations. I coached my kid in basketball, and it sucked. I hated it. I didn't like it. It was a tough situation. It seems easy for Prime and Shedeur. It really does.
Mm-hmm.
I just think after college, enough. You know, like, where does it end?
Right. Yeah, I'd be over it by then. 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. So, again, we'll have that bookend coverage, 2-hour pregame show before the Broncos on Sunday, and then from 8 to 9 p.m., an hour-long commercial-free post-game that you can tune into on basically every platform that's available to you.
And with that post-game show, it'll be on all of our digital socials and also live on 92.5 for that hour. But then after that hour, if I'm assuming this will happen, if D-Mac and Mike Sanford still have more things to say, it will continue on our social exclusively.
Do those two, well, Nelly, listen to what you just asked. Do those two ever not have something to say?
I would ask D-Mac to respond
anything?
right now, but he's probably doing one of his 17 podcasts live as we speak.
Yeah, exactly right. And Coach Sanford's on some television show somewhere, you know. I mean, my goodness gracious.
Texter 6642. I love Vic's arrogance just because Vic doesn't know somebody that makes that person irrelevant. Exactly. In my life. Exactly.
Hey, you know what, Vic? Then don't jump on me for when I do the same thing, okay? You call me disrespectful, that I wasn't, all this different stuff.
Well, I'm not disrespecting Ched Jones. I'm just saying I don't know who he is. That's all.
It's not Ched. It's Chet.
It's not.
And his last name isn't Jones. It's Atkins.
It's not so much here or here, but kind of right here is where the pain comes in when Vic talks like that.
Ched.
It's like right above my right eyeball, right above the eye, right here in the brow.
When's the last time we had a good Ched? C-H-E-D, Ched. The last Ched I know is from Rookie of the Year, Ched Stedman. Played by the great Gary Busey.
There's nobody's a Ched. That's not a real name. There's no Cheds in this world.
Well, let me look it up.
There's Chads.
There's Ched Evans, who's a Welsh footballer. Maybe that's who you had in mind.
Famous
fake.
Cheds.
Texter,
this autocorrect.
This is the most insulting thing ever texted to me personally. I heard Vic took a DNA test. He's actually mostly French. If you want to insult me, that's the way to do it. Good job.
I looked up famous Cheds, and it gave me Wolfgang Puck and Bobby Flay, and I realized it autocorrected to chefs. Anyway, Texture says, practice what you preach, Brett. Time to let baby Jamal Kale leave the nest. I tried, and she cried.
You know what's funny? you guys poke fun at me for not knowing certain things. Like, I don't know a lot of, like, what was it that I didn't know that was in the kitchen? And you guys said, oh, why don't you know what iron grill?
Cast iron skillet.
I didn't know what the hell that was.
Skillet.
So I'm a function of my life. I'm a function of the way I was raised. Like, if you ask my brothers, I guarantee, Moj, get on it right now. Text any one of my brothers. Ask them who the hell Chet Jones is and see if they know.
Atkins. Chet.
Ask them.
All right.
Do you actually want me to get your brothers on the phone?
No, just ask them. You're a function
I'm asking them right now.
Of how you were raised. They don't have we don't know. We didn't talk about Chet growing up.
I have a bunch of friends named Ched at work.
Played sports.
That hang drywall. Can you send those Cheds to my house, by the way, and have them do it for free? I need drywall in my basement.
That basement's still getting worked on
I mean,
over time.
yeah, it's piecemealing my way through it.
Okay, so I texted your brothers. As soon as I hear back, I will let you know.
Guarantee.
But, listen, okay. We're gonna get tomorrow's going to be a ton of Broncos. Can't wait for Jim Nantz. Mm-hmm. He's going to be calling the game in Buffalo. Oh, by the way, have you taken a look at the new building they're building there across the street?
It looks
from?
Sweet. They're putting,
it looks like it's going to be a pretty damn good building.
It's a canopy stadium, and the way they built it, where I think like 2/3 of the seats will be sheltered.
60% of the seats.
Yeah.
Wait, who are we talking about
60% are going to be sheltered.
The new Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo, the new Buffalo Stadium.
Yeah, so they've got a canopy around it, and the way it's designed, most of the stadium, you're not going to get affected by snow. And they've got heated seats, heated field, everything's heated.
Yeah, your butts are going to be hot.
So you're seeing these teams do this. And all I can think of when I see renditions of this new stadium in Buffalo is I cannot wait for the Penner Walton Group to unveil what they've got planned in Denver. It is going to knock the socks off the National Football League. I can't wait for the new one.
Hey, Brett, I bought my truck almost about 6 years ago. I bought my truck, and I love my truck. And when you pay off a vehicle, God, that's a great day. All of a sudden, your pink slip arrives in the mail. You're like, oh my God. But here's Adelio. I do not. Okay, there's one.
And what does my brother do for a living? Moj, what does my brother do for a living?
God, he's a music producer.
He's a music producer, one of the most successful ones in town. And he doesn't know who Chet Jones is either.
Okay. Anyway, Brett, I will say this. My previous car, I never had a car that had anything fancy in it. I had a CD player. That was pretty cool. But my seats were all, you had to pull the lever, all that kind of thing. But my truck came with heated seats. And let me tell you something. If I'm in Buffalo and my tush is getting warm, I am a happy pig in slop. If I'm in my truck and I can turn that seat heater on, and my butt gets warm when I'm driving, and I feel like maybe I even tinkled a little bit, that is that's a great feeling, bro, when it's cold outside.
Overrated feature of the car is the butt warmer. I don't get it. I really don't.
It also has a butt. It also has a butt chiller. Yeah, it has a butt chiller in the summertime, and that's great too, man. I love the warm. Anyway, so if Buffalo is building a stadium where your tush gets warm-ski, that is a great stadium.
See, at the end of the day, the way they're building these things, everybody wants to play that, leave it outdoors. It's a man's game. At the end of the day, football fans want to be comfortable. Most of them. Now, I'm not saying it's not fun to go out in the elements and watch a game, and we've all done it. I mean, I was raised going to Mile High watching snow games. But the people who spend the money want to be comfortable at games.
That is
I've sat at Mile High.
That's a fact.
And I would sit there at Mile High and I wouldn't move for a while, and the snow would build up on my beer tall, and then my legs, like the snow would build up on my legs tall, and I'm like, this is kind of cool, but this kind of sucks. I was kind of, it's cool that we're in the elements watching football, but I'm also cold and snow was piling up on me like I'm a tree stump.
Moj, you have to do it. You're competing with 75-inch televisions. You're competing with the home theater. You're competing with other things. If you don't make it accommodating for fans at the stadium, you're going to lose. And that's why they're doing this.
The point is tomorrow we'll get into the Broncos and the Bills and make up predictions and so on and so forth. But I think we've had some pretty good discussions so far this week, and asking Jeff, what do the Broncos do better? Well, defensively, okay, they got a Pat Surtain, that's true. But the great equalizer and the great neutralizer is on the other side in Josh Allen, who may be the MVP. I don't know. I would pick Lamar. That's me, or Saquon. But man, it's going to be tough on him. It really is going to be a tough situation to walk into that place and try to pull out a dub.
You can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People. It's on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and it's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Get him, Chet. This feels like the kind of music that they put behind me watching a how-to YouTube video. This is how you make
your drain with a coat hanger.
Yeah, this is how you make a deck chair. Somebody's got a Sawzall, and I'm listening to this in the background. By the way,
tone. Listen, the tone. Listen to the tone real quick. Just try to look. I'm no musical genius by a billion miles, but listen to that clean tone. Listen to each note.
I would rather clip my toenails.
Each note rings in its own.
Okay, hang on a second.
Its own time frame. It's amazing.
Why? Usually when people do something like that, they say, I'd rather
clip your toenails.
Set me on fire than do this or something. And Vic said, I'd rather do a task that I need to do anyway, which is making sure my toenails are
I'm
long.
obviously being ultra facetious. I don't know the difference between what's good and great like you do, Mose. You play the guitar. I don't. I just enjoy arguing with you because what you try to do, you try to shove what you like these little things, music, down our throats on a daily basis.
I'm trying to think in this world what I wouldn't shove down your throat. And the list is pretty small.
Every time there's a guitar riff, every time there's an 80s band, every time. What does he do, Brett?
Phrasing!
Hey, by the way, Vic, you were incorrect on at least one aspect of something, and I'm very excited to talk to Jim Nance. He will not join us at 9 tomorrow. He will join us at 7 tomorrow. He said 9 Eastern, which means the beginning of the show he is going to be on.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
the very first segment of the show.
7 o'clock tomorrow, we will talk to Jim Nance.
Hey, Vic, what time zone are you in, buddy?
Carpet?
Well, maybe I'll just tell him no. Maybe I'll just say we're good.
Why?
Why would you do that? Why would you sabotage? Because you look silly.
I'm angry now at Jim Nance because I don't know how clocks work.
That does get me all the time.
See, when Mosier, you got a genuine laugh out of Mosier because he almost dies.
Oh,
every time. If he laughs really hard, he almost dies.
Did Mario answer?
For those who are waiting, yeah, he did. So Adelio says, I do not. And then, of course, Mario, being the youngest and the smartest mouth of the whole group, says, who the hell is that?
Thank you. In fact, I'll go a step further. You can ask every member of my extended family in North Denver. Not a soul would know who that is.
All right. Back-to-back for the Avs tonight as Denver has been really good.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
Really good on back-to-backs, both the Nuggets and the Avs. Nuggets.
I'm hoping that they respond tonight.
Avs,
yeah,
2-2
Brett, I'm hoping
on the
Avs
year.
respond.
2-2 on the year from the or on the back end of back-to-backs, but the last two have both been W's, and I would expect there's going to be a different fire coming out tonight, Moj. You said it earlier. The Avs have gotten into a pretty bad habit of playing up and down to competition, and it's how you come away with 2 losses to Chicago this year, who was the worst team in the league. But this is one that maybe there was some overlooking of Chicago because they just wanted to get to Minnesota in division rivalry and team above you in the standings and get after them that way. I don't know.
I think it's probably a natural human reaction. I agree, Brett. But you're in a battle for, unless you want to go in as a wild card or have to battle for a wild card all the way through, and look, you're not fully constituted. Val is out. Drouin missed last night again. I think that he probably could go tonight, talking about Jonathan Drouin. And, I'm worried about this upper body thing. It may be something that he just has to live with, for the rest of the season. Just something you're going to have to manage and deal with. I don't know, because it's been a problem for him, and it's probably incredibly painful. But you can't lose games like that, and you got to take those seriously. You need to pound those teams. Good teams and teams that are serious will go into Chicago and they'll put 2 or 3 on them, before they know what's happening, and then you'll call it a day. And you're letting teams hang around that shouldn't be hanging around you. Not that Montreal has been playing better hockey, because they have. But the Avs will look. I mean, look at the Florida game the other night. How good were they against the defending Stanley Cup champions? They were terrific. The previous game against Winnipeg, how good were the Avalanche against that team? Yeah. Very good. I would expect, even in the back-to-back tonight, to walk into St. Paul, to walk into the X, and play a hell of a game this evening.
Do they
a team you haven't faced yet this year?
Is there still that rivalry feel between these two franchises?
Oh, there absolutely is.
Is it?
There's
Okay.
no doubt about it. Yeah, there's still that oomph, and you want to get those guys. Jared Bednar made it pretty clear on the program yesterday. Look, you're not looking behind you. These teams are in front of you, so that carrot's going to be up there tonight for this Avalanche squad, but they should be looking for 2 straight on the road, and they just didn't get that second one. I'm telling you get that second one against Chicago last night, and you got them beat. But nonetheless, I would expect the Avs to go in tonight, and they could very well win this game 4-1. They very well could. We'll see what happens. Mackenzie Blackwood's between the pipes. He's your number one. It's going to give you a boost as well, so we'll see. But it was tough last night, dude. Way too tough.
When are you in the Peg?
Tonight after the game, we fly straight
Wow.
to Winnipeg.
So 3 straight nights, bam, bam, bam.
Yeah. Well, and then, tomorrow I'll do the show from the hotel in Winnipeg.
You're going to do that
and it's
experiment, right? Remember the cold
What, do the
experiment?
Yeah, stick your tongue on a pole.
You might as well say, hey, Moj, you're going to do that experiment, right, where you walk in front of a bus?
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
you might
but-
as well say that
but you
because
said
I'm going to, if you.
You said
I
you
didn't
would,
say I
though.
would do it. You said you wanted me to. And I said, if I'm outside for 10 minutes, Vic, I will die of exposure.
I think
I'm not even
everybody
kidding.
everybody that listens to the show, what's the temperature supposed to be in the Peg tomorrow? What is it? 22 under?
I think with the wind chill like minus 20 something. Yeah,
I
let me
think it'd
see.
be. Listen, I do my thing. I brought Jim Nantz to the show. You do your thing.
I know it's
you
cold
go freeze
there.
your ass off.
I know it's cold there. Right now in Minnesota, it's 16. I know it's cold there, but right now in Minnesota, where I am, it's 16 degrees. Let's see. Winnipeg, Manitoba. Let's see here. Oh, it's going to get cold overnight. Daily.
Good Lord.
I'm trying to find it.
Got to pick
here.
up the pace here, Moj.
Lord.
Got to pick up the pace.
Tomorrow it's going to be 6.
Great. Take that plastic bottle of water.
Now hold on. Now that's
Twist the
6.
top.
Okay, that's not wind chill. That's just hey, straight up 6. What's up, right? Mm-hmm. But one more than 5, one less than 7, 6.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to be. And then you add the wind chill in, and I don't know what it's going to be.
Well, you
We're
promised
getting out of
us-
town just in time too, because Sunday it's going to be -9. Monday a high of -3, low of -16.
Vic, I'm sorry.
That's great.
Moj, do an experiment. Run naked through Winnipeg.
Yeah,
Do that.
I'll do that. That'll be great. Then I'll die. And
hey.
then you guys will be happy.
Breaking news. Give it to me, Nelly. The Colorado Rockies have signed a free agent.
They did?
Who told you that?
Big signing. Tyro Estrada. 1-year deal. He hit .217 last year. Second baseman. There we go.
Huge, yeah.
Let's go!
I need you to put your headphones back on because I need to make a point here, especially to you, Moj. So put your headphones back on.
I don't know the difference between Tyrell Estrada and Chet Jones. Easy.
I mean, God, what are you doing? So much rattling. Here's the point I wanted to make.
We need a full season of KB.
This is mind blowing. Okay, prepare to have your mind blown. When did Nolan Arenado leave the Rocks? Do you remember?
2021?
Yeah.
I don't remember. Is it?
I'm going to give you guys the list of free agents signed by the Rockies to multi-year deals.
Chris Bryant.
Since that.
Chris Bryant.
Yep.
That pitcher.
Free agents, not re-signs.
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant.
Did they trade for Quantrill or did they sign him as a free agent? Was it a 1-year deal?
The answer is Chris Bryant.
That's it?
2020, no one. 2021, no one. 2022, Chris Bryant. 2023, no one. 2024, no one. 2025, no one.
Yeah, but isn't that the plan though? I mean, rebuild just take it all apart.
It wasn't in 2020.
Floorboards up. From the floorboards up.
It wasn't in 2020.
Jam. From the floorboards up.
And this
Hey,
is
dude,
this is what I tried to explain to you, Moj, that when
What?
Nolan, part of the reason that Nolan left was he signed the contract, and he said, there's still going to be money to sign people, right? And they said, yep, and then nothing happened.
Well, they gave Chris Bryant
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
After Nolan
Last
left.
Last week, the Rockies' Twitter account wished Chris Bryant a happy birthday. And the ratio
Yeah,
the ratio was off. It was bad. I felt bad for the Rockies.
I
Because
feel
they're
bad
just
for the
trying to
guy. I
wish-
mean, I'm not one to rub it in on him. He's clearly, I don't know. If he chose to play and he can't, what do you want me to do?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. The whole thing has just been really, really. It's been a huge bummer, beyond bummer. I mean, catastrophe, if you want to call it that. I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm saying his body's broken down. He's not that old. But boy, did they get ratioed hard, Gator.
It's
It was
almost
tough.
impossible.
It was
to
really
not
tough.
Sign a single player to a multi-year deal in 6 years, outside of Bryant. That's really hard to do. Fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Guys, I figured out why we're getting so much snow today. It's because hell has finally frozen over because we've been on the air for 3 hours and Victor Lombardi has not said the words Notre or Dame once, even though they played a football game tonight.
It's pretty amazing.
So, Vic,
pretty
it's your fault
amazing.
for the snow.
I don't need to. I mean, I'm clearly going to watch the game, and we're not talking about it because it's not topical to the show. Apparently, you guys have no interest. I do. I don't push my agenda.
You're gonna watch that silly little football game. You're gonna watch me.
Listen, with all due respect to you, Coach Bednar, who's a good friend, love the guy. Zero chance I turn away from the Notre Dame game tonight. Zero. I mean, like, no
some
chance
silly
at
little
all.
football game thing.
Anyway, got a lot to discuss
Why can't
tomorrow.
you go full bass? Largemouth bass, just have one eye on each, man.
Nope. Not the way I
iTunes,
consume.
Spotify, wherever the hell you get your podcast. Moshe Lombardi and Kane is where you can find it. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Miners back in the net. Face-off won by the Hawks. And the game is won by the Hawks. For the second time this season, Colorado can't beat Chicago. They lose this one by a final score of 3-1.
And Denver will inbound it, and that'll be the basketball game. The Nuggets stay undefeated on the second game of back-to-backs. They are 8-0. Denver evens up the season series with the LA Clippers tonight by a final of 126-103.
Nuggets improved to 8-0 on the second leg of a back-to-back. They're 2-6 on the front side, but we won't, really mention that part. Avs fall to the worst team in the NHL last night, 3-1. A weird night for Denver sports. We've got the Avs back at it this evening against the Minnesota Wild. And today marks the start of a remarkable 5-day stretch in football.
It's football heaven.
It is football heaven starting today.
And I need football heaven in my life because the hour and, 52-minute drive that I had on what normally is a 40-minute drive.
Yeah, today was a night.
That was the opposite of a football heaven.
Stay home.
That was a driving hell. So bosses, if you have people that you're in charge of, tell them to stay the frick home. Because I rolled through a dang intersection right here in Lone Tree, pretty close to the studio. I'm rolling through it, tried to stop, and I just did the old slow roll right into the intersection. There's people that are slowly coming on a left turn, and I slowly turned into the median to avoid the accident. So I just come to a stop because the median stopped the wheels on my car.
That's the one that you're going through the intersection, so you start flashing the brights and maybe pop the horn a couple of times. Just be like, hey, I'm not trying to do this. I didn't mean to do this. Just stay out of my way. And we'll be okay.
But seriously, stay safe out there. So I up north where I live, far up north, it wasn't bad at all. So I just got in the car. I'm like, what is everybody talking about? It's not bad.
We got pounded down in the Southwest where we live. We got hammered.
I took 470 to get down here just to avoid 25 because the Google Maps iteration of 25 was a mess. Just red. Like Google Maps was darker than normal with the traffic of red. It was like purple.
It's like magenta.
It was wild. I was like,
what is that color?
I'm like, I don't want to go there.
You will die. That's the color.
So they go 470, and it's right at the airport. Disaster. It was awful.
5-game stretch or 5-day stretch of football starts this evening.
Oh yeah, we got some Notre Dame, Penn State. That's gonna be a good one.
We're gonna have Pat Forty, senior writer at Sports Illustrated, joining us today at 10:40 to start previewing the college football playoff. We'll talk about Wild Card Weekend, certainly a bunch about the Broncos and the Bills. We'll also talk about the appearance that Dion made yesterday, talking about, hey, the only way that I'm leaving CU is if I can coach both of my sons. And he made a point to say plural sons in the NFL, which makes my point from yesterday, I think, even that much more pertinent of, well, it's a pipe dream that Dion's going to coach because was Shiloh Sanders really a National Football League player?
Well, if he's the head coach, then he is.
We've seen nepotism play out here.
To my point about what I said yesterday.
This 5-game or 5-day stretch of football starts tonight. Notre Dame, Penn State.
Yep.
Tomorrow, Ohio State, Texas.
Which of the two are you more excited about?
Both games are going to be great. I think Ohio State, Texas is the more... Ohio State, Texas, the more exciting game because of how well Ohio State is playing right now and how big of a program Texas is. And how big it would be if Texas actually made a CFP final.
I have feelings of Ohio State just obliterating Texas because Texas has been playing – they haven't played good football in this CFP. I mean, they messed around and almost lost to a 9-3 – a team that ended up 9-4 in Clemson. And then
I wouldn't say they almost lost.
I mean, it was a 1-score game with like 2-3 minutes to go. I mean,
it kind of felt those scores that Klubnik had at the end of the game felt garbage timey.
Yeah, I can see that.
They're certainly not playing as well as Ohio State is.
Yeah.
I'm more excited for that game because I feel as though the storylines are a little bit bigger. I think tonight's game between Notre Dame and Penn State has a greater chance of being
a classic,
an all-time classic.
That's what it feels like. Because they're almost they're similarly built programs. I do think that they're built well in the trenches. I had a chance to watch Penn State up close and personal against my Boise State Broncos in the Fiesta Bowl, and I came away impressed. I did. I was like, they're really good.
You're singing the praises of Aller over the last couple of days.
Yeah, he's a very worthy project that is currently not coming out to the NFL draft. He's only a third-year player. If he plays his tail off, like for example tonight, I think he is quarterback 1 in the draft class.
Who is the most unlikable team left in the playoff, and who is the team that's easiest to root for?
Just for me,
because it's 4 programs. You look at all 4 of the programs, and if you're not associated with one of them, it should be really easy to hate all 4 teams.
Yeah, they are like the quintessential blue blood programs that have been in the have conversation as opposed to the have-nots, which I've been a part of. The have-not
There's
programs.
no Detroit Lions here.
Yeah.
There's no Buffalo Bills here. It's all Patriots and Raiders and Lakers and Cowboys.
Penn State hasn't won a national title since when? It's got to be the 80s? Because Notre Dame has not won a national title since 1988.
Penn State's last national championship is 1986, 2 years prior to Notre Dame.
That's pretty cool. Like, so for the rooting interests of, Texas won one in 2010?
10?
Vince Young?
Earlier in 2010. I think that's like the 2006 Rose Bowl.
Yep.
2006? Thank you.
Okay. 2006. So they won one.
Remember, I got grounded. I wasn't able to go to the watch party.
Uh-oh.
There was something on my phone that shouldn't have been on my phone.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then Ohio State's won one in the last, Urban Meyer won one 6 years ago.
Ohio State's last national championship came in 2014.
Wow. Been a decade. But Texas, Ohio State, more recent, 1986 and 1988, last national championships for Penn State and Notre Dame, 2 extremely proud programs. I would like to see one of those 2 programs win a national championship, period. I just feel that way.
Notre Dame feels more likable right now than they ever have been in my lifetime.
I'd agree with that. Yeah, because Marcus Freeman's a likable dude.
Got
a nice hairline.
Because Notre Dame has the same feeling that Duke does. There's a few hateable players. It always felt like every year that Notre Dame had. And it was easy to hate Brady Quinn. I thought...
Why was it easy to hate Brady Quinn?
It was easy because the super sharp-looking fellow...
it's because he's 6'5".
Oh, yeah. He's got everything.
Okay.
There's got to be something wrong with you. And then there was this weird... what's the term? Schadenfreude. You ever heard that term?
I have, but I have no idea what it means.
Pleasure in other people's pain.
Okay.
There was this weird feeling when he got to the NFL and he fell flat on his face.
You're like, yeah, I like that.
You kind of liked it. Yep. But there's no one there from Notre Dame. Not this year. There's no one I hate.
Yeah, Marcus Freeman's a likable cat. Riley Leonard, the quarterback to transfer from Duke, was a lot of fun to watch last year. And, he's not having a great year, but he's gritty. He's tough. He's not overrated.
Jimmy Clausen was really easy to hate.
Oh, yeah.
Tommy Rees was really easy to hate.
Tommy Rees interviewing for the offensive coordinator job, apparently, at the Cleveland Browns. That just popped in the
Tell
last
me
12
you hate
hours.
Riley Leonard, and he's just a guy.
Likable guy, right? And then they have Jeremiah Love, the big running back. He's a good player. They don't have a bunch of... There's no punchable faces.
No. Ohio State and Texas are the two programs that you can look at and you go, I don't want anything to do with you right now.
Yeah, that's how I feel with Texas right now. And I actually
is it
like
a Sarkisian
Sark.
thing?
I like Sark. I know Sark and I like him. He's a cool dude. He's a great guy to have a cold beer with. Well,
it's Quinn Ewers.
I hate Quinn Ewers, man. And he's not a bad person either. I just don't like watching him play football. And he's got a punchable face. I saw an interview with him over the course of the last day or so, and I'm like, I just don't like him.
You know what's funny? I attribute Sam Ellinger's "We're Back" to Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
That's how easy it is to transfer that hatred with Texas. So Texas and Ohio State are kind of on the same plane for me because Texas hasn't gotten it done as recently as the Buckeyes. I will put Ohio State as the most hateable program left in the 4. I'll throw Notre Dame somehow the most likable of the four. Somehow.
I'm actually rooting for Penn State tonight. But it's like I'm happy with either one of those results. I want Ohio State to mollywop Texas tomorrow night. I don't know. I want it to be over because I don't like watching them play football. The way that Ohio State's playing ball right now, that's good, clean. Like run the ball. They play great defense. They're flying around. Texas is just like they're just flopping their way through this playoff so far. I think that tonight's going to be the best game of the CFP, and just the closest game, the most.
It's going to beat the Arizona State game.
Yeah, that was goofy to me. It was obviously like fun and exciting, but dude, Texas should never have allowed Arizona State to be back.
24-3 with 12 minutes
honestly,
to go.
That's embarrassing. That's bad football. I don't think tonight will be bad football. I think there'll be two really well coached, really well executing defensive and run games that are just good on good. Just a collision of two powers within college football. I think that's what's going to
I'm so excited. And we're just talking about two games. That's just Thursday and Friday. And then we open up a 5-game slate on Saturday. A 2-game slate on Saturday and a 3-game slate on Sunday. That's obviously highlighted by the Broncos and the Bills. We're going to be doing a live pregame show at number 38.
Cannot wait. Come down to the old number 38 and join a lot of us.
D-Mac, myself, Coach Sanford. I don't know who else is going to show up, but you're guaranteed
my kids. Kids are going to be, just.
Gunner's going to be zipping around.
He was buzzing last night at the old at Ball Arena. Just me and Gunner watching the Avs or the Nugs. Excuse me. The Nugs were awesome last night.
We'll get into that on the other side. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Also, the 47th Annual Denver International Sportsman's Expo is at the Colorado Convention Center. It starts today. It runs through Sunday. $16 adult tickets and free entry for your youth under 15 years of age and active military members with ID. There are hundreds of exhibits on hunting, RVs, outfitters, and everything for the outdoorsman in you. More info at sportsexpos.com. No Jokic, no problem. 126-103, the Nuggets over the Clippers. They improved to 21-5. Julian Straw, they're 5 of 10 from the field off the bench, 4 of 8 from 3 with 16 points. He's a plus 18 in his 32 minutes. All 5 starters for the Nuggets in double digits in that game. Russell Westbrook, 19 points, 8 assists, 6 rebounds.
He was so fun last night.
So fun to watch. I only got to watch the second half of the game. I was on network for Avs and Blackhawks, so when Spring and I got off our post-game show, I was able to watch like the last half of the third and the fourth quarter when Denver had kind of started to pull away. What did you see last night when you were in the building?
Just a really spirited, like high output defensive effort from everybody that played, minus Dario Saric, who had his best game in a Nuggets uniform. But strangely as it seems, I've been joking, kind of like saying that he is the South Park character of the emo kid on the Nuggets roster. Dude, he is like, I almost want to give the guy a hug. Watching him play basketball, he's like,
someone kicked your dog.
It's unbelievable. He just like he's just every time out, he's moping around, shoulders are slumped. Michael Malone's up there, like he give him like, hey, good job, man. And then he goes over and just slams the towel down on the bench. I'm like, dude, what is wrong with this dude?
What does this sound like, Coach?
I don't know.
What does this sound like? This sounds like something that, Jared Bednar and Chris McFarland had to deal with the Avalanche about a month ago. And granted, it was with a player who was way more important to their success on a daily basis with Alexander Georgiev, but I'm pretty sure you made the same analogy to the same emo kid in South Park with Georgie. When every time something went wrong, it was woe is me, look down at the ice, and then every now and again you'd get a shattered goal stick, and then everyone kind of snapped their heads back and looked like, dude, what is going on? It's your fault that it's in the net. Georgie's success mattered way more to the Avs than Saric's does to the Nuggets. But when you look at the big hole with the Nuggets, it is who plays behind Joker and who can buoy the second unit. So, in a sense, the Nuggets need to find a way, and I don't know if they can. You need to find a way to fill the hole the same way that Chris McFarland did with his 2 goaltending trades. Now, granted, the CBA in the National Basketball Association is impossible to navigate, especially with the fact that when you sign guys to extensions, you're not allowed to trade them until essentially the next offseason, with the Jamal Murray situation. So your hands are tied behind your back. It might just be you have to find somebody else to get in there and play those minutes. Because Dario Saric, that experiment has failed.
Dario Saric has failed. And this was the craziest thing about it is that this, from a production standpoint, by far his best performance as a Nugget. 7 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, a steal, and he was plus 11 in the net, which just about everybody in the Nuggets team was plus. But that was about as good as it gets for Saric. Zeke Naji also. What are we doing with Zeke Naji? What does he have on Calvin Booth that he's on this roster as an $8 million player?
The greatest stolen contract in Nuggets history?
It's over.
It's bad. But let's talk the positives. You know what was one of the coolest developments of the game for me? I'm a sicko, and my son, I'm teaching my son to be a sicko as well with sports consumption.
He's got a Chuck Liddell haircut. I love it.
We stayed till like the very end of a blowout. It's just about an empty ball arena by the time it's 2 minutes left in the game. Jalen Pickett comes off and gets some of the late minutes. Jalen Pickett aggressively shoots up a 3. Nails it. The very next possession, he's bringing the ball up with authority, steps up to the 3-point line, nobody contests him, boom, pops another 3. And I liked it. Because Jalen Pickett looked a little heavy to me last year. Like he looked a little overweight. He looks like he's slender. He's slimmed down a little bit. And what I like about it is it's one of those moments like, I know this is the end of the game, but if you're going to have inconsistent shooters on this roster, I'm going to show Michael Malone in this moment, I can be used in this spot. I'm working on this part of my game. I want to display that I have the confidence to take those types of shots. And those types of things, you never know when it ends up materializing later on in the season. And all of a sudden he's a corner 3-ball shooter.
You saw him last night, but it was kind of what Bones Highland did in his first few games when he was a Nugget, where he was coming in either in cleanup duty or in minutes where the Nuggets had already won a game, and he's going to get his. He's going to toss up his shots. You were never going to know what he could do in terms of maybe carrying the second unit with his shooting. And obviously, they move on from him. They move him out of the locker room, and you end up winning a championship. You do need to see those players step up in garbage minutes and show what they can actually do at the level. It is nice because Jalen Pickett did come into the league, and there was the whole booty ball thing. You just back players up as a back-to-basket point guard when he was in college. It very clearly doesn't work at the next level for him. So it's good to see him change what he was known for coming into the league. Good win for them.
Did you know about the Russell Westbrook baby celebration?
No.
Did you know about that, KJ?
What's the baby? Like where he...
Yeah.
He
rock him in that cradle, baby.
Did you see he took somebody to the cup aggressively? It was like the third or fourth quarter, and he rocked a cradle like I've never seen a man rock a cradle before. And I'm like, what is this thing? So I turned out, Dan Tanner was right behind me watching the game. And I was like, do you know the significance of the cradle thing? Like, KJ, do you know it?
I don't know exactly where it started or why it's towards the Clippers.
So it's his signature deal. He's been doing it for years. So
all right, so he's just calling the defensive player a baby. I'm just rocking you to sleep. You're my baby.
So he was interviewed.
Right, that's it. I'm your daddy. That's what it is. It's Pedro Martinez and Zimmer. Who's your daddy?
But he leaned in, and it was pretty fun to watch. I was a fan of it. So I looked it up. I Googled it. In the age of Google, let's leave nothing up to chance. And he was on Jimmy Kimmel Live and asked about this rocking the baby. And he said that he trash talks that, a lot of people do the too little, like I think Shedeur Sanders and
everyone does it.
Yeah, the too little. But he on Jimmy Kimmel, he said it's my way of showing like lesser players that I just bodied up on the post. Like you are my small child, and I'm taking you to the cup.
Who's your daddy?
Yep.
I love that. Big win for them. Second leg of a back-to-back. They've been unbeatable on the second leg. The Avs have been also really good on back-to-backs. 8-0, but 2-6 on the front end. Avs had their front end of a back-to-back. They'll see Minnesota this evening at XL Energy Center.
So 10-6 for the Nuggets in back-to-back generally.
Not bad.
Not terrible at all.
Not terrible at all.
Yeah. And you got to get Jokic completely rested during the Serbian Christmas, apparently. I guess that's what the last 2 days were, the Serbian Christmas.
It said illness. Is that what you're calling norovirus now, Serbian Christmas?
They might be synonymous.
Okay.
There might be a translation that could.
That's how it works.
Yeah, there could be
We're
something.
Duolingoing Serbia at this point.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Avs outshoot the Blackhawks last night, 36-20. However, Peter Mrazek makes 35 saves. Blackhawks beat Colorado 3-1 on the first of the back-to-back. It was just a snoozy. It was a boring, snoozy game. They were far and away the better team on the ice. They put a bunch of shots on. They had a bunch of grade A's early that they did not convert. Rantanen was like allergic to shooting the puck into empty nets for the night. It just felt like one of those games. And I know they took the gamble of playing the backup in Trent Miner and, hoping or expecting that you can get their 2 points. If you play Mackenzie Blackwood in that game, you still probably lose.
Connor Bedard with 2 points, huh?
Yeah, Bedard looked all right. I mean, I still think he's regressed heavily, but that was just one of those games where you look at the Avs and you go, you kind of walked in there expecting to win. And more often than not, a team at the Avs level and a team at Chicago's level, which is like Stanley Cup contender versus contention for number 1 overall pick. You can just show up to those games and you'll win 7 out of 10 of them. But this is one of the 3 out of the 10 that you just don't find the back of the net early. The power play doesn't click, and you lose a 1 or a 2 goal hockey game. Chicago's been that team for the Avs dating back to like 2018, where you throttle them a couple of times, and then there's these like 2-1 loss, 3-2 loss.
Mrazek?
Horrible.
He was great in this game, wasn't he?
Great in the game.
97.2 save percentage.
He hadn't won a
hockey game. Is his first name Piotr?
Peter. There is a Piotr in the league.
Okay.
Piotr Kochetkov is a netminder for Carolina.
I was looking at the same spelling as Piotr Jan, the UFC fighter, also of Russian descent.
Peter Mrazek, I think, is Czech. I think he's Czech. That's my guess. He's either Czech or he's a Slovak.
He's Czech. Very well. From Ostrava, Czechoslovakia.
Mrazek hadn't won a game since November. He was 0-6-0 in his last 7 starts. Like, he's not a good goalie, and for some reason has showed up really well against the Avs. He stopped 60 of 63 shots against from the Avs this year. Just one of those games that you look at and you go, you know what? Sweep it under the rug. Drouin didn't play as a last-minute scratch, and you look ahead. If you beat Minnesota tonight, you look at the bookend wins against the team that's ahead of you in the Central and then the team that just won a Stanley Cup in Florida, and you forget about the one pretty quickly. However, if you look flat again tonight as a result, then you can start to ask some questions. Oh, can they do this against, consistent good competition? I'm excited to watch tonight's game. Dan Orlovsky had this to say about the Broncos and their matchup coming up on Sunday.
I'm most interested in Buffalo-Denver.
Really?
I'll be clear. I think Buffalo wins the game.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to pick a game that I could see the upset happening, it's that one. Okay. And that's the one that gives me the most fear if I was a Buffalo fan, because one, Patrick Surtain changes everything that Buffalo wants to do and has had success doing this season. Denver treats Surtain like the Jets and Rex Ryan used to treat Darrelle Revis. We're going to put you on one side of the field and you put an X on that side of the field. And so I think the second thing is their defensive line is big, fast, and athletic. Jonathan Cooper is fantastic. Zach Allen is tremendous. Nick Bonito's the key for me. Bonito's a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. And if you watch him play against Patrick, he's the spy guy. And Josh loves to run versus man coverage, which is what Denver does. And he's big and he's physical and fast. He can match up against Josh. And so that just gives me a little bit of hesitation. I think this defense is a really good unit, and Buffalo's going to have to play very well to have some success.
No.
Orlovsky's saying that this is the game. And you and I were talking about the 2 college football playoff games, one starting tonight, and then we get Ohio State and Texas tomorrow. I look at this 5-day stretch of football. I think every single one of these games has a potential to be down to the last 5 minutes. I think the only one that could get out of hand is Ohio State, Texas. And
I agree.
Maybe Denver, Buffalo.
Yeah.
But it just, again, I said maybe. And it's just because of how.
If the Broncos turn the ball over,
then it can get ugly.
You're gonna get beat by at least the spread.
But the overarching theme for the Broncos' success this year is they don't turn the ball over.
But I'll tell you who really doesn't turn the ball over.
Josh Allen.
And they have 2 lost fumbles on the entire season. And then Josh Allen has 6 interceptions. It's freaking nuts. They're the best team in pro football at creating takeaways and the best plus minus in the National Football League.
I think all of these things are going to be
close.
You just ripped our whiteboard off of the wall, and you've now brought it onto your chair. What are we doing? Are we, coach?
We're going to the board right
We're going to the board!
Yo.
All right, listen up, guys.
Let's go to the board.
So you just heard Dan Orlovsky breaking down the way that offensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills, Joe Brady, has simplified and frankly he's made it kind of a college-y offense. And this is something that when I heard Orlovsky talking about it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I've been doing for 15 years in college football. And that's just to be able to give the quarterback on a called run play. So inside zone is going to this side. You put 4-by-1, meaning there are 4 eligible receivers, tight ends to the field side, to the big side. It's a tailback, and then you have the Y, the F, and the Z. You leave an X. In this case, it's probably going to be Amari Cooper, who did practice yesterday. And you give the quarterback an easy throw to the single receiver as a possibility, right? So if you get a soft corner, you can run a slant. If you get a press corner, you can run a fade. If you get a cover 2 look, you can also run a slant and get into that open space. But you know what the Broncos can do on this? Is they can just entirely cancel that single receiver side by putting number 2 over there. Patrick Surtain.
You do the Darrelle Revis thing.
You know what that does? Is it allows you to add a PJ Locke into the box and then play man coverage. That'd be Riley Moss to the field. Raquan McMillan, and then you have an extra man in the box. So what does it make you do? It makes you do something to this 4-man surface, or you got to run the football. But because you're not using 2 defensive backs to stop Amari Cooper, you're not using a corner and a safety over the top, it's opening up the ability to take away the numbers advantage in the box. Therefore, PS2, to the very point of Dan Orlovsky, which he is right, is probably the most important piece in this matchup, because this is a offense that wants to run an RPO, call a run with a single receiver option to the boundary, if you have it, or a three receiver combination to the field. And those are a lot harder when you're playing man coverage. And so PS2 allows you to add that extra element into the box and make it tougher to run. Dan Orlovsky was right on.
It's exactly why I think Riley Moss being at full health this week matters so much, because then you can then rely on him to be a de facto, let's call it number 1, right? Because if you're eliminating half of the field, coach, Riley Moss then gets the brunt of the targets. And the last time that we saw him against Cincinnati, when he was playing against a real football team, not Kansas City, he unfortunately got exposed. He got exposed big time. So is Cincinnati a team that doesn't necessarily do any of that, where they eliminate one side because they don't run the football as effective?
Well, Cincinnati also has 2 number 1s, too,
okay,
which changes things. And in that particular game, Riley Moss was coming back from injury. But yeah, Joe Burrow's a little bit more of a traditional pocket passer, whereas Josh Allen, with the quarterback run piece, which please don't anybody call it RPO when the quarterback takes off and runs. That's called zone read or power read. Well, RPO is when you stick the football into the belly of the running back, and then you make a decision to either hand the ball off to the running back in that spot or throw the football based off what the defense does. This team runs a lot of RPO, and on top of the Bills, plus a really, really healthy share when needed, especially in the red zone, of Josh Allen taking off on the zone read or power read game as a primary runner.
Dare you to find that anywhere else. Going to the board with Coach Mike Sanford. On the other side, Pat Forty of Sports Illustrated joins us to preview the college football playoff and wild card weekend. Don't go anywhere. It's coming up next.
But it's on to the postseason now. You saw there Reed with his 2-year assistant back in the 90s, Sean Payton. And now Kansas City closes out its season at 15-2. The two teams that beat them this year will meet next week. Denver at Buffalo.
5-day stretch of football starts tonight with the college football playoff. Culminates here in Denver. Well, culminates on Monday, but the high point here in Denver at 11 a.m. with the Broncos visiting the Buffalo Bills, champions of the AFC East. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by senior writer for Sports Illustrated, Pat Forty. Pat, thanks for your time today, man.
Hey, happy to be on. Happy Bronco playoff week. Not something we get to say very often.
Yeah, Pat Forty, it's great to talk to you, and I had a chance to visit with you at the Fiesta Bowl festivities and watching Penn State unfortunately dominate, as you predicted, my Boise State Broncos. The game was a bit closer maybe than the final score line. But what all right. Pat, what do you expect out of the game tonight between Notre Dame and Penn State? You're down there, I assume, in Citrus Bowl, or excuse me, in Orange Bowl territory down there in Miami.
I am. Yes, I'm in Miami as we speak, and really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a really good game. I think it's probably going to be fairly low scoring. I think both defenses are probably a little bit ahead of the offenses. Excuse me, and we'll see who can make a few big plays to turn the tide here. And Notre Dame's been a really good big play team. They have hit some home runs, which has not always historically been Notre Dame's way, but I think it might give them an advantage here.
One of your most recent articles on Sports Illustrated talked about the college football playoff likability index, and you joked that it was highly scientific, that model. We were talking about the most hateable teams left in this bracket. You said that the most likable team is Notre Dame. How on earth are you going to defend that?
Well, I think it's an indication of a little bit of the changing times. I think that starts with Marcus Freeman, who I think a lot of people like, and certainly like more than Brian Kelly.
My old boss, Pat.
Right. Excuse me. I'm sorry. A little bit under the weather here, guys. But no, I think, that people have, I guess some people still, hold their independent status against them. I don't. I think any school that if they could be independent would do it. And Notre Dame just has the clout to be able to do it. So, I think really Notre Dame may not be that likable, but who is out of these four teams?
There's no question. A little bit was made of James Franklin taking some liberties, if you call it some shots at the lack of equity across the college football landscape currently, citing that Notre Dame in particular was not obviously tasked with playing in a conference championship game, does not have any type of uniformity with scheduling, and then, of course, the fact that some conferences play 8 conference games and some play 9. What did you make of those comments? Do you think that that's something that maybe Marcus Freeman took offense to, that Notre Dame took offense to, and do you think it will have any impact on just the motivation for the game going into tonight for Notre Dame?
I don't think it'll have an impact, but I do think there was some offense taken by Marcus Freeman on a couple of different points. For one, the whole press conference was a James Franklin filibuster. I would say he said probably 87% of the words, and Marcus Freeman said 13%. And I think the multiple shots about the conference situation rankled a little bit. And then at one point, he looked at Marcus Freeman and said, "How old are you?" And Freeman just barely smiled and said 38. And it was you know what? That's not really a question you need to be asking me, was kind of the vibe that I got from him on that. And
even mentioned his hairline. Talked about Marcus Freeman's glorious hairline, if I'm not mistaken.
He did. And the whole vibe of the thing, I thought Marcus Freeman left simmering a little bit there. Again, I don't see how that affects what happens in the game, but I don't think James Franklin made friends with Marcus Freeman.
Pat Forty of Sports Illustrated, our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline today. Obviously, we've got a huge game between Penn State and Notre Dame this evening. I do want to get into if there's a player remaining in this bracket that would be a perfect fit for the Broncos. We'll get into that in a couple of minutes. But Deion comes out yesterday and says, if I were to leave Colorado, the way I would do it is if I could coach both of my sons in the NFL. A greater chance, does that happen? Or do the Broncos beat the Bills this weekend?
Oh, Broncos beating the Bills, I think, is a better chance. We'll see. Deion may have some designs on coaching in the NFL and may want to continue coaching his son. Both sons. I don't know whether anybody's asked his sons whether they want to continue to be coached by him. I think, eventually you kind of want to leave the nest and go, do your own thing. But, I don't sense that there's a great interest in Coach Prime right now in the NFL. Maybe that changes here in the next few days, but as of right now, I think he's sitting at a good thing in Colorado and should keep doing it. And I think Shedeur is getting ready to go off and have a great career. And I think Shiloh needs to get faster.
There's no doubt. So Pat lives down in Kentucky area, not too far from where I used to coach ball, and very central location for covering the majority of college football. You're right next to the Big Ten country and right next to the SEC country. But really, your roots are here in the state of Colorado. Colorado Springs native. Am I right in saying that, Pat?
Yes, you are correct. Air Academy High School.
Air Academy High School. And when we got a chance to connect down at the Fiesta Bowl, just talking about the Denver Broncos and your fandom for the Broncos, how excited are you for the opportunity for the Broncos to be in the postseason for what feels like a decade? And what do you expect to see? And what have been your favorite things about watching this particular team and what Sean Payton has been building here in Denver?
Yeah, I'm absolutely tickled. I mean, it's awesome. It's been a long 9 years or whatever since the Super Bowl, and just churning through quarterbacks, churning through coaches, and now we got one of each. We got a great coach, and it looks like a great quarterback too. So super excited about that. I have loved the two things I've really loved about this team. One, defensive line has just been incredible, and I didn't really expect that to be the case, but they've had guys step up, and just have great seasons there. And, generate pass rush that maybe, camouflage some weaknesses on the back end that, we finally saw a few games ago. But the other thing is just, Peyton developing an offense that works with Nix and works with the weapons that they have. And outside of Cortland Sutton, they didn't have any proven weapons really. And they're making it work. And the way he will script the opening of a game, he's just so dialed in. He knows what's going to work, and he's gotten everybody to the point where they can execute at a really high level. So it's been a joy to watch. You end up in sports media, you kind of stop being a fan of many things, but the Broncos, that's my ride or die for life. So it's been a great season.
It hasn't taken the Disney magic out of it is what you're trying to say there. I like to hear that, Pat. As we're trying to blend NFL and NCAA football here, the four teams that remain, Notre Dame, Penn State, Texas, Ohio State, pick a player or a couple of players that Broncos fans should be keying in on that they would love to see in orange and blue maybe next year.
Yeah, if you're talking right away, then you got to talk Tyler Warren because I think tight end is definitely a need, and he's an unbelievable player. He's huge. He's 6'6", 260, and he has phenomenal ball skills. He has great hands. He runs good routes, and he blocks too. He's a physical blocker. So he's kind of got the whole package. And then, he's one of those guys that a Sean Payton can find creative ways to use because, he was a high school quarterback and plays a lot of Wildcat for Penn State. And, I think you can line him up all over the place and do fun things with him. And I think he would certainly fit a need for Denver. I don't know if he'll still be on the board when Denver picks. We'll see.
Yeah, it'd be after watching him play in that Fiesta Bowl, that was an unbelievable performance from Tyler Warren. Pat, just looking at the preview of the game tomorrow night, Texas, Oklahoma, or Ohio State. What do you make of Quinn Ewers? This is a player that is it came in with all the pomp and circumstance in the world, has had good moments, has had uneven moments. What do you think Quinn Ewers is going to be remembered as a college player, and what do you think his path is forward as a potential transfer or entering the draft?
Yeah, it's fascinating, I mean, because he was the quarterback coming out of high school, and he's had a good career, no doubt about it, but it has been uneven. I think he doesn't respond all that well to pressure. He makes some phenomenal throws, but he will make some big mistakes. He's not mobile. And I think that it's kind of one of those things. The longer he's been in college, the more we've kind of seen some of the warts on his game. And I don't look at him and see NFL. I really don't.
I agree. Matt.
Maybe that's why I think there's a lot of talk about him doing a transfer year and making a big boatload of money because Texas is ready to move on to Arch Manning. So staying is not really an option. And if the NFL is not really an option, then go transfer and try to make some cash.
There he is, Sports Illustrated's Pat Forty. Read him at Sports Illustrated. Follow him on X at Pat Forty. That is 40 with an E. Thank you so much for your time, Pat. We appreciate you, man.
Hey, my pleasure, guys. Thank you. Sorry about the cough.
No, you're good.
I thought we were going to get some good content. I thought Pat was going to die on air at some point. All of our guests here at Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by our friends at Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. NFL notes coming up at 11:15. PhD are at noon. We have a wonderful 5-day slate of football, and it starts tonight. Penn State and Notre Dame in the college football playoff semifinal.
You know, you understand that he's going to scramble, he's going to make his plays, but just making sure every play he has to earn, and every time he runs, you know, we get a hit on him. So you want to run, you get hit, running back, quarterback, receiver.
Jonathan Franklin Myers yesterday in the locker room on containing Josh Allen, a guy who may very well win the NFL's MVP award this year. Thanks to our very own Josh Grismer for grabbing that audio yesterday from the Broncos locker room. We've gone through, as we welcome you guys back into the morning sprint here on Altitude with Coach Sanford, myself, Alex Ryanemi. We've gone through how you can utilize the secondary, right, in your elite corner.
Yep.
Maybe
Shuts down the side of the field.
Maybe the defensive player of the year.
Yep.
In Pat Surtain.
Especially with an RPO system where you put a single receiver and allow Josh Allen to go to work with that single receiver if he can. In this case,
we've already gone through how you can utilize Pat Surtain to shut down that one guy to the short side of the field and then 4 options to the large side. Sorry, the field side of the quarterback.
If you're on the large side.
The large side.
Both population and space.
All right. Yep. The field side, the large side of the quarterback. If you're on, let's say, that left hash, it's the right side. We've gone through how you can utilize the secondary to slow down Josh Allen. We also went through yesterday on the show is he hasn't necessarily been the best thrower of the football compared to his peers this year, right? Like you looked at, and he's got
completion percentages in the 20s,
63 or something. Yeah. He's far behind guys like Baker Mayfield and Lamar Jackson and
Jared Goff.
Right, he's far behind those guys. Hasn't thrown for as many yards. Like Bo Nix threw for more yards than Josh Allen did this year, but it's his legs that have gotten the Bills to 13-4 at this point. He's got 12 rushing touchdowns. We've gone through the secondary. Now, what about the guys up front?
Yeah, this is going to be a 24/7, 365-day job during this football contest for the guys up front. Here's why. Josh Allen is the big play merchant of all big play merchants because he does go about looking for the second act of almost every play. So just like every great play that you see on Broadway, there's the first act. And then the second act is what happens when Josh Allen's natural athleticism takes over and he gets physically big and athletic and breaks tackles and then finds something down the field.
Josh Allen?
That guy right there. Yep. VJ, you're going to learn about him this weekend. Josh Allen is the type of player that you want to stay so disciplined with not just your rush lane integrity, which means if you're Jonathan Franklin Myers and VJ dials up a 5-man pressure, so you're using 4 defensive linemen, if you will, 3 and an edge player, and you give Jonathan Franklin Myers the B gap and on a twist, so he and JFM and Malcolm Roach are on a nose tackle twist, so they change responsibilities. One might line up in between the guard and the tackle on the right side of Allen, and one might line up directly over the center. Jonathan Franklin Myers is responsible for getting to the B gap. Then he's got to stay in the B gap. Because if you leave a gap unoccupied, Josh Allen's going to find that open gap and either take off and run for a big chunk of change the field position, move the sticks if it's on a third down, or he's going to step up in that open gap and then break, contain, and get outside and find the big play on the second play. And that's where I do think his big tight ends and Kincaid and Knox, those kinds of players, big targets on the second play, he can find them. So what do you have to do? You got to go about your business to create pressure. When you get there, you've got to hold on for dear life. Like you can't be ducking your head, diving at his lower body. You've got to wrap up and wait for the next guy to show up and then get that second hit. And I think it's got to be a whole heck of a lot of 5 and 6-man pressures because you want to keep Josh Allen in the pocket.
The issue is, though, Allen statistically this year has been a better quarterback when he's being pressured. His QBR is higher when, and this is from Barnwell and ESPN, his QBR is higher.
Think about why, though.
When he's under pressure.
Think about why. What did I just pontificate for, it felt like an hour about?
keep him inside the hash marks.
Because when he's pressured, what is he? So if there's something that comes free, he can elude and then start that second play. That's second act. So that's where the discipline to keep him under pressure, but inside that dang pocket. That's where the secret sauce is.
Not
Josh
overcommitting.
Allen.
So maybe it's a game where like this vaunted pass rush, and again, 63 sacks, the highest in franchise history. Maybe it's a game where you see fewer sack numbers because you're just trying to play contain. Maybe Benito plays a little bit of a spy action on him. Okay.
And Benito's done that well. I mean, he's done that. He's played that role as the spy effectively. In fact, he played it last year against Josh Allen in Buffalo. I know it's so weird because Nick Benito is not quite the revelation of the 23 season that he has been of the 24 season, but he did play that role, and he is extremely athletic, but he's big. He's almost like when you think about an NBA defensive matchup, like Draymond Green in his prime defensively on.
Okay.
That's what I think that a Benito can be, because he's not just a great pass rusher. He also is very good change of direction, second level linebacker, but he's big enough to bring down a guy like Josh Allen as well.
I think outside of Pat Surtain hopefully being able to shut down half the field, he's the biggest key to success.
I agree.
He's going to have to do so much in this game. You've talked about quarterback contain. You've talked about getting after Josh Allen. If you get a hand on him, for the love of God, get him to the ground. But the one thing that you mentioned earlier, and it hasn't been like the biggest focal point of their offense because of how good James Cook has been. It's like the first time that the Bills have had a rushing attack that isn't Josh Allen when Josh Allen's been their quarterback. Like they historically have not been able to run the football, and now they can. Nick Benito is also the guy that's going to be covering tight ends down the field.
Yeah, like when he's involved in appeal blitz, and he's done it really well this year.
Explain appeal blitz.
So if you're bringing a six-man pressure, so meaning that you have both edge players and, so in this case, it'd be Jonathan Cooper, Nick Benito are blitzing off the edge, and you might even add Justin Sternad inside and 3 down linemen. So that's a 6-man hit. If you free release either a tight end who's lined up as an off the ball, but right in the kind of the heel line of the tackle, if you free release him right now, then the blitzer on that side or a tailback free releases, meaning they don't look to block first, then a Nick Benito who might have been blitzing, he realizes, oh, that guy didn't block, therefore I need to go peel off and cover him down the field. And I think that Jonah Ellis and Nick Benito have done a great job this year as not just being involved in the pass rush, but being involved in peeling out when required to, because they free release a back. And that's one thing that I got into the weeds pretty good. And if you haven't watched it yet, it's Altitude Film Room with Rob Trujillo, who knows the Bills inside and out. He talked about one of the ways that Joe Brady, the offense coordinator, undresses pressure in man coverage is free releasing the backs. And to that I say, well, Nick Benito's covered a lot of backs out of the backfield and done it very, very well. So is Jonah Ellis. I think this actually could be a big Jonah Ellis game too.
James Cook does kind of strike some fear into me. I feel as though he's not being talked enough prior to this game.
I think he strikes more fear as just traditional run game. I think he's going to get his. I do believe that. He's going to get his. Is he going to get 100? I don't know that. But he is going to have production.
1, 2, 3, 4 games of 100 yards rushing this year. Came in a 31-10 win at Seattle with 2 touchdowns on the ground. He would add 22 yards receiving in that game. A 35-10 win at home against San Francisco. 107 yards, 1 touchdown, 13 yards receiving in that game. Detroit, 105 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns, and a 48-42 victory early on in the season, 28 yards receiving in that game, and that came off the heels of a 100-yard, 1 touchdown game, including a one receiving touchdown against the New England Patriots in week 3. Or sorry, week was that 16? I was reading it on the opposite side. James Cook scares me. That's a 1,000-yard rusher. 16 touchdowns. That scares me, and that leads the league for rushing touchdowns.
When you have a mobile quarterback, and we've seen it obviously with The two best running backs in the NFL right now have unbelievable counterparts at the quarterback position as rushers. Saquon Barkley with his Jalen Hurts counterpart, and Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson.
Derrick Henry, Jahmyr Gibbs, James Cook, all 16 touchdowns on the ground this year, all 1,000-yard rushers.
When you have a quarterback that can take off and run like Josh Allen can, and he's physical, Josh Allen's running style is very different than Lamar Jackson's, and even different.
It's more violent.
It's violent. It's, I don't want to say plotter, but a little bit like he drags defenders and he falls forward for extra yards. He can hit a 35-yard run. He could probably if you give him a ton of space, he can run for 50, 60. But it's less about hold your breath and hang on for dear life if he finds a tiny crease like you would with Lamar Jackson or even to Jalen Hurts. He's really effective in running the football inside the 20-yard line.
Combined rushing touchdowns for number one back and their quarterback counterpart. Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson combined for 21 touchdowns. Just 5 touchdowns on the ground for Lamar this year.
Yeah, he was throwing it.
He was throwing it.
He was throwing it.
You saw that against the Broncos, man.
He was good.
James Cook, 16 on the ground. Josh Allen, 12 on the ground.
Nice 28 spot there.
Saquon Barkley rushed for 13 touchdowns. He rushed for one fewer touchdown than his quarterback did.
27.
Jalen Hurts, 14, add up to 27.
So Derrick Henry and Lamar was what?
21 for Baltimore, 27 for Philadelphia, 28 for Buffalo.
They're such a good red zone. The Bills are such a good red zone outfit because of what Josh Allen gives you in the red zone as a run threat. And he does create inside the red zone. Like, you are not going to be able to allow Josh Allen to move the ball effectively between the 20s and then just swell up and hold him to field goals with consistency. You've got to get off. You got to get off the field, and I think that's where you got to get Josh Allen into third downs, and you got to get that ballistic pass rush.
You got to stay out of third downs, right? Like, what's been the biggest stat against the Broncos this week when you're talking about this game? It has been, well, they have the highest number of 3-and-outs in the league.
Are you talking about the Broncos offense?
In terms of the Broncos offense,
yeah, no,
right? So, like,
I agree.
To counter that, like, you cannot go 3-and-out, 3-and-out, 3-and-out.
No, that'll be the Achilles heel to this game. I don't think that the Broncos are in a space right now where they're playing that brand of football of 3-and-out, 3-and-out, 3-and-out. There were some stretches during the season that felt more like you were in that rut.
Cincinnati overtime is very, very
prominent
in the back of my mind.
It was a critical time to have that
Maybe I just need to erase that from my memory because at this point it doesn't matter.
And I go back to this, that I think if the Broncos execute the game plan, and the game plan being, man, Josh Allen contain and pressure and make him make throws from the pocket with human beings draped over his massive legs. And then offensively, run the rock. Get Bo on the move. Let Bo be the best thrower on the run in the National Football League that he is. But you got to be able to run the football to get to that spot. Still come back to this, Raj, that you do all those things, it doesn't guarantee you win this game. It guarantees you that you have a chance to win this game in the fourth quarter. And right now the Broncos are 1-6 in games that were decided by a score at the end of the game. I think that Bo Nix has that opportunity, wants that opportunity, desired that opportunity against the Bengals, wanted to go for 2, and he didn't get that opportunity. He's going to get that opportunity this week.
Watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Shop their winter 4x point events and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. You can save big on the season's hottest items this winter. Whether you're hosting or cooking dinner, Safeway is there for all of your grocery needs. You can click the offer in the Safeway app to start earning today. KJ's NFL Notes are coming up on the other side.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes, and it is full of Broncos, both present and past. KJ, kick us off.
Our Broncos insider Jeff Legwold, infamously known as the Balloon Popper, was on Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane
It's
this
not
morning.
a great nickname to have.
Well, listen, that's what Andy calls him, so I'm going to roll with that.
Andy's a bastion of happiness and positivity.
You know, I will say this much. Andy's
love you,
honest.
Andy.
Well, listen, Andy, if you want to call in and defend yourself like you do every week, go ahead and call him.
He called in last week. Let's be honest. He called in last week to defend me.
He did.
And do you know,
he did.
Boy, I did not have that on my bingo card.
That was
man.
a fuzzy feeling that lasted like a good 2 days for me.
Oh,
that was nice.
Little tickle of your undercarriage, huh?
That felt like a nice big old bear hug.
No, I love it. Not quite like a tickle of your undercarriage.
That's a different type of fuzzy feeling.
All right, Jeff Legwold, he discussed why the Broncos have not beat a top 4 quarterback this season. So, Broncos country, should you keep hope alive if this trend is consistent?
I think defensively is where the Broncos have some advantage. It's just you're facing one of the – I mean, you look at the AFC list of alphas these days, and you're facing one of the AFC's alphas. I mean, this is a guy a lot of people think is going to win the MVP. But look who the Broncos have faced this year. They faced Lamar. They faced Burrow. They faced Mahomes. They faced Herbert twice. Now they're facing Allen. They've yet to beat anybody on that list. You know, they haven't played Allen yet, but they didn't beat Lamar. They didn't beat Herbert. They didn't beat Mahomes. They certainly didn't beat Burrow. So to win this game, they've got to figure out a way on both sides of the ball. How do you manage a game when you're facing one of the league's best quarterbacks?
Leggy, I love you. Where's Baker Mayfield's 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns, and 16 interceptions in that conversation?
I agree.
Where?
I do.
Did we just leave him out?
I think
you just leave him out.
He was referring to the AFC. The conversation that he was having was about the AFC's getting into the postseason and then winning in the postseason on the AFC side. The Broncos, if indeed they make it to the Super Bowl this year.
So we're just leaving him out because he's not in the conference?
Well,
it doesn't matter because
I think that was the conversation he was having.
He's a good quarterback.
I think the conversation he was having is that you've played Burrow, who didn't make the postseason from the AFC. You lost to Lamar Jackson. And the Broncos, their path to the Super Bowl most likely will include having a rookie quarterback beat Josh Allen, MVP most likely Josh Allen, and the Bills. Patrick Mahomes, the ultimate witch that just wins in the postseason no matter what, and the Kansas City Chiefs. And then most likely Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens.
And if it isn't Lamar, it's Justin Herbert?
Yeah. Who you're 0-2 against right now.
That is a gauntlet, dude. It's a gauntlet. You can make the argument, though, that 2 of those games, you should have come out on top.
Chiefs.
You should
with Mahomes.
You should have beat Mahomes. And Knicks did everything right. He set up a chip shot. He did everything. He did exactly what Patrick Mahomes has done for the last half decade, where he just marches you down. He doesn't necessarily need a touchdown. He just gets you into the spot and throws a dagger right into your chest. He did it. So if you're asking me, you know what? He did enough to beat Patrick Mahomes that day. His team just didn't show up for him when they needed him the most. You could also make the argument that the loss at Los Angeles in Week 16 is on his head coach and not him.
Yeah. Because I think
that's a little bit more of a stretch.
The blend of run pass early in that game was awesome. The second half was terrible
for no apparent reason.
And I listened to this morning on PhD. No, on
MLK.
MLK. There's a lot of acronyms. I just like being the morning quickie.
The morning guys. The
Yeah.
morning quickie.
Yeah, that's what Berto calls it. The morning quickie. Our show.
I'm cool with that.
Sweet.
Get in, get out, get the job done.
But on MLK, the morning show, they talked about, is there any scenario as a Broncos fan that you will be pissed off at the end of this contest. And I'd say the Chargers scenario playing out again, where the head coach doesn't have the discipline to do what got you to the place of being in the game through 2 quarters.
The only thing that could piss me off, like Bo could go out there and throw 4 picks, and I'd go, rookie quarterback playing in Buffalo.
Moment too big.
Yeah, and you know what? Guess what? He's there. It's a learning experience now.
Yes.
That's not me being facetious at all.
No,
like Bo,
fail, learn,
Bo could
grow.
fall flat on his face and could be the reason why you lose the game. I don't think he's the reason why they would lose if they do.
He's not wired that way.
He isn't.
He's not a guy that's gonna poop down his leg.
He's not.
He's shown that.
The only way that I could walk out pissed from this game is if the coaching staff somehow, some way loses it for you.
Whether it's playing a Lamar Jackson style of defensive game plan and all zone coverage with the middle of the field with gaping open and cover 2.
If I successfully find my way from here to Dove Valley to go to Vance Joseph's presser that's scheduled today, I'm going to ask him about that game.
Yeah, please. And actually do it with some shade for all of us in Broncos country.
I don't want to be that guy.
No, it's not that way. Just be like, so mobile quarterback, Lamar Jackson, a heavy dose of middle field open coverage, got obliterated.
Can you write this down on my hand like I'm cheating on a math test and I'm 16 years old?
Oh, and then at the end say,
Oh my God.
oh, by the way, Mr. Joseph, that wasn't my question. That was Mike Sanford's question. He used to coach football. You can blame him.
Hold on. The people that aren't able to see what Coach just did, he did the little kid thing where you shrug your shoulders up and then you look up at the person that you're trying to beg forgiveness from. The 31-year-old man. I didn't appreciate that pantomime.
I mean, yeah, you're right.
I will ask him the question, though, I promise.
Okay, I can't wait.
KJ, what's next?
Unlike the other sports, it's 3 hours.
Von Miller gave the Broncos a lot of praise during his presser on Wednesday. He expressed that during those 60 minutes on Sunday, it is war. But after that, it's all love forever and ever for his former Broncos.
Can't even start to play that. It's the Denver Broncos. I want to win. It's nothing but love. But those small 3 to 4 second bursts when I'm playing in the game, that 60 minutes when I'm out there, I want to win. I want to win the game. I want to beat the Denver Broncos. It's all love at the end of the day. But those small 3 to 4 second bursts, I gotta go through these guys to get where I want to go, and it's kind of weird, but that's just how crazy the NFL is and the universe is. So instead of trying to fight it, I just embrace it. It's a cool event, to be able to play against this new and improved, Denver Broncos. The last time that they made the playoffs was, last time we won a Super Bowl. So it's a full circle moment, and it's nothing but love and respect for the Denver Broncos and Broncos country for sure.
I love that dude. I miss that dude. And I know my pipe dream of him coming back and being DeMarcus Ware for a year.
Never know.
Yeah, he's 35. He's under contract till 2027 on a team that's going to be competing for Super Bowls for the next 3 years.
I guess you do know.
Right? I don't see him coming back at any point. And 6 sacks as 35-year-old in 13 games, man. It's pretty solid.
Yeah.
That's a pretty solid campaign for a guy who's probably...
This is dope.
He's probably only playing 30% of the snaps at this point.
If that.
That's just a guess. I don't know what his snap count is right now. He's destined to sack Bo at one point in this game, isn't he?
I don't know. Bo's hard to sack. Bo he's done a really good job of eluding rush, getting the ball out of his hand. I'm telling you, man, just don't. Outside of third down situational football, I don't want to see Bo Nix in a whole lot of drop back pass.
You can take a sack. You can't take a patented Von Miller strip sack.
No.
Game over. You get one of those.
You will lose the football game. You will lose the football.
You can take a sack. You
Plus,
can't have that happen.
That's been the calling card for the Bills is create takeaways. Their defense isn't great statistically in many categories outside of creating turnovers. You do that and you play right into their hands in their home environment, it won't end well. But I don't think it will.
KJ, keep it going.
Unlike the other sports, it's 3 hours.
The 49ers are in the midst of their end-of-the-year press conferences. Former Bronco and current 49ers GM John Lynch stepped up to the podium to discuss why the 49ers are all in on Brock Purdy moving forward and aren't focused on anyone else or anything else at the moment.
Well, listen, I think what we know about Brock is that he's our guy. We've got, we have interest in Brock being around here for a long, long time. He's done so much for our organization. He's won big games and had a little tougher task as we all did this year with some of the things that happened throughout the course of the year. We just never could string games where we were all together. And through that, he continued to lead. He continued to play at a high level. So we have every interest in him being around. The way this thing goes, these press conferences are necessary, but always kind of silly because Kyle's coaching. We spend time together all the time, and there's big issues that affect the team. But he's just getting off coaching. He's had his door shut for 2 days, doing exit interviews. We were just up, but we were talking about our players. We'll have some time here in the coming weeks to sit together and put our whole plan together. That's obviously a priority, that position, and we'll give it that attention.
I don't know. Sounds like they're all in on Brock Purdy.
I think the more pertinent thing to do would be tag the guy at, $40 million next year. Then
probably will be what happens.
I would do that if I'm the GM.
Right.
Because what was John Lynch saying right there? By the way, Von Miller, 33% of the snaps, so intuition spot on today.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Way different than what happened at the beginning of the show yesterday when I thought that the Nuggets were playing in L.A. in the middle of a raging hurricane fire. It's a day-to-day thing with me. Squirrel. John Lynch is talking there about, hey, our team we weren't whole this year. We were injured. We had devastating things happen off the field to our players. Not just one, but 3 guys have horrible things happen away from the football field. What that screams to me is you give the guy one more chance. If you don't think that you can go out and get another quarterback, you give him one chance on a $40 million deal, which I'm sure Brock would be happy to sign. And if he proves that he can do it with a healthy roster and get you back to an NFC Championship game, then you sign him to a long-term deal. If he can't, then you find your quarterback of the future.
Brock Purdy, with all of the injuries around him, really every player, Brandon Ayuk, out. Deebo Samuel, what the heck happened to his year? Christian McCaffrey, out. His weapons were unbelievably unavailable this year. And you know what Brock Purdy did? He finished the season 10 overall in passing yards. Finished the season at 16 with passing touchdowns. And then his passer rating was 13. He that is a good year for a guy that was a 7th round draft pick that apparently all of his success has come as a result of his surrounding talent.
So let's come to a number. Does that scream like the number 15, 13 quarterback in the league? Does that sound right? 13 to 15? 12 to 15 on just like an average. Put those things all together. What do you think he is?
I'd go 12.
You go 12?
Yeah, I'm going to go. You know what I'm going to go? I'm going to go pass EPA. Pass EPA is expected points allowed. He's 9.
He's 9.
9 in the National Football League.
9's a little high for me.
So Josh Allen, number 1, Lamar Jackson, 2, Jared Goff, 3, Josh Allen, 4, Baker Mayfield, 5, Joe Burrow, 6, Jaden Daniels, 7, Patrick Mahomes, and then 8 was Tua when he was playing in Brock Purdy 9. Justin Herbert 10.
9's high to me. Let's call it 10. Where? The APY for the 10th quarterback this year, Kyler Murray, $46 million.
Mm-hmm.
That's just over what the tag's going to be next year.
Yep.
Pay him that. Prove it to me that you can do it with a healthy roster, if not be better, and get us back to where we are expecting to be, which is competing for Super Bowls, and then you get your big deal. That's the smart way to do this if you're John Lynch. And he's a smart GM. I wouldn't be shocked if he does it that way. KJ?
Unlike the other sports, it's 3 hours.
The Chiefs are on a bye week this week, and it gave Travis and Jason Kelce extra time to discuss the hottest topic of the week. Were the Chiefs trying to duck the Bengals by letting Denver win in Week 18? Travis Kelce lets it hang out there and does not mince words. about where he wants to meet the Bengals next.
Well, there's some people alleging that it was a purposeful letting get your ass
I ain't
kicked.
scared of nobody.
I'm not alleging this.
I wanted him in the
I'm not
playoffs.
alleging this.
I want to slay every dragon one by one, like Mortal Kombat. I don't even want this to be like we play the lowest seed. Just give me the best teams.
I'm not, Travis. I'm just telling you what
AFC,
people are
NFC.
saying.
Give
I'm
me
not
all of
saying
them,
this.
Mortal
People-
Kombat style. I'll go
people
through
are
every one of them, just giving them my best effort. I ain't
People
scared
were
of a single
saying
soul, man.
You didn't want to see the Bengals in Burrowhead or in Cincinnati.
I'll play him at the Walmart parking lot. I don't give. We can have our own game in the off season where we really duke it out again. I love competing against the greatest. The Bengals were a fun ass team to watch there towards the end of the season.
Oh, big talk from Taylor's boyfriend. Big talk. All right, Travis, we get it. Oh, play him in the parking lot. I'll play him at Walmart.
I'm a man. I'm 40. He's
Give
damn
me
near
all of
40.
them. Yeah, he is. He looks like he is in need of some WD-40 on some of them joints.
I do think that is genuine Travis Kelce. That's genuine meathead tight end who's got multiple Super Bowl
Do you think
rings.
Taylor Swift ever looks over at him like,
Cool it, buddy.
Yeah, hey, listen, guy.
I make your salary in 2 stops on the tour, and I give half of it away to my workers.
Hey, cool mustache, Chief.
Seems to like the mustache, you know? She could tell him to get rid of that thing. That's the difference between me and Travis Kelce, too. Like, if that's genuine, and I do think it's genuine, it is so indicative of the difference between a professional athlete and my mindset. I want the easiest pathway forward. I want the path of least resistance. No, not the Palmer, not the path of most resistance. Zog, if you're listening, cool it over there. Path of least resistance. Give me the rookie quarterback. Give me the guys that haven't beaten me in Arrowhead.
Well, heck,
I'm soft. I know. I understand.
The rookie quarterback, he had you beat in your own building. Like that's a real conversation that nobody's talking about. Everyone wants to say that the Chiefs just tanked intentionally to avoid the Bengals. Well, you see what Bo Nix did at Arrowhead Stadium against a pretty damn healthy Chiefs roster.
Were the Chiefs still playing with their food at that time, though?
Yeah,
that's the question.
But they always do in the regular season.
They do. But when we saw...
They always do.
When you saw the Chiefs start to turn it on, which was... So that 16-14 game was week 9, and they were still undefeated at that time, playing with their food. I think they started to turn it on against Houston, against Pittsburgh, in those 2 games. Just to go, do we still have it? Like, is there still gas in the tank? Can we figure it out? They handle Houston, they wallop Pittsburgh on the road, and then they sit everyone week 18. I do worry that they were like, all right, it's time for us to show up, and they showed up.
Yeah. No, they did. Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, Travis Kelce, Chris Jones, these guys, they understand that they need to start peeking into some semblance of postseason form at some point. Week 14 on.
Yeah, that's about it. Scares me. One more, KJ.
Unlike the other sports, it's 3 hours.
A little birdie told me that Michael Parsons was listening to the morning sprint yesterday
during
the Dempsey's NBA baseline. And guess what, guys? It led him to have an early prediction for the 2025-2026 season about what will happen for the Dallas Cowboys.
For the people that kept believing, because we're not done yet. We are not done yet, and I hope that y'all don't think we're done yet. It's going to be an amazing, amazing, amazing thing to see next year when we're holding the trophy. Yes, it's big goals, but I'm telling y'all right now, it's holding the trophy. I'm saying my prayers out loud. I'm saying my goals out loud so y'all can hear them. You know, we're going to be holding a trophy up next year. Point blank, period.
Stay prayed up, Micah. Stay prayed up, because that's going to take a lot for that Cowboys franchise that, man, when's the last time they won one?
Early 90s?
I want to say 93, I think.
Early 90s. That's my guy. I
mean,
think
Micah
KJ's
should
probably
say that.
close to getting that.
I
95.
I like Micah Parsons for saying that. But the reality is they're not winning the dang Super Bowl next year. Like, no how, no way.
Last Super Bowl was 1995, Super Bowl 30.
Who did they play?
Super Bowl 30 would have been the Steelers.
Bill Cowher.
Great mustache. Talk about
Great
good
stash.
mustaches. Great stash.
Really good stash.
Solid stash.
Yeah.
You could do a good stash, too.
I've had one before. My dad was a lifelong mustache guy.
Really?
Yeah, until he shaved it after about 40 years, man.
I've had it a couple of times. It does not look great.
I think you could do it.
It's not a good look.
Yeah.
I promise. It's a little, have you been banned from a playground before? That's what it looks like when I was growing out, and I try not to.
I would have guessed you look more like kind of a fourth liner from Finland. You know?
Like Olli Jokinen, although he was a first line guy, but Olli Jokinen, solid Muzzy.
Yep.
Solid Muzzy.
Muzzy.
NFL Notes is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. That's Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You guys can tune in on Sunday as we broadcast and bookend the coverage of the Broncos playoff game. We would tune in from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. as Coach claps his way to
Is this
Dua Lipa.
Dua?
This is Dua Lipa.
Ooh.
9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Maybe we can get some Dua Lipa to play for you.
Come on now.
Live out at number
38. Give it to me, Dua. Come on, Lipa.
I know you can boogie.
Oh, yeah.
But if you play Dua Lipa, that means that like you'll dance, and then I'll be there, so I'll have to dance, and then D-Mac's hosting the thing live at number 38.
You don't want that. You don't want that.
You don't want D-Mac dancing.
You do not want D-Mac dancing.
Our entire crew is going to be on the air. You can watch the game with D-Mac at number 38, then finish the day with the Altitude crew at 8 p.m. with a live, commercial-free Altitude After Dark reacting to the Broncos playoff game on 92.5 Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. We will see you there on Sunday.
While we're in a festive mood, I want to give a shout-out to one of our best Twitchers, Carrie. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Carrie.
Happy birthday.
Good vibes everywhere. We got football heaven starting tonight.
Starts tonight. The Lakers game has been postponed due to the fires, and there's some NFL news around that as well. The Rams game is not until Monday night, right? So there's 5 games or 5 straight days of football starting this evening, Coach. And the last day of those football games is the home game for the Rams. If that thing gets postponed, like the other games in LA have been, the Kings game got postponed last night between the Kings and the Flames. LA, the Lakers game is being postponed today as well. If it's still happening, and I'm sure it will because the fire is raging right now, the Vikings and Rams that is scheduled for 8 Eastern on Monday night will be played in Phoenix.
Tonight's supposed to be another really bad night. I grew up in not too far away from all this. The Santa Ana winds. I actually grew up close to the city of Santa Ana. But those things come roaring through. It's not the 100-mile-an-hour winds that were blowing yesterday and the day before. So today it looks like they started to subside a little bit. Tonight it's like a 35 to 50-mile-an-hour wind gust consistently. This is going to be ugly, man. And I've already had so many of my friends that I've heard have lost their homes.
They should just play that game in Phoenix, man.
Just go. Yeah,
just go.
Even optically, it's just, and it's our company, right? I mean, it's Kroenke Sports Entertainment. That's such a beautiful building, and you want to have opportunities to play playoff meaningful games in that type of an environment. But that is semi-outdoor stadium with a canopy. I know when you're in that bad of a situation,
air quality's horrible.
Yeah, it's not going to be great. And just the optics of it, just don't do it.
Again, that'll be Monday. If they do move the game, it will be played in Phoenix between the Rams and the Vikings. Your 5 straight days of football starts tonight. Notre Dame and Penn State. Tomorrow evening is Ohio State and Texas, the 2 semifinal games in the CFP. You've got 2 NFL playoff games on Saturday. The Chargers and the Texans. The Steelers and the Ravens are the Prime Video exclusive. And then Sunday, you've got Broncos and Bills at 11, Packers and Eagles at 2:30, Commanders and Buccaneers, the late game on NBC starting at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. But tonight, 5:30 on ESPN, we kick off the semifinals, Notre Dame and Penn State. This is where we were last year, just at the start of it, right? Because we only had 4 teams, and now we got blessed with 12. We probably have the best 4 teams in the country, you think? Oregon got exposed. Ohio State got hot at the right time. Is there any team in here that you think doesn't fit and would not have fit? Is Penn State the only one?
No, they fit. Why does Penn State not fit? I mean, they beat the brakes off SMU, who was a 1-loss team until the conference championship. And then they were able to hold Ashton Jeanty to 100 yards rushing, 104 yards rushing, and won that football game by 17 points. They're very deserving.
Georgia's the only one that you look at and you go, I kind of expected them to be in the Final Four, but
that
you
was
lose
kind
your
of
quarterback.
That was a weird performance from Georgia.
It was.
Because I actually thought Gunnar Stockton was fine. Like, he was okay. Just, it was big plays. It was Notre Dame on special teams. It was
17 points in 43 seconds.
I know. And it was like,
that's what killed you.
Georgia's not trending in a great direction as a college football program the last couple of years. I mean, they obviously
they've been there.
Yeah, I'm saying the last 2 years. I mean, for how much they invest and how dirty they're willing to get in the recruiting world,
They're not getting a lot of ROI for old Kirby and his little whatever it is, bad haircut is. What's the guy? Bad haircut guy?
What do you mean bad haircut guy? I don't know. What are you trying to get at right now? Who's bad haircut guy?
Like a 70s term.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't either.
He's got the visor thing. The visor is weird. Like I think Sean Payton wears too many visors. I know Sean. It's just it's a weird look, dude. It's a weird look.
Sean, wear your damn visor.
What do you think happens tonight between Notre Dame and Penn State?
Relative to,
I like Drew Aller having a signature performance, and I think that Penn State is going to win this contest 24-21. Drew Aller leads a touchdown drive at the end of the game.
The Nittany Lions go into a national championship game.
I think Drew Aller's way better than I thought he was. And I love the two-headed running back between Nicholas Singleton and Katron Allen. Man, I just don't believe in Notre Dame's pass game. And I think that Penn State's defense is good enough to force third down and long, and Riley Leonard's going to have to perform as a thrower of the football, and I don't trust him.
5:30 kick in the Orange Bowl tonight. We've got the Avs and the Minnesota Wild 6 p.m. tip. So I'm going to be watching on two different screens. I'll probably have the football
game up on the big one. Give me an Avs Wild
prediction. That'll be. I expect them to bounce back if they have Jonathan Drouin in the roster. I think they win with an empty netter. If Drouin's not playing tonight, you need a big night from Nathan McKinnon and Mikko Rantanen. Mikko was kind of a no-show last night. Most of the guys were a no-show, despite having 37 shots on goal. Mackenzie Blackwood has shown you that anytime he's in net, this team's got a really good chance to win. I think they get it done. Give me 4-2 empty netter. Avs win on the second leg of a back-to-back, and it sets up a really exciting matchup on Saturday when the Avs take on the Winnipeg Jets in the Great White North.
Let's go.
You can watch that or listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 starting at 5:30 with Mark Bertinoli's pregame show. 6 p.m. tip with Connor McGahey. That'll do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Drive home safely. Leave yourself some extra time.
Give yourself a little extra grace today.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of it. See you guys tomorrow at 10.
Thank you to AAA Home Improvements, the best. Toby Hurdle and crew, love you guys. Here we are on a I don't get you guys with the kids and the school and everything. Like,
so school is not canceled today.
Like, that is amazing to me if you're in the southern part. Now, I know this winter weather isn't impacting the entire metro, but we're in the southern part of Denver. I'll call it Denver, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'm stunned that you did not have school cancellations or delays today.
We didn't even have delay.
Yeah, no delay, nothing.
Why?
Man. Yeah. Well, we did get an email about an hour and a half ago. There was an apology from the school district.
Oh, they kind of screwed it up, huh?
Hey, we were monitoring it overnight. We had crews out at 4 a.m. The weather looked like it was going to slow down. Colorado caught us. We didn't see this one coming.
Don't you think this is way worse than was expected?
Oh yeah.
So I
mean, schools will cancel school for just about anything
no
these days.
Kidding.
And they definitely got caught off guard on this one.
Yeah, and from what I understand, it's really just like I said in the southern part of the metro. I guess up north or whatever, it's really like there's nothing going on. Or that's what I was told, at least. I don't know. We're down here. It's pretty bad down here.
Kansas City got like 10 or 11 inches like earlier this week, right?
They got hammered at one point, yeah. Anyway, it's good to see you guys.
I had a car situation evolve in my life here recently.
Yes.
And I had to get a new car. And so a car got delivered today. In these conditions. And the poor lady, she's dropping the car off. She's getting it off the truck bed, and she's out there working hard on this thing. And I'm like, hey, just leave it out there on the street. And I'm watching from inside as this poor lady is going to work trying to get this car off
with
the
your
car
coffee,
bed. like, hey,
poor lady out there.
You're working hard out there. Then the car actually then it got stuck. It was a disaster because of I had a lot of snow in my house.
How did that look? How did that look from the inside of your house?
Well, it was funny to watch.
I bet it was.
Yeah.
I'm sure she just was trying her best.
She was doing great.
Just hope she gets that done.
Hey, leave it on the street. I don't think the guys that took the last one will be back for quite a while. It should be safer while the snow holds.
Right.
That's fantastic. I do want to run past you how to beat the Bills because I saw how the Texans did it. It was kind of interesting. But first, I want to give a big whole pat on my own back to I told you so about the Nuggets. Told you so. I said that at the end of the show. I said they're going to kill the Clippers.
Yeah, there you go.
So I told you so.
Yeah, something wrong with the Clippers from that team we saw like that first 2 weeks of the season.
I fear the reason is the fires. I fear that, listen.
Well, they played them 2 times in a row, and they beat the hell out of them 2 times in a row, including last time.
They look like, the Clippers to me look like a little bit of a distracted team last night. But I mean,
I actually can't believe that Kawhi was the only one that went home. Like, why is that whole team not affected by this thing?
Well,
right
they
now?
probably are. They probably are. You know who's impacted by it in a offshoot sort of way is Russell Westbrook. I guess it does make sense. Like, his family's still back in California. He's got older kids, relatively older.
But not near the fire, he said.
Not near the fire, but I was talking to my guy, Chad Brown. His elementary school, middle school burned to the ground. I saw that stretch on Malibu, like across the road, burn, neighborhoods burn, celebrity homes, they're not immune to it.
It's pretty wild to me
to
that the fire can literally go up to the beach.
It's unbelievable.
The water's right there. Homes burned down on the beach.
It's right there. And that's a...
Have you heard about Pepperdine at all? Would that be
right there?
The same area, right?
That's the exact area. The exact area.
That's a dumb question. Like the whole thing is like they don't have water, right? Why can't they use ocean water?
Well, you got to pump it somehow. You know, that's I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, why can't you just
they have reservoirs, and they were, what I read, they were retaining the water up high for something else. So they got to basically get it down to reservoirs low. They didn't do it. They weren't expecting something this dramatic, obviously, and because of that, the reservoirs were basically empty. They didn't have any pressure in the water for down the lower areas.
Now, that seems like a reasonable explanation, but the smartest person in the world wants to chime in on this issue.
Go ahead, D-Mark.
It's not me. It's Dan Tanner who whispered in my ear, I know why.
Well, I read about it this morning. Salt water can damage fire equipment, and it can destroy the soil, and it can erode the structures if it gets sprayed on with salt water. That's what I read this morning.
So salt water can
Structures
do
are
more.
going down.
Well, but Dan's saying salt water can actually do more damage than good. That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, it'll put the fire out, but you might get rot and water stains later.
Right. Right.
Is this the point where we should really back off because we're not smart enough to really know the answers to these questions? So it was, listen, man, a basketball team is what? It's the players, it's the coaches, it's the staff. I mean, what are we talking about? 50 people that travel to any particular game? Maybe not 50. I don't know. What are we going to get? 30, 40?
No,
what do you think?
Probably close to 50.
Close to 50 that go with the team to every game. Well, it's impossible to think that 50 members of the Clippers who all live somewhat in that area or got to have relations there aren't impacted by this. So listen, man, I get it. Hey, good win for the Nuggets. We'll have Michael Malone actually on in 13 minutes, and we'll go over the game and everything. And it did hit me in the NBA season. I think it's a combination of a couple things. I think the Nuggets are just good in back-to-back games. I think things clicked for them with the fill-ins for Jokic that weren't clicking against Boston. Second chance points were tremendously different.
Yeah.
You know,
I guess the Dario Saric experiment's officially over.
no, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
I just thought it was interesting that DJ started.
Yeah, but Saric had 7 points and kind of was part of
6-7
things.
rebounds, 3-4 assists.
Yeah, and Malone did talk about, hey, and you asked a much better question than I was actually going to literally ask that, and Scott, like, as the question post came, I was like, oh, that's a way better way to ask that question. Because I was just going to say, hey, good for Saric, huh? And Scott came off.
Good for Saric.
Like, I don't know. Whatever you said was just smarter than what I was going to say. But it was essentially the same thing. Like, guys who had a lousy night, it was pretty cool that they could have a second night, and you could play them to sort of get over that lousy night.
Well, they look more comfortable.
I thought so, too. Yeah.
I thought they looked more comfortable.
It was 20. It was 1 point from DeAndre Jordan, Saric, and Zeke against the Celtics. It was 21 points for them as a threesome.
Jamal Murray's most complete game. Start to finish, I thought it was one of his better games. 21 points, 9 assists. He was drilling it from 3-point land. He said after the game, he literally can't remember the last time that he made 2 points or 2 3-pointers in a row.
He did. He almost broke out the blue arrow because of it.
I thought he did.
Did he break it out, or did he kind of break it out?
He started to, and then he put it back.
He's like, I can't quite do this one just yet.
Jamal is an interesting cat. Like, the talent's there, the consistency, you know. It was interesting. Katie asked him about his daughter, which I don't know if he's really ever talked about. But he was his daughter who's about 1.5 years old, was out on the court with him, and he answered the question. And it's like, oh, you know, that's happening with Jamal too. That's something we never talk about, like his personal life. And he's got a daughter and lives in Denver, the whole thing. So who knows? You really never know what's going on behind the scenes with these guys. I just, my hat is off for Russell Westbrook, man. I flat out love this guy. Like
he won the press conference.
He's winning a lot of things. He's winning the effort contest. He's winning the crowd contest. He is consistent with his effort night after night.
You can't tell me that Russell Westbrook doesn't look like a dude that could still be starting in this league.
Well, he's starting right now.
He's starting right now.
I
Looking
know.
damn good. And you know what he is? He is a point guard, not a 2 guard. And how's he working out with Jamal? Pretty damn good. And I think if Jamal could lean into it, you got some interesting decisions to make down the stretch if you're Michael Malone. For sure. For sure. Russell Westbrook is way better, Scott, than I anticipated he'd be. I mean, way better. Not a little better, way better.
Yeah, yeah. Someone said his numbers are about the same as it was in the Clippers last year. I don't know. But I asked him that question too because, man, the crowd's in. At least the ones that go to the games.
Oh, my God.
They are all in.
He's got him in the palm of their hand.
That cat, yeah.
Yep, no doubt. And I get it.
But you're right. He plays hard, man. We talked about this before the season started. That was the one thing. They need a little dog wake up on this team.
He's it.
Yeah.
Like, all right. We'll talk to Michael Malone, like I said, in about 10 minutes, and we can go over all of it. Watch the Texans-Bills game today. Interesting game. Do you know the Texans won that game, and they were -2, and the Bills had no turnovers? They won that game, and Josh Allen did not complete a pass in the fourth quarter. They won that game, in terms of what I saw, because they got pressure from the interior. They contained Allen for the most part, and they challenged him one-on-one. They challenged him one-on-one with the corners and the receivers. And they got a little lucky because there were a couple guys open that,
Well, pressure keeps – that's what you hope with that type of defense, right? That the pressure keeps those guys, those longs, not enough time to throw it down there.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to –
You got to get home, though. I mean, Josh is a smart quarterback. But
it wasn't sacks. He didn't take sacks against the Texans. It was pressure. I don't know if he even got sacked in the game. I don't think he did. And they had to convert a 4th and 5 that ended up to be a touchdown pass. Texas kind of gave up the cookies on 4th down. But the Bills had to sort of whatever. And then the special teams of the Bills, coverage-wise, not that great. It's just kind of okay. It's weird. Like Fairbairn Barn, the kicker had a 59-yarder to win the game with 0 time left because they were able to stop Josh Allen with under a minute to go on 3 incomplete passes. Listen, it's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy. But what they did to contain pressure, not even sack, and then win the one-on-one battles on the outside against a bunch of kind of no-name receivers. Come on, guys. Who are these dudes? And that is true. He completes passes to like 13 different guys this year. There's not like a guy. But if you challenge him, he wants to put it up. I don't think he cares if Pat Surtain's out there. It's risky, man, because what are you going to do? Are you just going to leave Surtain on an island? And the Broncos play the most man defense, understandably, because they have Surtain of anybody in the NFL. They do. So it's risky, but if Mims can have a great game and Surtain can be Patrick Surtain
and Moss could play like we saw him in the middle of the year during that win streak, and the defensive line can do what it was doing all year long,
especially from the interior.
There you go. We said yesterday, pressure, go play one man-to-man pressure, be you.
You got a shot, but you got to win those, and it's risky as hell because.
Yeah, but we already saw with Jackson, right? Sit back in the zone. Make him a pocket passer. He said, okay, here's 400 yards for you.
That's right. Forget it. You forget it. Don't worry about it. And you know what? They want the Bills want to run the ball with James Cook. They don't really have another running back. It's really the James Cook show with Josh Allen on top of it.
You're never going to be in a situation where you ignore film and that you don't do scouting and all those things, right? But once or twice a year, you got one of those games where you just say, boys, forget it. Forget it. It's about us. We're going back to our roots. We're going back to our DNA. They got to answer to us, not the other way around. And you just try to force it. So I think you got nothing to lose here. So what? You live by the sword, you die by the sword. That's true. Vance Joseph's defenses have always been this way.
Yep.
He's always been the type of dude that you're going to have high highs and low lows. He's not the dude that is going to sit back there and cover 2 all day long and just give you the underneath stuff. You'll have high highs and low lows. But I know this, just like I wanted to go down swinging against Cincinnati with the 2-point conversion. If I'm going to lose in the playoffs, I want to go down being me.
By the way, Jeff was right. They are soft interior. Bills interior defensive line, little soft. You can push it against them, and screens are going to be open all day for the Broncos, which is kind of their bread and butter too. It's not that bad of a matchup. It's
people. The national people are starting to get on board and say, hey, if there's an upset in the first weekend, they're looking at this game.
All right. We will dig into it much deeper, but I found way more room for optimism after sort of watching that, and let's dig into it. Meanwhile, Micah Malone will join us coming up next.
Manage that clock.
Hey, it's Brett Kane. I'm out here, the International Sportsman's Expo at the Colorado Convention Center. Going to be here from noon to 2, and I would come by, check out the RVs, check out the campers, check out the ATVs, check out the fishing gear. They got something down here that really piqued my interest. It's a broken bottle arcade where you're just ripping BB guns at these at these bottles. It's amazing. So come and check it out. Again, noon to 2 today. Whether you're a fly fisherman, you're looking for new lodges and resorts, you're looking for new hunting trips, they got all of that here, and there is a ton of different tents to visit. So come on by the Colorado Convention Center for the International Sportsman's Expo. The tickets, $16 for an adult, youth, 15 and under, and active military with an ID. They get in for free. If you're a vet, visit vettix.org. But again, we're going to be here noon to 2. Come say hi. Check out the great stuff they got here. Come on out. Colorado Convention Center for the International Sportsman's Expo.
Shovel pass off over to Westbrook. Westbrook turns on the Jets. He gets down the lane. Lost it off the glass. Loose ball, though. Picked up by Christian. He'll shoot a three. Got it! Denver leads at 116-88 with 4.5 left to go. And this thing is over!
Really nice bounce-back win for the Nuggets last night. Michael Malone joins us. The Michael Malone Show brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to 243. Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. Coach, you pointed out it's not just 8-0, it's really 11-0 because back-to-backs, you guys, it stretches back to last year. And I know it might be annoying answering the same question overall, but I'll ask it because I'm a dummy. But what's the secret here? Why? Have you put your thumb on, like, what is it about this team, this group, that is so good when it comes to these second night back-to-backs?
Yeah, I mean, it's as you mentioned, going back to last year, 11-0. So you have some different players a part of that. But for me, anytime you're able to win the second night of a back-to-back, it just speaks to your toughness and your mindset. Because we all know that in any sports industry, there's readily available excuses to be had anywhere you look. And we could have easily have said last night, well, it's the second night of a back-to-back. We played Boston last night, 8 o'clock. It was a late night. We played hard. We didn't have Nikola. But you can't fall into that trap because once you do that, you'll do that every time you can. And that's the thing I think that we as a coaching staff, we as a team, always focus on the task at hand, what's in front of us, and attack it and not look to make those excuses. And the players have gone out there and done it. They deserve all the credit because it's their approach, their work ethic, their energy, how hard they played. And, hopefully we can continue that as we move forward in a very challenging month of January.
And I've always said for a long, long time, and even when I was a player, and it gets tiring, Coach, sitting on the bench back-to-back nights, that just will wear your back out. But you need energy. You got to find energy somewhere. You guys in free agency this year brought a guy in Russell Westbrook that through, I don't even know how many games y'all played now, 35, 36 games. He's energy every night. The one thing I can say about Russ consistent-wise is the effort and energy he brings absolutely every single night. Does the level of that surprise you at all?
I guess I can say two things to that. It doesn't surprise me on one hand because of just coaching against him for so many years and just seeing, the battles we had when he was in OKC, how hard he played then, the competitor that he was. And I guess the only thing that really surprises me is that now in year 17,
right,
he's playing just as hard as he did as a rookie. And that's what really impresses me is that this guy takes tremendous care of his body. He's the ultimate professional, and he's just wired a certain way. You play him 10 minutes, you play him last night 30 minutes, he's going to give you everything he has every minute he's on that floor. And I love that because we need it. I also love it because we have a lot of young players in our team who all talk about wanting to be great. Well, here's a guy who's doing it every night at this late stage of his career and having a phenomenal season. And, they're very, very thankful that Russell Westbrook is a Denver Nugget.
And I was going to follow up and ask you that. Have you seen the impact he's had on the number of young guys that you're having to play?
Oh, of course. I think Russ's impact is the example that he sets. I mean, we had a practice going into the back-to-back before we played Boston, and I knew it was going to be a tough practice. Sometimes as a coach, you go to practice, it's going to be like, you feel like a dentist. You're going in there to pull teeth. It's not easy. And these guys walk in the gym, and when they see a guy like Russell Westbrook going harder than anybody, being more vocal than anybody, holding guys accountable, that is a luxury to have as a head coach. So I think he sets the example with how hard he works every day, but he also does it with his voice. And his leadership has really impacted guys like Julian, Jalen Pickett, Peyton Watson, Christian Brown. And I even think guys that have been in the league. I mean, Jamal Murray is learning and listening to a guy like Russell Westbrook, and he should. Russell Westbrook is one of the greatest point guards to ever play this game, and I think everybody's felt the benefits of having Russ in that locker room.
Coach, your starting lineup is had to evolve because of different circumstances, right? Whether that's Russ in the starting lineup or DJ last night. And yet, looking at that game, it felt like it was one of the more complete games, starters to bench. Julian gets 16, Peyton's got 9, Dario's got 7. Did it feel like one of the more complete games, starters to bench for you?
Yeah, I felt there was a complete team win. Yeah, I felt everybody that played contributed in a positive manner. Obviously, all 5 starters are in double figures with tremendous plus-minus rating. And then you mentioned Julian lately has been playing really consistent basketball, very confident and aggressive basketball. 4 of 8 from 3 last night. Peyton Watson, sometimes you can't judge Peyton's game by just a stat sheet. His defense, I think he had 4 blocks against Boston. He had 2 more last night, 9 points, 4 boards. And Dario, I can't say enough good things about Dario Saric. Has not been an easy season for him. Started him against Boston, brought him off the bench last night, and he gets 7 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists. So, yeah, I would agree. I think last night, anytime you can beat an opponent by 23 points and everybody contributes, you feel good about that.
Yeah, sometimes you're a little scary after a loss. I'm just going to tell you that, Coach, just off the bat. I'm just going to be flat out honest with you. So, like, after the Celtics game, it was like, okay. And then, like, a reporter asked you, like, what was the question? Did you miss Nikola Jokic? It was something like that. Do you remember that
dumb
one?
Question.
Yeah, like, what'd you miss out of Nikola Jokic? And that's the moment I feel like squirming down in my seat and pulling my hat over my head a little bit. I'm like, did you miss Nikola Jokic? Yeah, we had 3 guys that scored 1 point that were trying to fill in for Nikola Jokic. We kind of missed him. When you hear that, seriously.
How hard is it for him to bite his Irish tongue?
Yeah, do you just have to take a pause and just be like, okay, I just got to be cool here?
Well, I don't mean to be scary after losses. It's just, and I really don't. It's just, like I always say, man. Like some guys like to win, some guys hate to lose. I really hate to lose.
Yeah,
I hate to lose in anything I do. Since I was a little kid, I mean, every time I lost in anything, I would cry. I thought it was the end of the world, and I'm still like that. I don't cry, but and then so when you're sitting there and you've just lost the game, and you're a competitor who hates to lose, and then you're asked a certain question that is like. I almost want to do what Bobby Knight did years ago. Bobby Knight, somebody did an interview with Bobby Knight. They asked him a question, and he said, come on, give me a better question than that. But you got to sit there, answer the question, and try to be polite because everybody's got a job to do. And so I try to do the best that I can. But I'm sure there are times where more than just you, D-Mac, want to sit down in their chair and put their hat over their head.
But actually, what I was going to get to, and Scott actually did ask you about a post game, it wasn't great against the Celtics with Saric, DJ, and Zeke. It wasn't. However, kind of what seemed like a silver lining is all those guys got to play the next night, like right away, and they did respond better. Like, and that's a pretty unique opportunity. You normally wouldn't get that.
That's unique with the NBA, that you get a game that quick, that back, to make up for maybe the night before.
Yeah, I guess that's not a question. It's more of a statement and an observation, Coach. And I wonder if you could reflect on that. Like, hey, that is a unique thing. This is tough, but what a good opportunity for these guys.
Well, I mean, to your point, and Scott knows this from playing in the league, sometimes what you love about the NBA schedule is that there's a game the very next night, and you have a chance to clean up and improve and win. And then even from a personal level, an individual level, you have a chance to go out there and play better. And so we didn't get the job done against Boston. Clippers are coming in. We don't have Nikola.
Right.
So now we have big guys. They're going to get a chance to play. And DeAndre Jordan last night, 12 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists. Yeah. 2 steals.
Yep.
That's a great game for DeAndre Jordan in 23 minutes. Dario Saric, 7 and 7 off the bench. So it's hard filling in for Nikola Jokic. I'll say that in defense of all my guys.
Right.
We don't have another Nikola Jokic. No one does. So those guys just have to be the best version of themselves. And last night we saw that, and it was great to see.
I'm going to ask you kind of a left field question.
You better make this the last one because his voice is about to.
I
holy
feel
cow!
bad. I got a lozenge.
Yeah.
They on that A360 show, you know, and they do highlights it's every couple of weeks. They did on your G League last night, and you guys have used it. I know the Mr. Kroenke and Josh bought the team, and so now you're able to put coaches up there. Travis was up there, I think, all last year, and all that. We've seen Pickett. Pickett ain't the same player he was last year, and I think you got to give credit to the G League. But talk about this because he's kind of a buddy of mine. But Andre Miller, what do you think when you look from the side, the job Andre's doing up there, who really was kind of a quiet guy, but as a head coach, not very often you can just be a quiet guy and be a head coach.
No, I mean, well, starting off with what you said earlier, I think it's great that we eventually, and finally bought our own G League team and are using it to develop a lot of our young players. But it's not just the players that you're developing. You're also developing a young coach in Andre Miller, who's in his third season as a head coach in Grand Rapids. We've had guys like Travis Armento, who you mentioned, who spent time in Grand Rapids with the Gold. Players that we have this year, Trey Alexander, P.J. Hall, Spencer, guys that have gone back and forth. And to your point, last year, Colin Gillespie, Jalen Pickett, Hunter Tyson, Peyton Watson spent time in Grand Rapids. So utilizing it as a tool to help develop players, but also Andre Miller is a better coach today than he was 3 years ago.
Right.
Because he's gone through 3 seasons of learning and improving and growing from being a head coach. And experience is the best teacher, as we all know. And I think Andre is doing a hell of a job. And being in the G League is not easy because you have players that are coming and going. You don't have a set lineup every night. Oh, the Nuggets have an injury. I need these 2 players to come up. So Andre is doing a hell of a job, and couldn't be more proud of the job that Ben Tenzer, our GM of the Gold, and the entire staff are doing up there.
Coach, we're really seriously going to let you go. Your voice, my God. Who's your?
It's crazy. It's just getting worse the more I'm on with you guys.
I know.
Hey, a lot of people are allergic to us. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hey, whiskey and honey. Whiskey and honey.
All right. We'll let you go on that one, Coach. Good luck tomorrow night against the Nets, all right? We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Hey,
all
thanks a lot, guys. Talk to you next week.
Okay,
all right, thanks, Coach.
Michael Malone. Brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to 243. Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. And I know what it is. He's not sick. It's just.
Well, he hollers.
Yeah.
Well, and there is that cold thing that is.
Coaching is not a healthy lifestyle. I wouldn't put it past him to be sick right now. Sean Payton was sick.
Was he really?
There's a lot.
Yeah. Sean was sick after the game last week for sure.
Okay.
And talking to family members, I think, and Joker's pretty legit, I was told.
Okay. Well, I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it.
I think what Coach had sounds like. Anyway.
You think?
Well, talking to, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
Hope he feels better.
If you got that Altitude app or you've got Altitude or however you watch it, if you ever get a chance, and we travel so much.
You're talking about Altitude Plus, right?
Yeah, the Altitude Plus, you can do it on your phone. You can do it right now. But I can't remember what they call it, A360 or something like that.
Yeah.
And they did it on the G League. Last night's show was the G League.
Mm-hmm.
It was fantastic.
That's awesome.
First of all, the filming is great. Bob Nikolai is a pro. Could probably have his own documentary company. He's that good. I mean, he really, really is that good. Well written. Katie narrated it, but then you had a number of people talking and stuff. I found it intriguing. PJ Hall is a beast.
You know what's interesting? The guys that are having success with the Nuggets have had a tendency. We should keep eyes on guys who are dominating at that level. Because, I mean, Colin Gillespie dominated that level. Peyton Watson dominated that level.
He's on a team this year.
So if you're telling me P.J. Hall is dominating at that level, that's actually really good
I don't know
news.
what his stats are, but I mean, from this film, dude, he's he's strong.
Okay.
He's
Well,
big.
that's a nice indicator, perhaps, of things to come.
But think about this. We talked about it either yesterday or day before about character in locker room. And franchise, if you can develop character, this is who we are. They run a lot of the same plays, same terminology that Denver Nuggets does. So when you can pull a guy down and we say B42, you know what B42 is and everything else. But Andre Miller said when they asked him, he said, G League ain't easy.
Did he say it like this? G League ain't easy.
No, his voice is lowered.
No.
When?
He was out on the court.
Finally hit puberty.
He was out on the court coaching, and his voice was like,
That's just from yelling. That's all that is.
But probably so.
He didn't sound like G League.
But no, his voice has dropped 2 octaves.
All
I'm
right.
telling you.
All right. You
got to watch the series.
I will.
But he said the G League's not easy, and guys here that come here and want to play. I think Tinger talked about they'll go on a West Coast road trip and they bus most time or fly somewhere and then bus. They're gone 3 straight weeks on the road. He says you got to have passion for the game to want to play in the G League. He says, and so when we get guys that I can sit there and tell, and Andre knows that stuff. He goes, I can tell they got a passion for this game. Nuggets are looking for that too. And so now you can bring guys up. Just what a great avenue to not only to create talent and develop talent, but to develop character of the people you want in your locker room.
When did we, because Malone said in there it was great when we bought it, right? When did that happen?
Like 3 years ago.
Okay.
That's cool. By the way, just sitting here, this is really fun. And we're focused on coach and everything. Tyler's on TV right now. What is that, NFL Network?
Yep.
As they're replaying. Oh, my God. Look at this, Tyler. Oh, my God.
Oh, I know. That's when I just threw my arms up. Come on, Rob. Get rid of the ball, buddy.
It's a penalty on the outside.
It's a playoff game. Tyler's starting with 20.
This is 2012. 2012.
Yeah, the 2013
So
Super
it'll
Bowl.
be 2013 Super Bowl. Yeah.
Okay, so it would be Super Bowl 48.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's the Washington against Seattle.
Got up 14-0 in the first. Robert Griffin tears his ACL, stays in the game, and everything just starts to go to hell in a handbasket after that.
Not yet.
We're
watching into the set. I get it. He's hurt, but you guys still look pretty. It's 14-3.
Listen, we were the hottest team in the NFL that year. We won 7 straight games to get into the playoffs. And then we got into the playoffs, and we got up 14-0 on Seattle. We were smoking them.
Yeah, you look dominant.
Hey, 14-0 and a chance to intercept them in the end zone.
Yeah. That's why. Do you know what that is? That's my dude Reed Dowdy, who he's a local Colorado kid. He went to UNC, University of Northern Colorado. He still lives here. He's an athletic director of a small high school up north. I'm drawing a blank on the name of the school right now, but tremendous dude. But you're right, he did drop that one.
Yeah, that ball would got a hand up in there, but you held him to field goal, but you could have held him pointless right there.
I know.
Well, what'd you end up losing?
I can't help but turn around and watch this whole thing. I'm just waiting for me to have a bad play. No bad plays yet.
You just got to the second. You just got to the second level and took a cornerback to the club right here.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah. Nice little bat out there on the outside.
That's Pierre Garcon right there.
Face mask for sure.
Oh,
no flags there, huh? Well, okay.
That's Pierre Garcon versus Brandon Browner.
That's a good battle.
That's like a light heavyweight match.
Here we go. 3rd and 2, right around 35-yard line. Tyler's on the right tackle. Oh, bad snap.
Drop step.
Good.
Oh, held him up.
Oh, that might have been a hold on you a little bit right there.
Nah,
but he took forever.
Do you know who that was? That was big ass Red Bryant. That dude's about 350 pounds. I'm trying to stop right
can
there.
Can I say something? After the first look wasn't open, RG3 normally would have taken off down that left side, and he'd had 25 yards. He can't run right now.
Nope, can't do it.
You should have put Kirk in right there. Yeah, right there. Because I feel for you, offensive lineman. Like you had that play blocked. It's like, dude, throw it, do something, move.
Yeah,
get out of here.
I'll give Robert some grace in this one. This game, he can't move.
Yeah.
Nah, we saw him get.
I'll give him a lot of credit. Actually, he was a warrior, man. He was fighting. He was fighting through a torn ACL.
But you guys still wouldn't.
Guess who's out
pick
there
him
though?
up when he was.
We don't want to talk about that.
Why not? It's over. It's 20 years ago.
I mean, you guys. He got smacked, and none of you guys went over to him.
Relationships were a little bit icy.
And then we're watching the play's over. It's a touchdown. He's walking off. Tyler's right next to him. There's no little
pat on the back.
It's a touchdown. There was no little
I'm telling you, that was an icy locker room with Robert at that point of the season.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Nobody's helping. It's a playoff game, and you're winning, and still nothing.
Every time I say that, I feel the obligation to point out that Robert, over the years, he's gone out of his way to make amends with everybody, and it's cool. I've got a relationship with Robert to this day. He invited me out to Washington this year. Matter of fact, he was going to pay for it. He was paying for the offensive line to come out. Yeah. Like he's gone out of his way to make amends.
That's cool. Well, this is fun.
How's him and Shanahan?
I don't think that one's ever going to work.
Well, it's funny. So I got out.
If you thought Jake Plummer was icy, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you said that because I did sideline last night, and guess who's at the game? Jake Plummer, and he came and did the
post game
after
the afternoon delight show under the sheets with Chris Dempsey.
So I went up and went up to go interview him in the second quarter. Guess who he's with? Our boy Nate Jackson.
Oh, there you go.
So Nate's with him.
Just realized what I'm wearing. Sorry.
So I interviewed Jake and we talked. It was right before we got on, and you got your Washington shirt on. So right before we get on, Jake and Nate's in there talking. He goes, and we're talking about, Ben, do you know you were like 39-15? He was 39-15 as a starter and got replaced at 7-3 or 7-4. Come on,
7-4.
That was terrible.
Yeah.
And he goes, that's the Shanahan's dumbest mistake he ever made. Because that was the last year we were together. This is Nate. Nate's just going on. Blah, blah, blah. And so I turned to Jake. I said, but Mike did apologize. Said that was the biggest mistake he's ever made. He goes, yeah, he admitted that was a bad mistake.
We're at Mike Shanahan's Ring of Fame party at Mike's house. And I'm talking to Jake about all this stuff, the same stuff you're talking about right there, right? And when he gets rolling, and he's still very passionate about it.
Listen, let Eggman sit beside him, Nate Jackson. He'll even go more.
Mike is standing 8 feet behind us as Jake is just rolling, and he knows he's right there. And they're fine. But it was very interesting to hear how passionate Jake still is about that.
Mike has, to Mike's credit, though, he has said it more than once.
Yeah.
And he's also admitted it was a mistake to not at least start Bubby that year. And he stuck in Brian Greasy, which was probably a little bit unfair to Grease. If it doesn't work out with Bubby, it doesn't work out. You always have Greasy there. But the guys love Grease. And, they
love Bubby.
They love Bubby, too. Bubby. And don't forget, in that last Super Bowl season, Bubby started a bunch of games, went undefeated.
5 games.
For John. And, but listen, man, coaches make mistakes, too. They do. And Mike's admitted 10 million times.
Hey, I got wrote up in the paper during when Bubby was starting.
Can you hold that story?
Sure. It's a good one.
Hold that story. Also, we'll go around the league in terms of previewing the NFL matchups, brought to you by the Orchard Park Travel Agency, where they're begging people to visit. It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey, it's Brett Kane out here at the International Sportsman's Expo at the Colorado Convention Center. Going to be here until 2 o'clock, but this thing is going on all throughout the weekend, and it has all the needs if you're an outdoorsman. Whether it's a camper, whether it's some ATVs, whether it's fishing gear, you have a chance to get some of these safari hunting trips. They have a shooting simulator. Whatever you want is available to you here. So come check it out, the International Sportsman's Expo at the Colorado Convention Center. Again, this is going all throughout the weekend. We're talking about 30,000 square feet of RVs, campers, and vans, a whole bunch of apparel, some handmade knives. Whatever you guys want is available to you here. So come check it out as it's going on through Sunday. We're going to be here until 2 o'clock today. But you want to go bull ride? Go ahead. If you want to go down and shoot bottles with a BB gun at the Broken Bottle Arcade, that's here too. Whatever you guys want, check it out. The International Sportsman's Expo right here at the Colorado Convention Center. See you soon.
Appreciate it, Dan Tanner. Orchard Park Travel Agency. What a place, man. Just they try desperately to get people to come to Buffalo.
Orchard Park Travel Agency.
Yeah.
No fruit, a lot of nuts.
Solid.
There you go.
Solid.
We start with the Rams at the Texans.
Jim, what, if anything, have you seen from the Texans? Have
you?
Chargers.
Yeah, really good. Have started to look, and defensively, really good against the run. I mean, a lot of people running the ball on him.
Is he drunk? What was wrong with? Sorry, that's the Chargers. My bad. I just saw Los Angeles. I like the Chargers in this one, guys. I don't know. The Texans just have been kind of sputtering. It hasn't been all that impressive. It was fun to watch them play the Bills and beat them, but it hasn't been so great. Chargers are a 3-point favorite.
Yeah, man. I don't know what the deal was with the Texans this year. I didn't see a whole lot of ball from them. I saw 2 or 3 games that I watched the majority of it. It feels like the Chargers got a lot of momentum. It feels like they got a lot of good things going on right now. Justin Herbert, they're getting healthy. I got Chargers as well.
Scotty?
I think Harbaugh is close to the vest, and he'll keep teams in it. So can Houston stay in touch or take the lead, and then see if the Chargers can come back from that?
Let's move on. You got another one in the Orchard Park Travel Agency?
This segment brought to you by Orchard Park Travel Agency. Johnny Appleseed, we got you, Johnny Appleseed.
Pittsburgh at Baltimore.
No, I don't think it's easy to do, but I think also it's singular focused. I think that the opportunity that we have in front of us is a great one. We're excited about the opportunity to play out the playoffs, and it's I know guys that have played 15 years, never gotten in the playoffs. So for a lot of these guys who haven't, it's an exciting moment, exciting time. It's exciting for all of us because we also know how good of a team we are when we play our best, and we're excited about the opportunity of facing the challenge.
All right. Seriously.
Did you guys see after the game when Russ goes up to Cam Hayward? Did you guys see this interaction?
I did not.
Okay, so Steelers they're
falling apart.
They're falling through frozen lakes right now. I mean, it cannot be any worse than things are. They've lost 3 straight, or is it 4 straight? I think they've lost 4 straight games.
Yeah.
They've lost
and
4
still
straight games.
10-7. Think about that.
So Cam Hayward, leader, been on that team a long time. He's walking off the field. He's all ticked off, and Russ comes up to him. He's like, "Hey, Cam." Cam tries to walk away from him. Cam, let's go get the next 4, okay? Let's get the next 4. We're gonna get the next 4, okay? Cam just walks off from him. Doesn't even acknowledge him.
Yeah, not everybody's up for a TED Talk, and every because it's just so.
We're gonna get the next 4.
All right, I'm trying not the Russ stuff.
I think that's a good leader stuff.
Okay, they're 9.5-point underdogs. How's this game going to go for the Steelers? As you're right, you couldn't wither into the playoffs any worse than the Steelers.
Also, Arthur Smith desperately wants to start Justin Fields, and he can't do it.
Oh, is that right?
Oh yeah. If you listen to the press conferences,
why can't he do it?
Because Mike Tomlin.
Really?
Yeah.
So there's some palace intrigue going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, does he directly say it? But you got to read between the lines. But he's not shying away from the fact that he's ready for a QB change.
I mean, I like Baltimore, and I like Baltimore big in this. It's a disaster. I think their best shot is with Justin Fields, and it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And it's not going to happen. And they're going to enter.
For the record, I don't blame Mike Tomlin for sticking with Russ in the playoffs, though. I really don't. I mean, playoff experience does mean something.
You've lost 4 games in a row, and your quarterback's looked awful.
How's he looked awful?
Because he takes sacks like nobody's business. He's being sacked like 100 times.
Last game when they lost, he got sacked once.
You sticking up for Russ here?
No, I'm just saying.
Want me to count up? You want me to count up the sacks and the 4 losses?
I think that's an easy goat. I think that's an easy.
We're falling apart here, boys. We're falling apart.
Okay, you taking Baltimore? You taking Pittsburgh then?
No, I think Baltimore's going to be. Okay. I won't be surprised if Baltimore's playing for the Super Bowl.
Oh, Baltimore's going to roll.
Okay, we got to do this kind of quick. Orchard Park Travel Agency. Even Jim Kelly won't go there. Green Bay at Philadelphia.
With Jalen missing most of 3 games, are you worried at all about rust with him?
No, I think I answered this, to somebody, I can't remember who, earlier this week. This is why you practice. This is why you go through the process of practicing. And
all right, well,
Terrible.
Yeah, good coat. Yeah.
Philadelphia, I think they hate each other. I'm taking Green Bay in an upset on this one.
It's funny you said that because I was taking that as well. I just expect Philadelphia to have a meltdown. I think that they're like one or two bad moments away from fingers being pointed all over that locker room. And I like Jordan Love. I don't know how is he healthy? Is he good?
Is there a problem?
Well, he's banged up.
I hope he's healthy. I hope he's
If
good.
Jordan Love was on Philly, would you pick Philly maybe to get all the way to the
I think
NFC
maybe.
Championship?
I think he's a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts.
I think Hurts is a good quarterback, but he's a wild card.
Yeah, I don't
big
thi-
time.
I don't think he's as good as Jordan Love.
It doesn't feel like there's middle ground with Hurts. It's either like spectacular or God, what are you thinking of?
Sometimes too, you see these really strong one-back running back teams like they are with Saquon Barkley, just kind of, teams kind of bottle it up in the playoffs. So I like Green Bay in this one. Quickly, Washington and Tampa Bay. Give me your pick real quick.
Give me Washington.
Washington.
At Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
I'll take Tampa Bay. I think Washington and Denver are kind of in a similar path. What a great year, rookie quarterbacks,
It's a 6 versus 3, right?
It's a 6 versus 3.
Yeah, give me the 6.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I'm all for the upset.
But in Minnesota, a 5.
Minnesota is a 5 with their
that is a damn good 5.
All right,
and now you're going to get neutral field?
Yeah.
Minnesota against the Rams. Rams have been hot.
I want the Rams to win, but I think Minnesota will.
Give me the Rams.
Give me the Rams, too. I don't like how they performed in that last game against Detroit, and the Rams have been playing real well. I think it's just and then I think they got
But again, what did you say about the Clippers last night?
I got it, but you may be right. You may be right. I mean, wow, we're just talking about a basketball team. What's a football team?
Yeah,
how are they being impacted?
25 people, and
they're talking about moving the game to Arizona.
Yeah. So now you fought
that's
your
a good
butt off
point.
to win your division.
Yeah, what
and
a
now
bummer
you're going
that
to
is.
Phoenix, right?
That's a good point. Great point.
Although they barely won the worst division.
When we come back, we have
second worst.
I thought Tampa did
Second
that,
worst.
We have Von Miller dropping we and us when it comes to the Broncos when he plays for the Bills. That was hysterical. And I got to go through, is this something? Deion Sanders, is this something? Coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're not feeling great and your love life stinks and things are just kind of a bummer for you, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you out. That's for sure. They can put love back into a mediocre sex life just by doing the right thing for you, as they've done seriously with thousands and thousands of men on the Front Range for the better part of a decade. The success rates are well over 90%. So you can find out for yourself. The initial visit's $99. A consult, T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. Hey, if that doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Is this something? Now, guys, if it's not anything, it's not anything, okay? And we'll get to Von Miller and his love of the Broncos here in a second. But Prime, our guy Deion Sanders, who has said that he would never go to the NFL maybe 10,000 times. And every single time he said it, the three of us would be like, Because I think we're all in agreement. None of us would actually hold it against him, despite how many times he said he would never go if he does decide to go. We all get it. And none of us are going to hold him like, oh, bad guy. We've said that a million times. So they've got the docuseries Prime, which I think is in its third season on Amazon. So he's out there promoting it, which is cool. That's awesome. No problem there.
Hey, do people in Colorado watch that?
I watched it, and
So, I mean, he could promote it here, too.
Dan Tanner, how many times did we request during the football season to have Prime on our show? How many times, Dan?
At least 6.
Yeah.
How many times did you talk to a human being on the phone about it?
Calls were made, calls were not answered, and messages were left.
We did that very much on purpose, by the way. We did that. We said, let's keep requesting. So just FYI, we have repeatedly asked for Deion Sanders to be on this show. Just letting you know, to your point. I guess we did that the entire fall just to answer that one question right there.
Right
for
there.
that moment, right literally.
You never know
right there.
where the good Lord put you right there, and you're in that spot, and here he comes.
Here it is. So, okay. He's on Good Morning America, and they ask him about coaching the NFL. The question is this something?
But is there a chance that you could head to the NFL?
I know where you're going. You try to go viral, right? Yeah. If I respond, you know we're going viral, right?
I know, right?
You know what? The only way I would consider is to coach my son. Not son. No. Sons. Okay.
I think we're going to go viral with that.
Yeah.
So that's not a no.
Well, I love Colorado. Now, I love my Buffaloes. I love everything that we're building. I love everything that we're doing, and I love Boulder, Colorado. I do.
Now, before I get to your answers, Joel Klatt has put it out there, and it's been reported widely, that there's a contract extension on the table for Prime right now, and he has not signed it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So,
And the Raiders just fired their GM.
And their coach.
Their GM today.
They fired the GM?
Yeah.
I did not catch that. Wow. Okay. Is all of that something?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, is it telling you he's leaving for the NFL? No. But he's going to listen. And if somebody could put an offer on the table, if the Raiders could put a plan in front of him that says, hey, look, here's the ammunition we got. Here's our plan to move up to number 1, number 2, whatever it's going to take.
We'll draft Shiloh. We guarantee we'll draft Shiloh.
Or we'll sign him in free agency.
Okay.
Shedeur is willing to sit out. He's willing to pull an Eli Manning. There's a lot of moving parts here, okay? And the most important moving part of them all is that Shedeur Sanders would have to be willing to be the bad guy. He would have to be willing to pull an Eli Manning because it doesn't matter what ammunition they've got. If I'm Cleveland, there's nothing you could do to move me off that. Nothing. It's the only chance I've got of getting out of this hell. I do think Deion Sanders is absolutely going to listen. Joel Klatt didn't just say that he's got an offer on the table. Joel Klatt's words were, Deion has a very, very, very good offer in front of him from Colorado, and I don't know why it hasn't been signed.
Well, I think I know.
Deion's currently on a 5-year, $29.5 million contract.
Oh, chicken feed.
Yep.
Merchandising is different, but that's a chicken feed contract right there compared to what he
so it's about $6 million per.
And Mark Davis is obviously proving, F them contracts with as coaches. He's just going to pay that money. And the Raiders said the reason they waited 2 days, not 1 day, is they wanted to line up something else. They had to know something was available before they moved on from Antonio Pierce.
Yeah.
Ooh,
look,
doggy. They fired the GM.
I put it out on Twitter last night, and all the Colorado alumni and not alumni, I'd say more Deion fans, was getting all ticked off of me. How dare you put that out there? This is bad for the university. You know, why are you promoting stuff like this? Look, it's just my God's honest opinion. What dad could say no to an opportunity to continue to coach his son? What dad could do that? And how could you possibly be mad at him if he chose to do that?
I wouldn't be. The opportunity in life is so bizarrely unique. And I understand what you're saying about Cleveland, but they're in a pickle because of Deshaun Watson. So if you told me we're going to go from 2 to 6, we're also going to give you our first round pick next year and a 2 and a 3 and a partridge in a pear tree, whatever it takes.
Yeah, but that don't solve my quarterback problem.
It doesn't. Not this year if you're Cleveland. It's tough. You're in a tough spot, unfortunately. So you're going to have to suck it up for a year, and maybe you'd even have to trade Myles Garrett to get yourself another first rounder. It kind of stinks. But if you're Cleveland, it could be an opportunity to really load up for the future. Does not answer your problems for next year, but it could solve your problems down the line. And you can tank out next year. You could just tank it out next year with Deshaun Watson, just ride it to the bone, and you take the best player you can at 6, and you move forward.
Yeah, but here's the deal. If Deion were to sign with the Raiders, if I'm Nashville, I'm all in on Shedeur. And now, even if I wasn't, I'm all in on Shedeur now.
Maybe, but
I'm telling the world I'm drafting Shedeur Sanders because I know that the Raiders are sitting there desperate for that thing.
You could do the deal with Tennessee too. I mean, you could put the same deal in front of Tennessee as well if you wanted to.
I understand.
The deal would be the same either with the Browns or with Tennessee.
I could actually see Tennessee accepting something like that.
I don't think Tennessee would because they have no quarterback.
Yeah, and they could take
Deshaun Watson sucked last year, tore his Achilles. But somebody in that organization at one time thought he was going to be able to come back and play.
But the advantage Tennessee has, they don't really have to do it because they could just draft Cam Ward and kind of hope Cam Ward's going to be good to Shedeur Sanders. And by the way, looking at the mocks, it's a coin flip right now between Cam Ward and Shedeur. It is. And I've seen quite a few mocks having Tennessee taking Cam Ward.
Yeah, I just looked at one on CBS.
Wow, Scott's looking at mocks?
I looked at a mock.
He's on the phone.
Oh. Round 1, Cam I try. I'm not trying it again.
Don't give up.
That's the
Never
last time.
give up. Don't give up.
That's the last time.
Don't give up.
I'm done.
Promise me you won't give up.
No, I'm not Jim Valvano.
Don't give up. I think Tennessee won't move. I think if they sniffed that Shedeur is going to be an issue, they'd simply say, fine. And they'll take Cam Ward and take their chances. They may not want the circus or whatever. And now all you're doing is a deal with Cleveland. If you're and Cleveland would be stupid not to take it. Cleveland would be dumb.
I disagree. I think they'd be dumb to take it. Now, if Shedeur is really willing to be Eli Manning, then I don't know what choice you have. I mean, if the dude's literally not going to report, if he's willing to sit out a season, all those sorts of things, then you don't really have a choice in the matter. But you got one way out of this hell, and you have to draft a young quarterback. That's it. And who's to say you're going to be drafted 2 or 3 next year?
Well, they can make. Oh, sure, they can.
An entire season, D-back. It ain't that easy.
You can trade Myles Garrett. You can offload your. You can.
We just watched 3 teams accidentally blow it. It's not that simple.
Well, okay, fine.
People that are on the field are going to try to win games, and they're going to accidentally win some games.
Okay. Well, they couldn't stumble into many wins this year, that's for sure. And they're suffering with this Deshaun Watson deal like nobody's business. It's way worse than the Broncos, what they're hamstrung by, because it's such a bad deal. If they think they can really answer it because they get a reluctant guy who doesn't really want to be there, and that's going to work out, I think that's insane. And the Raiders are stupid too. The Raiders will make some sort of could make some sort of insane offer that they shouldn't do either. But look at their past history. What are they doing?
I'll tell you this, though. If it doesn't have a plan that guarantees Shedeur, can you really envision a world in which Deion would coach against Shedeur Sanders?
No. No, by the way, Shedeur's a multimillionaire. Sitting out a year for Shedeur is no big deal. It is no big deal. I'll wait. You coach the Raiders. I'll wait. Do the best you can, and I'll see you in a year or whatever. It is not a big deal for
let me
Shedeur to
ask you
sit out.
the first no-dumb question of the day. Will the success of Bo Nix, who was regarded as second round talent or third round talent in the initial evaluations. The success he had being the sixth quarterback taken. Are they sitting there looking at the kid from LSU or the kid from
The
here,
Raiders?
there?
Or
Anybody
the
that's
Browns? Oh.
anybody that's 4 through 7 that don't want to give
That's
up
a great point.
everything.
Right.
Are they looking and say, look what they did in Denver, taking the sixth best quarterback.
Correct.
They're in the postseason. This kid from LSU got an arm.
So now you're drafting at 6 and you take Jalen Milroe out of Alabama? I don't know. Why not? You're right about that. Who's to say the guy taken 6th overall isn't going to be a good quarterback either? We don't know. Maybe he will be. Who knows? I think it's, listen.
PFF rates, once again, suck me into this stupid. They got Milroe as the QB1.
Okay, there you go.
Huh?
There you go. You got it there. You got it there. I believe you.
Let me give you the big board they got. This is, I believe, PFF.
Is that their grades, or is that is that their grade on the season or their draft grade?
Their top picks for each position. QB1, Jalen Milroe, board rank 12. Cameron Ward, QB2, board rank 14. Shedeur Sanders, QB3, big board rank 21. And then Garrett Nussmeier, LSU, big board ranked 66, and he's QB4. So there's your Bo Nix. Is Nussmeier from LSU.
There you go. Hey, we're just starting that process. We'll get familiar with a lot of these guys, and trust me. The hype always.
You're hype.
It's the hype. It's
You're
the
hype.
NFL hype.
We're drafting in the 20s, and we just got talent. You said we've got our decade quarterback.
We do have it. We're done. The Broncos are done. The Broncos are going to be in the mix for the next 10 years, no doubt about it. The Broncos are the new Bills, Ravens, Cincinnati, whatever.
Some are saying about Trevor.
You'll see. It'll be good.
You want me to go down the list?
It'll be good. Hey, listen, when we come back, no dumb questions. Adam, did you guys see what's going on with Adam? Did you see what happened with Adam?
Adam
Schefter.
Archuleta? Oh.
No, Adam Schefter.
No.
It's more serious. But we're friends. His dog of 15 years died.
The one that's been sick for the last few weeks we've talked to.
And he put out you should read it. Seriously, during the break, you should read it. Everybody should read it. A really heartfelt. If you love animals and your pet, you can have some incredible empathy for Adam and what he's going through. We'll bring it up in the right sort of way for sure. But it's a big deal. We'll have Adam on. We'll have no dumb questions. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Brett Kane out here at the International Sportsman's Expo at the Colorado Convention Center. Going to be here until 2 o'clock, but this thing is going to go on all throughout the weekend. Just some of the things I've seen since I've been here, by the way. If you're going to hear, there's a lot of duck calls in the background. But also, what we got here is a whole bunch of campers, ATVs, really fun stuff. You can test out a few different things from custom-made knives. They have a simulated, or a shooting simulator, And on top of that, you want to bring the kids along, they got a catch and release pond. You can test out some of the fishing gear that's here, a whole bunch at this Sportsman's Expo. So come check it out, the Colorado Convention Center. Again, we're here until 2 o'clock, but it's going to go all the way through Sunday. I came face-to-face with a dinosaur, by the way, here. They told me it was a falcon. I guess that's true. Just giant birds in here. I mean, it's great. So come down and check it out. The International Sportsman's Expo right here at the Colorado Convention Center all weekend through Sunday. Tickets $16 for adults and $15 and under, and military with an active ID get in for free. So come check it out, the Colorado Convention Center for the International Sportsman's Expo.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, No Dumb Questions brought to you by Old Chicago. Visit oldchicago.com, order online, find a location near you. That is Old Chicago. Adam Schefter is coming up here in about 10 or so minutes, so we look forward to that. Scotty, we got a nice win out of the Nuggets last night. The Avalanche lost to the worst team in hockey. That kind of sucks, but
that was another leg whip, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Tyler, you're about to lose your game that you're watching
We're
yourself
still winning.
on.
We're up 14-13.
You are.
So really what we're watching is your last game ever in Washington.
No. I played another year and a half after that.
Oh, I thought you said
2
the
years
next
after
year
that.
you were in Seattle the next year.
No, the year before this I was in Seattle.
No, this is when Tyler was kind of a stud.
Yeah, this was definitely my prime. 100%. This is my 4-year prime.
You're a starter. There's no you're it. You're the man. Your team is good.
But that was a leg whip.
Not on who?
On the running back, good, perfect cutback thing. And then the defensive lineman whips his leg back, and they don't call anything.
No dumb question. Got anything good?
Did we already do our? Did you always say your?
I said all of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the question?
It was neat. I told you earlier that I talked to Jake Plummer last night. We're watching right now film of or a game that Tyler played in. Is it fun, cringeworthy, or scary to watch old film of yourself?
I'm waiting for something bad to happen the whole time.
You're good so far.
So far, so good. But yeah, there's that part of you that's waiting. Something bad's gonna happen, right? It almost takes you back into the days when you're playing. Like this is hard. It's funny when I watch it on TV. It's real easy for me to criticize Garrett Bowles.
Right.
But now I'm watching myself, and I'm like, no, that's hard. That's really hard.
Make just a brief observation because I've watched both of you guys watch yourselves. You guys really seem to dig it.
Well, the only thing I had was that
I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's kind of cool. It's
my
like,
buddy just sent the video on the anniversary of me and Jeff Rulin fighting. That's like
every time something like that comes up, there's a little gleam.
Oh.
Tyler, you're pumping your arms like you're watching this for the first time. But by the way, this is a lot different than watching, hey, watch me in high school hit a home run or whatever. It's like when you guys are it's cool.
It's fun,
I think it's cool.
I texted my boys as soon as I saw it was on. I told them to turn it on.
It's good memories.
Watch us lose again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the memories are you in the NBA. The memories are you in the NFL. This is a little bit different than, when I beat Amesbury with I had my hat trick in soccer when I was a junior.
When Ipswich took the district?
Well, we came 1 point away from you're bringing up some bad memories. We had 3 games to get 1 point in soccer. First playoff appearance in like 20 years. Got shut out 3 straight games.
All right, no dumb question. A couple of days ago, Monday, when it snowed, I brought up the game, Texas or California.
Mm-hmm.
So today, driving in, did it cross your mind? Did you play that game in your
There's
own
hardly
mind?
anyone on the road when I drove in.
No, it was like 3 cars. That guy was from Colorado, the other guy was from Colorado, and the third guy was from Colorado. The plow driver was from Colorado.
Although I'll tell you this, I got new car delivered today. Got a great test. Like the first day, I got to find out how it's going to do in the snow.
How did it do?
Great.
Good?
Yeah.
Great.
Great.
There you go. Got that done. Dan, you got anything on the text line? You can always text us a no dumb question.
Yeah, from the Champ Mazda text line, PhD, what's your favorite twist in a movie of all time? Best twist in a movie ever?
You know what's funny about that? So I've been on a binge lately of M. Night Shyamalan movies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, because there are some bad M. Night Shyamalan movies. I don't know if you guys seen it. There's a new one out. I forget the name of it, but there was this dad that was like, they were at a rock concert with his daughter. And maybe the worst movie I've ever seen in my entire life.
Caged or trapped or something like that.
Trapped, something like that. Yeah. But he's also got some really good ones. Nothing's going to ever beat Sixth Sense, right? That's got to be like the greatest twist of all time.
It for sure got me. As did Kaiser Sose got me too.
Oh, I love Usual Suspects.
The Usual Suspects
That's one of my all-time favorite
Usual
movies.
Suspects, Sixth Sense.
Yep.
Was it the first Star Wars?
There was a twist in the first Star Wars?
When all said, Luke, I am your father.
Oh.
That freaked everybody out. And then later on in the series, you mean that's my sister? I mean, come on.
I was making out with my sister.
Star Wars was killing
all right. I'll roll with you, Luke. It's a little predictable, but I mean, you know.
Dude, when the theater I was in, when that came out,
shock.
They went,
There
was another twist in another movie that was kind of crazy, and I don't know if you guys know it or not. But the twist in the Crying Game was something else.
I don't even
know what that is.
Yeah.
By the way,
it was a love story.
Yeah.
And you found out 2 hours into the 2 hour and 10-minute movie, the girl's a guy.
I knew that's what you were going to say. The second you brought it up, I was like, that has to be what it is.
That was a pretty big twist.
Yeah, that was a big twist.
Because the movie wasn't about, like, trans people at all. It was about a love relationship. And, like, out of nowhere, she's a guy?
And he hadn't told the partner?
No.
What can I tell you? The Crying Game. I mean, I spoiled it for you.
One of the biggest twists is probably one of the very first stories that anybody still talks about. Romeo and Juliet.
What's the twist?
Romeo's not really dead.
What? Wait,
Yeah.
what? Huh?
Yeah, he was faking the death, and then Juliet decided to off herself. And
And then he
wakes up.
But then he killed himself.
So there you go. A pretty big twist.
Yeah, I watched your movie last night.
Which one was I? I was trying to think.
Gosh, what the heck was the name of it? It was the bank robber one.
What was the movie?
That's not No Country for Old Men. It's
Hell and High Water.
Hell and High Water. What'd you think?
It was good.
It was good.
Yeah.
Doesn't it, when you watch that movie, wasn't it like, looks kind of easy to rob a bank? Like, it doesn't look
in small town Oklahoma, I guess.
Well, yeah, it doesn't
Texas.
it doesn't look that hard.
Yeah,
you know,
Midland, Texas.
Also, I guess
I thought it was Texas.
Apparently, every waitress in any bank robbing movie is always sympathetic to the bank robbers.
Well,
like,
he gave
her some money too.
He gave her a $200 tip.
Yes. Yeah. By the way, so if you want to rob a bank, you can just pay off the diner waitress always.
Yeah.
You know, she'll always be loyal to you. She's never going to rat you out.
And obviously, when that was happening, they didn't have metal detectors because they would just steal a car and then bury it in their front yard.
Yeah.
The worst of that movie, when Jeff Bridges' partner gets shot, that hit me, man. Like, that was heavy when that happened. And like, then I didn't have any sympathy for those guys. Like, as soon as that happened,
that brother was kind of the one that
I didn't have any.
Hold on though, because I had to stop it last night right after the one brother gets shot. Okay, so I don't know what happens to the last brother yet.
Oh, you got that far and you stopped that movie?
Something happened.
Tyler.
Life happened.
Jeez,
life happens. D-Mac.
We'll take a. There's only like 10 minutes left of the movie.
I got it.
All right.
I got it.
All right, we won't spoil it for you. It's good, but we won't spoil it.
It was a hell of a snipe from Jeff Bridges, though.
Yeah. Adam Schefter will join us coming up next.
Hey, it's Brett Kane one final time for the International Sportsman's Expo at the Colorado Convention Center. As we're out of here at 2, but this lasts all weekend through Sunday, and it has all of your needs if you're an outdoorsman here, whether it's fly fishing gear, whether it's a shooting simulator, anything you want between RVs, ATVs, a whole bunch of cool custom-made stuff too. Custom-made knives, a whole bunch here for you at the International Sportsman's Expo. Again, going through Sunday, $16 for an adult and youths, 15 and under, and active military with ID, you get in for free. So come check it out. They have safaris here that are available for purchase. They have a whole bunch of hunting guides. They have everything that you need. Come check it out, the Colorado Convention Center, the International Sportsman's Expo, going on all weekend this weekend. I want to take my chance here at the casting pond. See how good the casting is here. They also got a catch and release pond if you want to bring the kids through. A whole bunch of great stuff. Again, the International Sportsman's Expo at the Colorado Convention Center all weekend through Sunday. Come check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I've always been an underdog my whole life, so, it's nothing new to me. I'm just here to, just put a smile on my face and show up every day the same guy. I'm looking forward to these playoffs. It's the best of the best. The biggest moments on the biggest stage in front of the biggest lights with everyone watching. That's what you dream about as a kid. So having those opportunities, right in front of us, it's a dream come true, and I'm just going to enjoy every minute of it and get ready to play a big game on Sunday.
There you go, Bowlesy. There's our guy. Garrett Bowles, he's a playoff guy now. He's got that on his resume. Cortland Sutton's got it on his resume. Everybody's a playoff guy now, right? Everybody has that. You got to take that monkey off your back. You're good. You're getting ready for the playoffs.
There you go.
Anything? We'll have Adam Schefter on here in just a second. Anything different about this week, Tyler, as you get into the playoffs? Or does it just sort of, okay.
Well, yes and no. I mean,
not the Super Bowl, just the playoffs.
Nah, but it feels like it.
It does.
Yeah.
You can feel it.
Yeah. Like the second you get to the playoffs, you do the math. You're like, well, I either got 3 games or 2 games. And that's it. I got 3 games and I could be in the Super Bowl. I got 2 games and I'm there, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild feeling. You could taste it. You're delusional. Every time I made it to the playoffs, I thought I was going to win the Super Bowl. Even when I weighed it with a losing record, I thought I was going to win the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You could just taste it. But once you get to the game itself, you start playing. It really just feels like a football game. It's just
then
another
the first
football
quarter
game.
starts, you go, 1, 2, 3, Cancun.
Sometimes.
Here's what I've heard from guys, and you can certainly confirm it because you've been there. The playoffs feel kind of like what you're saying, but I've been told that once you get to the Super Bowl, it goes like ridiculously fast. Like it is different.
Yeah. It's impossible to not have it be different. The pump, like all the circumstance, everything that's going on around you, the parties, it's just a nonstop week.
That's
week
different.
That week is literally impossible to be different.
I wish we could replay. They just cut to the bench. Griffin talking to all you guys. You stood up and just did the 2.
Oh, I gave a little snot rocket?
The snot rocket.
Yeah, buddy.
You just gave 2 snot rockets right there on national TV.
Hell yeah. I still do that.
Your hair was really brown back then.
I wasn't great.
We welcome Adam Schefter to the show. Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Adam, can I just say we love you? You're one of our guys. Your posts about your Labradoodle Benny passing away is unbelievable. I advise people who love their pets to read it. I feel awful for you and your family. It was one of the more emotional posts I've ever read. So I just want to start by saying sympathies to you and your family and people who love their dogs and their pets can, I think, empathize with. I'm guessing it's as close to feeling like you're losing a direct family member as you can possibly get. So I know this has been a tough week for you and your family. I just want to express that to you.
Well, first of all, thank you for your words. It's actually worse than losing a family member because there aren't many family members that you spend every moment with that are in your house, that greet you when you walk in, that sleep in your room every night. So it would be the equivalent of losing a direct family member.
Okay.
But we love our dogs more than we love most people, including many people in our family. And when you lose somebody like that, I'm just telling you, people have dogs. Like I said, our dogs are a huge, huge part of our lives. We got 5 of them. When we had 5, we had 4.
There's a great line I read, Adam, one time that you want to see who really loves you, stick your mother-in-law, your wife, and your dog in the trunk for an hour, open it up and see who's happy to see you.
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you, our dogs mean so much to us, and they are our kids. They are our kids, and they give us, as I said, they give us less aggravation than our kids. So, it was a very difficult day. And a difficult time.
We'll transition into football and all that, but I wanted to, and I do, because Adam draws close parallels to Chris Mortensen and other things, and it really reads kind of like a interesting short story or a movie or something like that, frankly, Adam. So I'll just leave it there and tell people to go check out your post because you express it much better than I possibly could. But I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's funny. I thought of all these lines and things I should have said afterwards that I didn't include. there was so much I wanted to talk about with Benny.
Well, perhaps you'll have that opportunity later in life. Maybe that will be something for you. You never know, right? You never know.
Who was it? Was it a sports writer or a news writer that wrote that dog, the story about his dog and
Marley and Me?
Marley and Me.
It was
what a great book and movie.
It was a journalist that wrote it. He was a columnist, not a sports guy per se, but that's where it came from.
Yeah, which was outstanding book and movie.
If you're not crying at the end of Marley and Me openly, there's something wrong with you as a human being. Right. But that being said, moving on, Adam, moving on. Tom Telesco, the Raiders. Let's just start there, and we'll get into the Broncos. The latest news on that. What's going on with the Raiders? And trust me, we are keeping a close eye on Deion Sanders, and we have raised eyebrows here in Colorado.
What number pick do the Raiders have?
6.
No, I don't think that's high enough to get you door.
Oh, we agree. And it feels like if it's going to happen, we're going to have an Eli Manning Part 2 sort of story here to force.
Yeah, but hold on. It's like you're not going to wait, right? Like it's not going to be like
right.
My point is the Raiders may be able to trade up to the number 1 pick April 20th. I'm making up a date, right? Like, what's the soonest they could trade up in the draft to that spot? What do you think that is? Like, I've never heard of a trade occurring much earlier than for draft pick, like mid-March.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of time to apply pressure if you're the Sanders family. I mean, we're just playing this game. If we're making the argument,
Yeah.
What was the Eli Manning playbook?
Different time, different teams, different era, different everything. And not say it can't be done, but you're talking about like at some point the Raiders are going to hire. They're not going to put their head coaching search on pause, right? Like
no,
not going to do that. They have to move forward. So like they're interviewing Ben Johnson this weekend. They're gonna hire a head coach at some point here.
Will they hire a head coach before they take the GM position off the board first?
I don't know. They just fired their GM. Like that can go a lot of different. So I don't know that they know. I think if you can get Ben Johnson, you're gonna go hire Ben Johnson. If that means hiring the head coach first, and that's what you do. But maybe all of a sudden they're interviewing a GM guy that they really want, and the head coach process is moving slower, and they hire the GM, and then they use him to finalize the head coach. Like there's a lot of ways it can go.
The Bears put in a request to interview Mike McCarthy, and from what I understood, Cowboys said no. We've still got whatever the days are left to negotiate with him. I assume that means Mike McCarthy's going back to Dallas. Is that your assumption?
Well, the 49ers just completed a interview with Robert Saleh for their vacant defensive coordinator position.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what I would say to that is that the Dallas Cowboys can't say no to the Bears if they have no intention of bringing back Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Like what are we doing? If you have no intention and he could talk to the Bears next week, then why are we slowing him down? Mm-hmm. It's sort of like, I mean, it's ridiculous. Now, again, it's their right to work on a deal and try to get it done, and maybe they will. But they denied that permission, and so he can't talk to them. So the Cowboys still can try to work out a deal with him to see if they can get that done, and we'll see if they can. And I think they're going to try, but they might not be able to do it. If they can't do it, then he's going to be free to talk to some of those teams, and we'll see how that works out, like Chicago.
What's the pressure on the Bills right now, Adam?
Well, I don't think that it's any more severe, D-Mac, than it is for any other playoff teams. The pressure of the playoffs, like they had a great season. They're the 2 seed. They're playing a game at home against a team that they're going to be favored to beat. Is there pressure in that? I don't know. It's no different than any other home favorite playing as the number 2 seed. Do you think it's more?
I do, yeah. I think
Why?
It's the Buffalo. It's the whole thing. it's I don't think there's any pressure on the Broncos. Zero. I don't think there's much,
I agree with that.
I don't think there's much pressure on Washington, frankly. You know, I mean,
they're playing with house money. Their seasons are already a success.
I don't know, man. Like, just everything about Buffalo is so Buffalo. I don't know how else to put it. You know what I mean? Like, it's, but if it's nothing, it's nothing. If it's nothing, it's nothing. You know, so that's why I'm asking the question. And you're talking to people, and you're talking to the coaches and GMs and all that. So if it's nothing, it's nothing. I'm just curious if it is something. And if it's no big deal, it's no big deal.
Well, again, I don't see it that way. I just don't see it that way. But I think Buffalo's a good team. Buffalo's going to have pressure. I don't think it's greater because they're playing a team they're favored to beat.
Hey, doing what you do and talking around the league the way you talk to in the context that you have, how fine-tuned is your BS meter when someone's telling you something about this and not telling you something about this?
Bill Belichick.
What are you talking about, Belichick?
No,
I just tossed that out there, Adam.
When you're talking to somebody and all of a sudden you hear somebody, you're like, is there a radar going, come on now. Can you tell when guys, GMs, coaches, whoever you talk to are BSing you?
I guess I'm going to answer that the same way when I've been asked about GMs or draft gossip before the draft where people are lying to you.
Right.
And I don't mean this in an arrogant way, Scott, but I'm not talking to somebody for the first time. These relationships with people that I've had for 10, 20, 30 years.
Right.
And they're not lying to me. Like, there are things they can't tell me and won't tell me. I got that, but they're not lying to me. They're not going to be like, oh yeah, we're hoping that the offensive tackles don't fall, and then they do, and they whatever. Like that's not how it's working. If a team is working on a trade and they can't tell me about it, they won't tell me about it. But they're not going to lie to me. That's how I believe it. And maybe I'm naive and stupid, and I'm being duped. But like, these are a lot of long-standing relationships, and if I like anybody in any relationship, if you found out they were lying to you and you saw exactly, you wouldn't be talking to them. Right. You wouldn't have relationships with them.
Makes sense.
And by the way, there have been people that I've experienced that haven't been true to their word. I haven't spoken to them in a long time. Like, okay, you want to do, okay, like that's it, like done.
That's why it took you 10 years to get back with D-Mac.
Right, exactly.
Exactly. Like, give him another chance. Come on, man.
There was a 10-year period. I waited it out. I won't do that again.
Yep.
It goes like that.
I've always liked D-Mac.
Well, I appreciate it. Are there, okay, well, let's get back to Belichick, right? Like, what is going on there, if anything?
I tossed that one out there, Adam, because I had a hard time believing some of the reports I was hearing about Raiders and others seeking after him. But maybe you know something else.
Is that something?
Michael Lombardi, his GM there, who's very close to him, working directly with him every day. Michael was on the McAfee show today, said it was complete nonsense.
Okay.
On the record. I don't know, take that for what it's worth. That's what he said.
He looked like a big jerk, that's for sure. But I mean, there's
Belichick.
There's a little history. I mean, there's history in the Belichick chain with Josh McDaniels and Indy. Like, it wouldn't be the first time.
And
Bill.
And Bill. That's right. I mean, it's not like it hasn't happened.
I don't see Bill leaving North Carolina before this. Let's go through a season. Let's see how he likes it, how they like him, how the whole thing goes. Like, I don't think he's leaving now, but maybe I'm wrong.
Who's the first coach hired?
I think most people keep waiting on Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he's eligible. He's eligible.
You can get him in tomorrow if you want.
Is there a guy out there that nobody's talking about that we should all just have, like a DeMeco Ryans from a couple years ago, or maybe even a Gerard Mayo? Is there somebody like that we should be aware of?
Well, you see the list that teams are formulating. You see who's on that list, and it's, a lot of the same names over and over, right? So I don't know that there's one guy that jumps out at, like, I don't know that I see that.
All right, Adam. The Broncos have a chance?
Yeah, I think they have a chance.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, they've got to force some turnovers, and they've got to play an A game. But I'll say this, if it gives anybody hope, and it doesn't mean it happens, but I remember back in 1991, Scott, I don't know if you were doing the games back then. It may have been a little bit before you.
Nope. I started. No, that was before me. I started in 97.
Yeah, 91 season, I believe it was. 91 season, I think that was it. They were playing an AFC championship game in Buffalo. It was the K-Gun offense, Jim Kelly, Andre Reed, Thurman Thomas, just killing people, 50 points a week, rolling over people. Denver was going in there. Nobody gave Denver a chance. And it was a day, I always remember, David Treble missed, I think, 3 field goals that day, and they lost a field goal game. And it was a 10-7, 13-10 final, one of those two.
Good memory. Good memory.
And they played well enough to win the game. I think the Bills' only touchdown came. I remember John Elway fumbling. I remember Carlton Bailey recovering and scoring a touchdown, and the Broncos losing by a field goal and Treble missing the field. Like, they should have won the game. And nobody thought that they could beat Buffalo. Nobody. So it's not unlike this year where here's this high-powered Buffalo attack. Denver's the underdog. Nobody thinks Denver's going to do it. We'll see.
We'll see. All right, Adam, you're the best. Have a great weekend. We're always watching.
By the way,
yeah.
if you look up those details of that game, I'll bet you I'm not for. I said 2 or 3 missed field goals from David Treble. I said a Carlton Bailey touchdown that I believe came off an interception, like a 5-yard return, and it's 10-7 or 13-10 final. See how my memory matches up from 33 years ago.
Adam, you're the best. We'll talk to you later. Have a great weekend. It's Adam Schefter.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Adam. Brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Time for Sports, Not Sports. Got a good one here today.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
It goes to, like, first of all, this is a super cool story. Because when he sat here in this room, it felt like we were talking like a little kid, but he's a big grown man, and that's your guy, Roger Rosengarten, right?
Yep.
That's how you say his name, Rosengarten? What a year he's had as the right tackle of the Baltimore Ravens. And it didn't start off necessarily that way, although he was kind of in, kind of out. But he has firmly established himself as the man there in Baltimore. And they've had a tremendous season. Have you been talking to him at all? Have you been going back?
Talked to him last night.
You talked to him last night?
Yep.
All right. Before you share part of that conversation, what a cool moment. He's on the Ravens. They're killing the Browns. But yet he's still a little kid football fan talking to Myles Garrett about switching his jersey, jersey sort of switch. And he did it in the most humble of way. And it's a little tricky to hear, but this is the interaction.
No, I'm a nobody, but I get that jersey after. Hey, you in the league, y'all winning games, y'all looking great. You're never nobody. I got you. You got me? Yeah.
So he said initially, if you couldn't hear it, hey, I know I'm a nobody, but can I get your jersey? And Myles Garrett puts his arm around him.
Yep.
Saying, you're in the league, you're kicking ass, you're not a nobody. And it was kind of one of those
feel-good moments.
Oh,
yeah. It was fun for me to watch because that's who that dude is, man. He is humble as it gets, yet ain't afraid of anybody. Like that's Myles Garrett, and he's going up against him.
A Hall of Famer someday.
Yeah, and he's having to block that dude and humble. Like I know who I am in relation to you, but I ain't afraid of you. and I'm going to go. Matter of fact, I'm going to talk to you. He said, I thought that it was just us two walking down the field. It was after a touchdown, and I thought nobody's watching, nobody's seeing this.
This is what you were talking to him about last night.
Yeah, well, now's my chance to shoot my shot. And lo and behold, the whole world is watching it. I talked to his dad a little bit also.
Oh, that's awesome.
Just, everybody was enjoying it. I mean, for him as an offensive lineman, that's one of those moments you don't ever like being in the spotlight. But he's in the spotlight now, and it's cool to see Ravens. I know the Ravens fans have fallen in love with Roger and what he's brought to the game.
Love it.
They had a lot of offensive line issues at the beginning of the year, and probably still have some, but Roger has brought some stability to that position as a true rookie. Stepping in there, rotated for the first probably 3 or 4 games before he took over as the full-time starter. And he's had his moments. He's gotten beat, as all rookies do. As 8-year veterans do.
Roger was Valor, Washington. Is that right?
Valor, University of Washington, yeah.
Valor, Washington.
Played in the national championship game.
Tough game, as he admitted.
It was I'm going to tell you, I watched every single second of his college career. Every single second. And legitimately the only bad game of his entire career was the national championship game. And it was a rough one. And unfortunately, it was on the biggest stage possible, right? But I've been there. I failed on the biggest stages possible. And he just bounces back and he goes to work. It was funny. His first play ever in the NFL, first play ever, was against Chris Jones. And he gets beaten 0.2 seconds. Gives up a sack, right? And it's tough. I called him after the game. I'm like, hey, man, you doing all right? And he was like laughing about it. He's like, yeah, man, he got me. Yeah. But I settled in. That's literally the way he talked. Like me, man, I'm such a stress ball. That happens to me. I'm thinking about that thing for the next week and a half. But he doesn't operate like that, man. He just flushes it. He's like, yeah, he got me, man. He got me good. But I settled in. You see the rest of it?
That's awesome, man. Well, good for him, man. That's what a great story for him and his family. And, it's easy
He's got a Myles Garrett jersey.
Yeah, did he get the jersey? Did he get the jersey?
I didn't actually ask. I assume.
I assume he did, too. I assume he did.
Yeah.
Cool for Myles Garrett, too, huh?
Oh, well, Myles is the one that's getting all the attention on it because of how humble he was in response to Roger.
Well, that must be something to be a superstar. Myles Garrett is a superstar, and you're just on a dog butt team.
Yeah.
You're just getting your clock cleaned, but you are a superstar. So, hey, good moment for him too. Must be a tough year. All right, if you're the Cleveland Browns, are you hanging on to Myles Garrett, or are you seriously? Are you just retooling everything?
I think it depends who you're able to get in the draft.
I think you get a first-round pick for Myles Garrett, don't you guys?
I don't think you move from him though.
Yeah, I think you're Cleveland. That's exactly what I'm going to say. You got nothing going on. The fan base need Myles Garrett.
Okay.
They need something like that.
By the way, fact check for Adam, his story on 1991 AFC Championship game.
Yes. He dared you. He asked you to check him.
10-7. Buffalo won.
Got that then.
Treadwell missed 3 field goals.
I got that too.
And Andy just texted. Andy just called. I usually answer it, but we're in the middle of something. Lindahl.
Oh, okay.
He said Kubiak played most of that game, and if you ask Treadwell about it, he comes to tears still. Worst game of his career. That said, Stinks 91 Redskins would have boat raced that team.
Oh, well, you'd like to have that opportunity to have that happen, one way or the other.
That's John Fox then.
Well, maybe he doesn't want it. It's 2 o'clock somewhere. It's 2 o'clock right here. As tough as the Bills are as an opponent, what can we take away from where they faltered during the year? And we said a little homework assignment. We'll pay attention to the Bills-Texans game. And watching that, it's kind of basic. It was interior pressure on Josh Allen with the Texans daring in man coverage to beat us. Is it as simple as that, guys, for the Broncos? You contain Josh Allen, and you hope Riley Moss and Patrick Surtain can hold up, and you just take it from there.
I really don't personally take much from the game you're talking about. I think it's just an outlier. I think it's an anomaly. But ironically, it does happen to coincide with what the Broncos do best. Okay. So, yeah, I think that's the plan. We've tried experimenting, getting away from things with other mobile quarterbacks in the past. Lamar Jackson's one of them, and it hasn't worked out great. So we've gotten this far, man. You're in the playoffs. I say when you get to this point, sometimes you just toss it all out, man. You say, forget the opponent, forget it all. What are we? What do we do best? We're going to do that, and they got to answer to us. I don't care who we're playing. So let's go man coverage. Let's blitz this dude. Let's try to stay aggressive. But the key to it is you don't have to get sacks, but you do have to disrupt. And at the very least, if you're going to bring pressure like that, you got to get Josh Allen off the spot.
I said yesterday, you man up the outside and put pressure on him as much as you can. I think they can win that game, and especially if while you're doing that, you're stopping the run.
One of the things I read, Bill Barnwell had a prediction of everything. He had the Chiefs winning. He had the Chiefs beating the Packers in the Super Bowl. Great. But
if they play the Packers in the Super Bowl, they'll kill them. Yeah.
Well, he had like 27-24. He has like the Chiefs just like squeaking by everybody in a very annoying Chiefs sort of way. But, okay. In terms of the Broncos, just some little things about the Broncos. So much of what the Broncos do to make life easier for Knicks revolves around screens and short passing. And the Bills haven't been great defending those. Buffalo has allowed 49.8% of passes within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage to result in successful plays for the offense. It's the 7th worst rate for any team. I saw that in that Texans games too. It was just like, wow, just screen after screen after screen after screen. And that is what the Broncos do well. Okay, we're trying to find some weaknesses here with the Bills. How do you use the screen game, Tyler? What do you do?
Well, it's who you are, first off. So it's what's brought you here. Just like defensively, we talk about the man coverage and the blitz. You've made Bo Nix's rookie career very successful because you've kept it simple, stupid. And that's what you do. I don't think the Bills – look, did I know that they were like the worst at that? No. But I think almost every team in the NFL is susceptible to it just based on the way that they play defense these days. They give you that stuff. They're okay with it. They're banking on the fact that you can't string together 8 or 9 straight plays of that. But the key is, if you're going to run as many bubble screens as the Broncos have, you got to have what happened last week against the Chiefs. You got to have at least 2 or 3 of those pop for 20, 40 yards. And even better, get a touchdown like we did with Marvin Mims twice on bubble screens.
I got another one for you. Denver plays, reading from Bill Barnwell, Denver plays man coverage at the 2nd highest rate in the league, 56.3% of the time. Josh Allen, 22 of his 28 touchdown passes have come against man coverage. So it is kind of funny to think the best thing you can do is try to disrupt and put pressure on him. And Josh Allen seems to get over on you in man coverage.
Yeah, because that's what good quarterbacks do. Good quarterbacks love man coverage. Good quarterbacks love when you blitz them. You can identify it. It's simple. You know everything pre-snap. You know what you want. You know who you're going to. Bo Nix did a good job on that deep bomb to Courtland Sutton down the sideline. He identified it pre-snap. He didn't even look at Courtland Sutton. He's looking down the middle of the field, looking to the left, and never even glanced at Courtland until he threw the ball, right? That's what good quarterbacks are able to do here. So sure, you live by the sword, you're going to die by it also.
Just got to be you. Got to be who you are.
Well, that's who the Broncos are.
You aren't inventing the wheel in 7 days.
Right.
Go be you. Go be you in the best you can. You can't turn the ball over. Got to play clean, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. Can't have multiple 3-and-outs, I don't believe, unless you're doing that to Buffalo. And you go play.
Well,
short passes, control offense.
And that Texas game, and I know that goes a long time ago, but I'm looking for some sort of silver linings here. And maybe it's even a stretch. But in that game, the Texans actually were -2. They turned it over twice. They had a fumble and an interception. Bills didn't turn it over at all. They didn't have any sacks either on Josh Allen. It was just pressure. It was just pressure, and it was incompletions by Josh Allen. He went 0 for 8 throwing the ball in the fourth quarter. 0 for 8. He was 9 for 30 in the game. And all of a sudden, their juggernaut offense just slowed to a crawl. James Cook was still able to run the ball a little bit, and Josh Allen picked up a couple of first downs too. But it just wasn't the same. I think it's going to be tough to replicate. And obviously the Bills went on a run after that. But it was interesting to at least see that, listen, there was a point where the Bills struggled with this kind of stuff. And it is interesting that is what the Broncos do best. That is who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Just be you.
You know, it might be just as simple as that. I'm looking at this game and I'm like, is this kind of a quiet nightmare for the Bills? Like, is this really like a bad matchup for the Bills?
Well, listen,
that's a little aggressive, but
I said in the NBA though that matchups are key, and I gotta believe it's like that in the NBA. It's like that in the NFL. There's certain teams you just don't want to see, and you might be better than them. And matchups do matter. Number 5 on the list, Broncos went in last year and beat him in Buffalo with Russ with the guillotine hanging over his head.
That did happen. If Russ can do it,
Bo.
We can do it. Bo can do it.
Bo Mack.
Yeah, and I do think, sometimes when you do, I don't know if you're anything like me, but like when you do the weekly pick'ems, you just kind of look at the quarterbacks and you're like, all right, I got Josh Allen going up against Drew Lock. I got Josh Allen, right? And I do think that you kind of play the same game in the playoffs also, man. I mean, if you looked at the AFC quarterbacks that are in the playoffs right now, maybe you can make an argument that you trust Bo Nix over one of them. Maybe one, and that would be Russell Wilson. You're still going to be the least trusted quarterback going into the playoffs in the AFC.
I agree. That being said, when you're dinking and dunking and throwing the screens and you're running the ball, and Jeff Legwall told us the Bills' interior defense a little soft against the run too, you can see where Sean Payton may just say, hey man, we're going to dink and dunk this sucker. We're going to try to convert third downs, and we'll just take it where we can. I'll give you something else about the Bills that's a little soft. A little soft is their special teams coverage. Their special teams coverage is it's not the greatest. It's not terrible, but there's room there too. So the two guys that could have, Pat Surtain can always have a major impact, right? He's Pat Surtain. Marvin Mims could be a scary sort of nobody sees him coming sort of weapon in this game, both the special teams and sort of that, that receiver running back sort of thing. And I think if Mims has a great game, I don't think this game is a laser show. I don't think it's a Bo Nix sort of like has to be special. I think Surtain has to do something kind of special. And maybe Riley Moss. Maybe Riley Moss too.
I think Bo has to be special. I think Bo's got to be as special as he gets.
Really? Because I think he just needs to kind of manage things, not make any mistakes, and just sort of take the game as it comes.
Josh Allen's going to get his, bud. I know we got a good defense, but he's going to get his.
Where's he going to get it? How's he going to get it?
I don't know. He's going to get it. Whether he's going to get it. I don't know, but he's going to get it. I mean, whether it's with his feet, whether it's in the air, he's going to get it. And he's probably going to put up at least a minimum of 27 points in the game.
Well, I'll tell you this. If Josh Allen gets it by just going over the top and man coverage and that beats us, fine. So be it. So be it. What would kill me is if the Broncos play conservative zone like they did against the Ravens, and it just is they can't get anything going, and they play wimpy. You know what? Go for it. Like, what do you seriously have to lose in this game?
Go down swinging.
Yeah, exactly. And they didn't go down swinging against the Ravens, did they?
Nope.
They played wimpy football against the Ravens. And I think you're right.
Bo Nix does have to be perfect with the ball, though. One interception, probably ball game.
It'd be tough. We're looking for silver linings. I'll give you a fun silver lining, though.
Have we checked the weather again?
Yeah, there's snow. Well, by the way, do we know when the Broncos are leaving for this game?
Well, they had that schedule we got yesterday. Did it say they were here on
I don't know. I'm
Friday?
not sure. I'll double check that maybe during the break. But and actually Sean Payton's going to be talking here relatively soon. So we can carry that and maybe somebody throws that out there. Hey, don't we have Raj there, Dan? Go ask Raj to figure that out. I think he's over there. Figure something out. Get some news for us. Von Miller. How often do you talk to Von?
Hardly ever.
Oh, you don't really talk to him that much?
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, once in a blue moon, we'll send a text message back and forth.
Okay. Because it felt yesterday when he was doing his press that he was interviewing for an assistant GM job with the Denver Broncos.
Well, I know this. I know Von is not done. He doesn't want to be done playing. And I know he would love to finish his career right here in Denver, just like Justin Simmons would.
That's interesting. Well, I kind of get it. I'll just play you a little bit of Von talking about the Broncos. This is Von Miller on the Bills talking about the Broncos.
I had 2 days to really think about it, and it's all love. I can't even start to play that delusion of it's hatred or I can't even start to play that game. That I will put myself so far in a place that's not even close to being reality. That would be it would be hurtful to the way I want to play. I love those guys. I love everything about the Denver Broncos. I pay close attention to the Denver Broncos. I haven't even talked to Bo Nix or follow him on Instagram or nothing like that, and I feel like I know Bo Nix just by staying in touch with Broncos country and staying in touch with the Broncos. I know they're building a new facility. They got new jerseys. All the new players from Mims and all the guys. Never met these guys, but I feel like I've met them because I pay so close attention to the Denver Broncos.
And Von went on and on and on and on about his love for the Broncos and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, almost to the degree. And real quick, I was just told the Broncos are leaving on Friday. But if you're a Bills fan and you hear that, it's almost like, hey, relax, buddy. Like chill out a little bit. I know you had a hell of a career there, but come on, buddy. You're using we, you're using us. Like
he was.
Like, let's go, dude. We got a game to be played here.
He did say for the milliseconds that he plays that, I'm
for
trying.
about 3 seconds, I'm going to try to learn how to hate these guys.
He was basically saying, I'm a Buffalo Bill. If he's out there for 18 plays, I don't know what he plays these days. 18, is that fair?
Sure.
20, let's just say 20. And it's about 3 seconds of play. There's a good 60 seconds that Von Miller's a Buffalo Bill.
Now, if they get up, he may play a few more minutes.
Well, that's for sure. Like somebody said, hey, will Von Miller have a big game? And I said, yeah, if they're up by 17 points. I mean, he's kind of the executioner. The executioner didn't do anything to get the guy, under his knife, right? Like,
No.
He's there. He's there to finish the job. It's kind of Von.
I was just
Russo's
looking at
their big pass rusher. If anybody caused you problems, it's Russo. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just looking at I think Von has 6 sacks on the season, I believe.
Okay.
And I was just pulling up DeMarcus Ware's stats from 2015, just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Because we know what DeMarcus Ware was that year. He wasn't D. Ware, but he was damn effective when you needed it. And D. Ware had 7.5 sacks that year. Like not double digits, nothing insane.
Right.
But damn, were they timely, and damn, were they important when you got them. And if Von Miller at 6 sacks right now could get 1 or 2 really timely playoff sacks, get a strip sack or whatever, it's worth every last penny.
Yeah, it's a nice, talk about a nice cherry on top of the sundae. Having a guy like Von as a specialist like that, that might fit for the Broncos, Tyler, actually, now that I think about it. Got somebody like that coming off like a DeMarcus Ware, like Von Miller becomes DeMarcus Ware for the Broncos again.
Be pretty cool.
I mean, you got Benito, Cooper. What do you consider Jonah Ellis? Do you not consider him an outside linebacker?
No, he is.
Okay, so and you put Von there. Is he free agent? Is he just open? Is he
He
done?
signed a 3-year deal. Isn't this the second year of that?
Well, I think this is his 3rd year in Buffalo.
Yeah, but he got there for a year, signed a deal, and then tore his ACL.
Yeah.
I know he did. He willingly gave back a bunch of money this year that he did not have to do. It was a really kind gesture from him to the football team because he had him. Like he had him by the on the contract.
He also got suspended this year too.
That don't really matter. But very few human beings give back money on their own, and he didn't get suspended until after he gave that money back.
Okay, fair enough.
We could save another 20%.
He's technically under contract until the completion of the 2027 season.
Oh, is that right? Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, never mind. But they could release him or whatever. We'll see what they do. We'll see where their season goes.
Yeah, and it looks like they could get out of it relatively easy.
The latest from Dove Valley. We'll bring it to you with Let's Football Go coming up next.
Hey guys, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, no, you're not alone. It's a bad feeling. It sucks. If you're anything like me, you might have already gone online. You tried to buy the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing's working the way that you want it to. Why don't you invest in yourself and do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration? Nobody can offer anything like the advanced stuff we found at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, they've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call Advanced Hair Restoration today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff is amazing. And the best part is that they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That is a lifetime guarantee, and that is a comforting feeling when you invest in yourself and you do it the right way. Matter of fact, your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. So pick up the phone, call today. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Scott, were you in the room when that dude, I think it was a TV guy, said, hey, did you miss Nikola Jokic tonight after the Celtics game? Do you remember that moment?
Yeah.
Like somebody asked that question, Tyler, and I just...
It wasn't his answer. Yeah. Or something like that.
He started off... I thought he was going to lay the boom, and he had a moment, and then he kind of was fine, but it was like, boy. Hey, a reminder, tune in on Sunday as Altitude bookends the coverage of the Broncos playoff game. From 9 to 11, myself and Raj and Mike Sanford will be at number 38. So come to number 38 in Rhino. And then at 8 o'clock, commercial-free Altitude After Dark with reaction from everybody on both shows. That's on 92.5, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. So we'll have coverage for you all day. Scott, you'll be in Dallas. The Nuggets have a very strange, like, Saturday mid-afternoon game.
2 o'clock game in Dallas.
Is it because...
I have no idea. Maybe they thought the Cowboys were going to have a game that playoff game.
Well, I was talking to our guy, Kevin, and he said the reason was because of the NFL playoffs, the NBA is throwing a bone to the European market with Nikola and Luka. So they're putting a game on at 2 o'clock, which is kind of primetime Europe time. So it's really a game for Europe rather than the United States. Does that make?
I'm not sure Luka's playing. He's hurt.
Oh, well,
of course.
Luka's out.
Okay, well, right. They got to schedule at some point. They wouldn't. Yeah. Well, I guess that doesn't make any sense. All right, let's football go. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner. What's first?
All right, fellas. The Broncos right now, the line, at least as of today, is 8.5. The Bills are favored by 8.5 points. Bo Nix was asked yesterday at the podium, are there any advantages going into a playoff game being the underdog?
The advantage of being an underdog is, I think it's an element of playing loose, and in a way you don't really have anything to lose. Nobody's got all this pressure on you, so you can go out there and play your best because nobody expects you to do well anyway. So it's cliche and it sounds cheesy, but most people, they literally didn't expect us to be here, so we might as well continue to not worry about those things and do what we can do and just worry about ourselves. And when we've done that this year, we've had good success, but it's definitely not going to be easy.
By the way, just to credit here to Bo Nix, the self-awareness of understanding that was a cliche and a little cheesy. We didn't hear that with Russell Wilson. So
that's for
just
sure.
wanted to say,
hey, listen,
congrats.
That is literally what we were just saying before the break, wasn't it? We were echoing the same exact sentiments. I think that's a good message for Sean Payton to bring forward to these guys. Like, what? Let's go, fellas.
I guess
now if he just follows under his own message.
Well, yeah.
Right?
I mean,
like wasn't the game that he had that he got all pee-offed about that had run on his play card, and yet he ran it like 7 times.
Yeah.
Well, he ran it in the first half.
Then he got mad at the TV broadcasters for zooming in on his play sheet. I think every coach would tell you they'd prefer to be the underdog. There's something about just not having the pressure, but it's kind of nice to be the bully also. So it goes both ways. And I think whichever side of the card you're on, you just play into that narrative.
It is interesting to hear his response because how often has Bo Nix ever been an underdog in his life? Not often. Like he's just kind of speculating what it must be like to be an underdog. That dude hasn't been an underdog since when? Never.
Did they make the
playoffs
last year?
I don't know.
Second year in Auburn, he was an underdog? Really?
About 8 times, 10 times in Auburn.
You think so? Really?
Oh, yeah. Every time he played Alabama.
You know what? I think he beat Alabama his rookie year, his freshman year, if I remember right.
I think you're right. I think he made some sort of crazy play to that highlight.
What was the one Allen kid we had here?
Brandon Allen, Arkansas.
I think Brandon Allen did too.
Is that after the fans or before the fans burned his truck?
That's just a bad rumor that you keep spreading.
That's a rumor? He talked about it.
Yeah, but there was like on that block, there's like 4 or 5 cars that were lit on fire in that night.
Okay, so his car just got caught up in it.
Yeah,
the fans weren't out to get him.
No.
Well, Scott's sticking up for Arkansas. Doesn't want any kind of
Well, I know it's rare for you two guys to have a city that's actually passionate about football.
Wow.
Yeah, I wish that our fans just burned our players' cars.
Me too. Maybe next year. Next
you were just
10.
hoping until Dion got here that they would go to the games. They didn't even know who the quarterback was.
Next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Dan Orlovsky. He was talking about, he was asked the question, what's the most likely upset for Wild Card Weekend? And he said, I think the most likely upset is the Broncos over the Bills. And here he is on the Broncos defense matching up very well against the Bills offense.
I'll be clear. I think Buffalo wins the game. If I had to pick a game that I could see the upset happening, it's that one. And that's the one that gives me the most fear if I was a Buffalo fan, because one, Patrick Surtain changes everything that Buffalo wants to do and has had success doing this season. Denver treats Surtain like the Jets and Rex Ryan used to treat Darrelle Revis. We're going to put you on one side of the field and you put an X on that side of the field. And so I think the second thing is their defensive line is big, fast, and athletic. Jonathan Cooper is fantastic. Zach Allen is tremendous. Nick Bonito is the key for me. Bonito's a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. And if you watch him play against Patrick, he's the spy guy. And Josh loves to run versus man coverage, which is what Denver does. And he's big and he's physical and fast. He can match up against Josh. And so that just gives me a little bit of hesitation. I think this defense is a really good unit, and Buffalo's going to have to play very well to have some success.
All right, do you guys agree with Orlovsky that this is the most likely of upsets for Wild Card Weekend?
Well, I don't know about that.
I mine would be Minnesota.
Minnesota beating the Rams?
Well, I mean, they're 5.
Well, Minnesota's favorite. Yeah, Minnesota's favorite in the game, though.
But they're 5.
I can, I'm Vegas.
Which did you guys talk about? Do they not need to change this 1 through 5, 1 through 7 ranking thing?
Oh, I don't know. You don't.
I personally genuinely believe that the number 6 Commanders is going to beat the number 3 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that's the game I would go with.
Tampa's favored by 3. I mean, that's a weird question. Like the most favored, upset. The Chargers are favored by 3 against the Texans on the road. I mean, technically that makes the Texans the underdog at home. I think Orlovsky's just trying to make a little splash right there, frankly. I don't think they're what are we determining as big upsets? I mean, Denver's an 8.5-point underdog.
Well, listen, if you just go by the seedings,
that's a big upset.
If you go 2-7, 3-6, 4-5, whatever like that, 2-7's the biggest upset. Right? Yep. I mean, that's the biggest upset. Because if the seeding system is legit, then the home teams with the higher seed should win all their games.
But he's talking about the most likely upset. See, to me, are you going to be really surprised, shocked if Green Bay beats Philadelphia?
No.
Me neither. I think the Broncos beating Buffalo would be the most shocking upset. I don't think it would be the least shocking upset. I think it'd be the biggest shocking upset. Well, Pittsburgh beating Baltimore. I'm sorry. Pittsburgh beating Baltimore would be the number 1, you got to be kidding me moment. But I think Denver beating Buffalo is number 2. Hey, man, it's stacked against the Broncos here. So seriously, the whole we got nothing to lose attitude, I think it could do well for you. Next up, Dan.
All right, the Atlanta Falcons say they're comfortable keeping Kirk Cousins next season as the backup quarterback to Michael Penix Jr. So Penix obviously started the final 3 games of the season. Cousins signed with Atlanta over the offseason on a 4-year, $180 million deal, 90 of that guaranteed over the first 2 seasons. The Falcons went on to select Penix with the 8th overall pick in April. So smart move, dumb move for the Falcons to keep a $90 million guaranteed quarterback as their backup.
0 chance it happens. None. Now, at this point in the season, there's no advantage to talk about it or admit it for the Falcons, but they will not carry a quarterback that is making $40 million or whatever it is as their backup quarterback. They won't do it.
What if they can't deal him, though? What do you do?
Cut him.
Why?
Cut him.
Is he a distraction?
I don't think Kirk is, no, but I think there's always a threat of a $40 million quarterback. I don't know how much he's making, but it's in that ballpark, right? And yeah, I think that's a big distraction for an organization.
I'd keep him. You got to pay him anyway. You don't have
they
to
won't do it.
You take the hit, and it looks like on the sideline of the game I watched, I mean, he really works with Penix, so I think that's probably a comfort thing for Penix.
I think he's like the anti-distraction. Like, I think he's kind of like maybe moving into that sort of realm as the coach and supporting guy and good dude. And listen, if you can't get significant value, if you're not a distraction, what's the big deal?
They're not going to do it.
Okay. All right. They're just going to cut him and not get anything for him?
Well, I'm sure they'll try to trade him, but yeah, if it comes down to it, they're not going to carry a $40 million backup quarterback.
Well, but they're going to be on the hook for the money anyways in the cap, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the difference? I mean, I understand why the Broncos cut Russ and didn't make him the backup because it was too much of a distraction. What's the Kirk Cousins distraction?
The distraction there was the coach absolutely hated Russ.
Yeah, they don't
does
hate.
the coach in Atlanta absolutely hate Kirk Cousins?
I'd be surprised. If that was the case.
No, I just think that you almost do it for Michael. You just almost do it for your starting QB, just to get rid of that the first bad game or two games that he has in a row where he tosses a couple interceptions and now the crowd's chanting for Kirk, whatever it might be. You just almost do it for Michael.
Well, then when does that quarterback make that Flacco-like transition from the guy to just, Joe backup? Like seriously, it happened to Flacco,
May
right?
have started this year, but it depends if Kirk Cousins wants to be on the road and gone and dedicate that time away from the family.
Well, if Kirk hits free agency, let it be clear, he'll start next year. He will. There are so many quarterback-hungry teams right now, and there's only 2 quarterbacks in the draft. I got it. Kirk looks like he's over the hill, and he is. But he'll find a home for another year.
All right, last story. Come on there, Dan. Give it to me.
All right, before the last story, I know Tyler mentioned this earlier, but Raj, who's out at Broncos, did confirm that Broncos PR says the Broncos will travel to Buffalo following the press conferences tomorrow. So they will travel out to Buffalo tomorrow after their pressers.
That's smart. Yeah.
So it just got me thinking, talking about backup quarterbacks. And I know there's a playoff game coming up, but I am curious your guys' thoughts on this. What do you guys think happens with Zach Wilson in the Broncos? Does he stay here? Is he gone? What do you think happens with Zach Wilson over the offseason?
That's a good question, Dan. Hadn't thought about that for a second.
What's his contract deal and what's Stidham's contract
he's a
deal?
free agent.
Yeah, it's up after this year.
So he's a free agent. What's Stidham?
Stidham was a 2-year deal, right?
Yeah, I feel like Stidham's got a little bit more time.
No. I think he's up.
Oh, you think he's up too?
I'll look it up. I thought he originally signed a 2-year.
Well, I don't think anybody's going to be knocking down the doors for Zach Wilson. So I think if the Broncos like him on a team-friendly deal, maybe $5 to $6 million a year, that's fine.
Yeah, so they're both going to be free agents at the end of the season.
Stidham is too. Okay.
I think Zach Wilson will be your backup quarterback next year, and Jared Stidham will be somewhere else.
Okay. Listen, talk about a bargain basement quarterback room. It's pretty awesome what the Broncos have there. It's awesome, and we know this. Those 3 guys, because we've seen the social media and their wives and girlfriends and everything, they are like best friends. Like you really couldn't ask. And I think Davis Webb is a big part of that too. You really couldn't ask for a better situation in terms of support and guys getting along and doing the right thing in the locker room. It's really great. Like I would have no issue whatsoever because the money spent on quarterbacks is so low. If you want to sprinkle some extra cheese for both those guys and just run it back next year, is fine by me.
I just cannot believe that here we are. The regular season is completed and we still have 3 active quarterbacks on the roster. Bizarro land.
It's worked out great, though.
It has? Why?
Because
they're 10-7 and in the playoffs.
I mean, that's cool. That's cool and all.
But
my point is, you haven't needed them, so it's just it's a highly unusual maneuver.
Well, you're not watching Izzy Smoke's Instagram.
You spent a lot of time there.
Bo Nix's wife. I've spent enough time there to see them hang out a lot.
Playing charades or whatever it was on the couch.
And the
matching jammies.
The girlfriends' wives are best friends. Jarrett Stidham's wife and they're tight. I don't think that's phony. It's not just one or 2 things. It's kind of like everything. It's weird almost how close all these guys are.
The same age.
Yeah, they're all kind of the same age. The wives all get along great, at least it appears. I don't know, man. I mean, if everybody's up for it, I don't know why you don't rinse and repeat. Bo's contract is very affordable right now. You could easily bring it all back financially. I know it might be a little weird.
It's just unnecessary.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
All right.
the rosters have never been more flexible with all the practice squads. Daniel Jones was carried on the practice squad until last week with the Minnesota Vikings. He finally got elevated. There's so much flexibility in today's game that carrying 3 active quarterbacks is nutso.
No, it's been working out. It's been good so far. Hey, a reminder, Jim Nantz is on tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. with the boys in the morning. I heard them today. Brett said that he was getting mac and cheese, and he heard behind him, hello, friend, mac and cheese. Brett had an encounter with Jim Nantz.
He was at the Nuggets game a week ago Friday.
They got the game. Yeah. You got a Jim Nantz story or two? You run into Jim Nantz?
Yeah, I've talked
You
to him
must
a
have.
couple times. One of the first times I didn't even realize this. My freshman year at Arkansas, we go to a thrilling double overtime game in Houston, down 21 at half, and we come back in double overtime and win the game in Houston. The PA announcer for that game was Jim Nantz.
The PA announcer?
The PA announcer.
Oh, my God.
It was like his junior or senior year. It might have been his senior year at Houston.
And wasn't he roommates with Fred Couples?
They were on the golf team together.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was the PA
I didn't realize
announcer?
he actually. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, that is the trend. Well, he's kind of a big guy, Jim Nantz. He's not a small dude.
Yeah, so anyway, he told me, Scott, he said, I don't even know if you realize, do you remember when Arkansas?
That's a riot.
And he goes, I was the PA announcer.
That's hysterical. Well, he'll be on with the boys in the morning and can ask Brett about mac and cheese. Brett was over at the International Sportsman Expo. We heard him all this afternoon. That's open now through Sunday at the Colorado Convention Center. You want to go? It's only $16 for adults. Free entry if you're a kid under 15 and active military with ID. It's a great place. Tyler has his jacket that he got from the Sportsman Expo.
I do.
The thing is ridiculous.
That was an impulse buy right there.
It may be the warmest jacket of all
This
time.
thing's supposed to be good to like -20, and you don't even have to wear a T-shirt.
So-
and I'm actually living proof that this is the warmest jacket I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, it's hysterical. So listen, it looks great and it works. That and much more at the Sportsman Expo. Hundreds of exhibits on hunting, RVs, outfitters, and everything for the outdoorsman in you. It's a really cool event. You can get more info at sportsexpos.com. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go to my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They're the best car dealership in Colorado. You're going to love your experience. And if you're anything like me, relationships matter in life. I've been buying cars there since my rookie year. They're just fantastic. Guys, you're going to become a customer for life because you'll realize it's a different type of car dealership. They're going to respect you. They're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to respect you by giving you the best price possible. You're not going to have to haggle for it. That's just what you're going to get. When you go to Phil Long Ford, it's one-stop shopping with the best prices. Guys, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot at Phil Long Ford. So don't waste your time driving all over Colorado. Go to the best car dealership, get the best service, get the best price, and find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, it's going to be on the lot at Phil Long Ford. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and remember that they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Check them out online and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
I've been very impressed with his mobility, his ability to extend plays. He makes a lot of plays with his arm as well, and I think they got a real good one over there.
Very talented quarterback. Obviously can move the chains with his legs, has a strong arm, a good quarterback.
It's a challenge for sure. He moves well. He has a nice arm, can get out the pocket, can throw from the pocket. So we got to be on our P's and Q's.
Broncos, is Sean Payton talking right now there, Dan? Or is
it's coordinator day.
Oh,
He
that's
talks
right.
tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
And they're still not talking.
Not yet, huh?
No.
Okay, no red flags on that though. Just everything's fine.
What do you think the red flag is?
I don't know. Everything's just taking a little bit longer this week. I suppose just crossing those T's, dotting those I's.
Is that a bad thing? Even if it is?
It's not. It's not. It's not.
I had a
It's
buddy who worked with Patino as an assistant coach when he was a head coach with the New York Knicks. And Sports Illustrated was begging him to get a interview with him. He said, I just don't have time. I work. So they said, if you want to get the office, I get in the office about 5 a.m. Or 6 a.m. If you want to come in here, I'll meet you at 6 a.m. First guy there, only guy there, lets the SI guy up, boom, boom, boom. They have their meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Big article. Guy works so hard. Rick Pitino, he does this. He does that. He gets to the office every day at 6 a.m. Guy told me, he said it's the only day he was in the office before like 9:30. So to me, when I hear coaches all of a sudden games are starting to be played, what's everybody else going to say? What do we say? He might be pressure. He's putting a lot of time in. He's putting some extra time and effort in right now. No, he's up there in the thing having a little latte, sitting there. What time?
Oh, he's on his double latte by now,
second
buddy.
latte.
I got 15 minutes.
We got time.
Give me that scone over there.
Are you guys pulling? It is at 5:30. What a cool. Got a couple things going on tonight. Got Avs and Wild. Tough one with the Avs. Losing to the worst team in the league always
After
sucks.
being the defending champ.
I understand why it happens. And what I've learned about losing to bad teams, it's not the end of the world. It's annoying. It doesn't define who you are. It happens to everybody who happens to lose to these teams. It's just annoying. That's what it is, in my opinion. It's not no red flags.
No
on
freak
that.
out, but it's annoying.
It's just annoying because they could easily beat the Wild tonight. And hockey sometimes is just a rando sport, bro. Like you throw 37 shots on the Blackhawks and one gets past that dude, that's it. And they're the worst team in the league and you lose. So just you don't stress out about it. I don't. Tonight the Avs play the Wild. I assume that's here. I assume that's on at 6 o'clock here, so pregame at 5:30. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish are playing Penn State tonight, 5:30. Tonight. Who you pulling for? And why?
Go ahead, Scott.
I've always liked Joe Paterno.
That's your reason?
And Lou Holtz.
That's your reason?
And Lou Holtz left us high and dry with Arkansas. So, I mean, Paterno over Holtz, I actually like Lou, too.
Well, I've always
liked Joe Paterno.
I've always liked Vic Lombardi. So,
and
my man Lauren. Yeah, I got to root. I got to root for Notre Dame. I got to. I got so much allegiance in with Lauren Landau. That's like rooting against family, man. I got to pull for the Domers.
But again, it's not because of Vic Lombardi.
100% has nothing to do with Vic Lombardi.
It's about Lauren Landau.
Yes, family, and then there's Vic.
I like.
And what time do you say it starts?
5:30. Pretty cool. So I love early games. We got a 5:30 banger for a football.
Hey,
we got Avs on at the same time.
Marcus Freeman's
awesome.
Marcus Freeman's also a pretty easy dude to root for.
No doubt.
He seems like a pretty cool cat, man.
He has 17 children or something like that. He's
how
got
many
a couple.
he got?
No, he's got like six or seven or something
Really?
like that. He's got a few. Yeah. He's got a bit of a. He's got like an
seems pretty young.
He's got an offense. I know.
Popping those things out early.
Well, the story of all kids' stories was Joe Flacco having 5 kids under the age of 6 and no twins. That was the most. Oh yeah. When he became a Bronco, we found that out. Hey, Mrs. Flacco.
She can't say no.
Oh my God. 5 kids under 6, no twins.
I'm just impressed.
Like, wow. That's a machine
At what,
right
at
there.
what point did she start getting scared?
Is it 6 weeks up?
We are
Okay,
not. We
boom,
are
here
not
go.
doing that again.
6
No, we
weeks
will
are up,
never
boom.
do that again.
Is it like an egg timer that just goes
It's
off
like
every
6
6
weeks.
weeks?
Boom, here we go.
Let's go. Time's up.
My grandfather,
Oh, God.
and this goes way back in the dark ages, but my grandfather always wanted to be an engineer. So he loved Georgia Tech. And back in the early 60s, 50s, Georgia Tech and Notre Dame had some sort of big rival. Rudy was like Georgia Tech and Notre Dame.
That's what Rudy got the sack on Georgia Tech. Yeah.
And so my grandfather hated Notre Dame because he was a rambling wreck from Georgia Tech.
Okay.
So I've never really, because of him, I never liked Notre Dame.
All right. So up yours, Vic.
I don't care about Vic either.
For the record, Vic, I'm pulling for you. Because
you know what? It'll be amazing if I even have that game on.
You're kidding me.
No, I think
I'll give you another reason to watch if you care.
Yeah.
Broncos,
Tyler
Warren's the next all something everything for the Broncos. Seriously, Penn State, Tyler Warren, put an eyeball to him, man.
I'm sure they'll have some highlights tomorrow.
Oh, man. All right, well,
I
enjoy your
this-
night. Enjoy your night.
I think this college
Enjoy
playoff
your
thing
night.
is sucked.
Okay, enjoy your night. Just chill out.
Such a
Just relax.
buzzkill. You just Captain Buzzkill over there.
It sucked.
Nate and Andy coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Tell you what, it's such a momentum builder if you get it. And if you let it happen on your watch at the other end, it's a deflator. So DeAndre. Nope, and Westbrook's there again. He knifes in and says, how about that? 21-13 Nuggets with their biggest lead of the night.
I told him I was going to get the rebound. After I got the lane violation, it's all okay. I said, well, I'm going to get this one. I told Zoo that if he missed, I'm going to get this one. Ain't nothing you can do about it. And he missed, and I got it, and ain't nothing you can do about it.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
Yeah, called his shot. Called his shot to a guy that, what do you think Zubats weighs over Westbrook?
Plenty.
80
I'm
pounds?
going to go with the plenty.
100 pounds?
Significant.
Zubats is a big, big boy.
Yeah, he ain't a small guy.
He's one of the only guys that can kind of bang with Jokic. He's one of the few. And Russ was just like, nah, I got this.
Yeah.
I'm going over you, dude.
Yeah.
Called his shot, went and got it. Nuggets kicked the ever-living crap out of the Clippers last night, 126-103. Just jumped him from the get-go. Never let him back into that game. Weird night of basketball. Obviously, Jokic didn't play for the Nuggets. Kawhi was not there for the Clippers. There were other staffers for the Clips that were dealing with.
I feel for the Clips having to play that game, if we're being honest. They got a lot of stuff going on back home.
Yeah, I'm not dismissing a good performance by the Nuggets.
No, we'll take it.
They played well, absolutely, but also, like, the Clippers weren't in it last night.
Let's not act like there's not
it's horrific.
It's unreal what's happening out there.
What is happening in Southern California and in Los Angeles right now. And but hey, the Nuggets, you know what? You got to play the game on your schedule. They went out and they played really well last night. Good Jamal night. He played well. Good DJ night. They moved DJ into the starting lineup, and they got what you need to out of him. He went for 12 and 9 last night on 5 of 6 shooting. Some good dunks last night. That was fun to see. Another really good guard game last night for the Nuggets between Westbrook and Jamal and Julian Strawther. So great win. Great win. Take care of business. You lost on Tuesday to the Celtics. We talked about this, Andy, when we talked about the week. 4 games. You got Brooklyn on Friday, Dallas in Dallas on Sunday, but it's going to be the shorthanded Mavs. If you go 3-1 with those as your 4 opponents, and look, we always kind of knew Boston was going to be the toughest one anyway. Great week. Great week of Nuggets basketball. If you take care of your business, beat the Nets tomorrow night, and then beat the Mavs on Sunday. TCB.
I'm glad, you started with that.
As they say.
We're going to mention the just inexcusable loss that happened with the other crew around here.
Connor Bedard.
I mean, you can't lose like that.
No,
You're
can't.
trying to get back in a proper playoff position. You can't go losing that game.
Now. They were starting the backup goalie. Minor,
Okay.
Not hugely experienced, but they didn't score either.
Well, then maybe we shouldn't have.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Look, I don't mean to go off. I get it. You're gonna have some low games.
Sure.
Not to that team.
Sure.
Not as you try to climb back into the playoff position that you want to be.
That team
maybe we
stinks.
shouldn't have stated that they were the parade holders. I don't know.
Even though they are.
They are.
Can I ask everybody though? I was not on Twitter during the Avalanche game last night. I was doing some other things. Did I hope everybody made a Frank Nazar the strong arm joke on Twitter?
No.
Last night?
I don't know.
I hope.
He's got the new ad saying there's people pretending to be me, and I don't want to get sued. So no, I'm not going to do that.
I hope somebody did. Frank Nazar scored the second goal for Chicago last night. I did not know there was a guy in the NHL named Frank Nazar.
It's just all I know is I was listening to Connor.
Because
I had to do a little bit of driving around, a little more than I wanted to.
Yeah.
Was going to go back and watch it. Decided I'm going to keep my blood pressure down.
Yeah.
But Connor must have 4 or 5 times described rebounds that were just sitting there and Nary and Av to go and fetch them. So let's maybe work on that.
Avalanche and the Wild this evening. The Minnesota Wild out there.
It's going to be wild
in St.
Nate.
Paul. So, 6 o'clock puck drop, 5:30 pregame, so we get the boot a little bit early tonight to hand it over to Berto, and then Connor has the call at 6 o'clock. Second night of a back-to-back. Nuggets have been outstanding on second nights of back-to-backs by 8-0 on the year now. Let's see the Avalanche go and do it tonight. Mackenzie Blackwood is back between the pipes this evening. Okay, go beat those guys. Go beat a division rival. Get get yourself a good victory, and we'll forgive a lot of what happened last night with the victory tonight over the Wild.
You want some good news?
I do. I
you
love
want to
good
get
news.
ready to drop? You want to pop open your app right now if that's your thing and get ready to throw a couple bucks down on your Denver Broncos?
Okay.
Here's the definitive stat going around.
Definitive.
That lets you know, and Del Griffith, who we're going to have on soon from the Buffalo Mafia.
Yeah.
Or Del Reed. But I prefer Del Griffith.
Del Reed is his name.
No, his name's Del Reed, but it's Del Griffith.
No, stay in Del Reed for a minute.
I told you, I know no other Dells.
I had a moment where you said that. Yeah, 320, Del Reed.
Yeah.
Co-founder of the Bills Mafia. He will join us. We've talked to Del
Fun
numerous
guy.
times.
But every time Spring books him,
Yeah.
I think of planes, trains, and automobiles.
Just a guy named Del.
Yeah, and, more ball handling than Larry Bird. I don't know.
Outside of Del Griffith, who is your other favorite Del?
The Farmer Ann? For me, it's Taco. It follows with Taco.
Del Taco?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'm not saying I go there a lot, but every now and again, when you just feel like a taco, just go get a Del Taco.
Del Draft, 303-504.
I don't know any other Dells. You're going to have to help me.
Who?
Curry.
Del Curry, father of Steph.
I don't care about no Del Curry. Give a damn.
Great NBA player.
Yeah, he had great offspring.
He
Good
sure
for
did.
him.
That he certainly did. Del McCoury, bluegrass musician, legendary bluegrass picker.
All right.
Del McCoury.
Yeah.
There's
no looking at your computer when you roll these off to me.
Oh, I've seen the Del McCoury band live.
Well,
yes.
With the Dead?
No. It
All
was.
right.
I saw them probably 2002. They played the first Bonnaroo, which I was still in college. So me and my buddies all went down and
did your thing?
Did a thing in a field somewhere in Tennessee. And yet the Del McCoury band, these guys, Andy, when you talk bluegrass, like
it's the bluest of grass.
They were wearing suits.
Okay.
These were pickers out there. And it was kind of one of those things like I'm not the biggest bluegrass aficionado out there, but when you're watching somebody and you're like, "Oh, you are the best at this." It's still cool to watch.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
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 It's just the banjo lines just zipping off at you. So yeah, Del McCoury. That's my Del of the day. I'll take him over Vinny Del Negro.
Yeah, see, you got to stretch to get this to work.
You do.
And you know what? Somehow Willie Nelson felt your... All right, here's the deal. Here's why everybody needs to feel good.
Okay.
And we're going deep, baby. But these are the stats I'm here for.
Okay.
I don't care about your stuff that makes sense or shows trends. And this comes from Zan. I don't know who he is, but his tweets become quite popular.
All right.
Since 2017.
All right.
Sean Payton against bald head coaches. The record 30-12. 30-12 for a 714 winning percentage. Do you know who coaches the Buffalo Bills?
I sure do.
What's his name?
He's
Sean McDermott.
Sean McDermott is he's a ginger bald
dude.
too.
He's as bald gets.
Yeah,
I mean it's bald, baby.
Yeah, he is. When it does come in, whether it's in the beard or in the little flex in the head, it's a little gingered up. So
you know what that is?
He's a red-headed baldy.
That's Brett Kane bald.
That's very bald.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Brett still shaving the dome? I haven't seen Brett in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. He could be Brett Kane.
He could be.
Okay. There you go. Throw the money.
Wait a minute. Brett Kane is Max Crosby.
Okay.
That's
Max Crosby had a few things to say about Bo Nix today.
That's another one.
Yeah, he wasn't to call him, what did he get, little man, little boy, whatever he was calling Gardner Minshew. Since 2017, your coach, Sean Payton, 30-12 against the follically challenged.
Against baldies.
It's going down. You should be nervous, Buffalo. You better get that man a toupee. You better go to the George Costanza store. You better slap something on that guy's head because it's going the Broncos' way if you don't.
Who's the greatest bald head coach of all time?
Tark. Jerry Tarkanian.
Tark was legendary baldy.
Biting a towel and no hair to speak of.
Tony Dungy. I feel like I go Tony Dungy pretty high.
How many Super Bowls did Tony get?
I think just the one. I think is all
so
he
do we
got.
have a multiple champion bald coach?
Yeah.
Becomes the question.
Ooh, great question right there. Mick Cronin, UCLA basketball coach Mick Cronin. That's a good bald head coach right there. These are just top of the head baldies that I'm going with here.
Did the Steelers? No, both the Steelers. I'm trying to think of the dynastic coaches. Now, hold on. Was Tom Landry hiding a bald head behind the nice fedora?
Could have been. Nathaniel Hackett was very bald.
Well,
he wasn't
I mean,
good.
Nathaniel Hackett
at football coaching.
That thing.
I'm trying to think of like Bronco bald head coaches. Is Hackett the only one I can think of? I mean, Coob's impeccable crew cut.
If you don't have hair,
yeah,
are they not letting you coach? Is that part of the deal
here in Denver? Well, Hackett, he didn't even get a full season.
No,
before they shipped his ass
Boy,
out
there's
the
a
door.
whole bunch of soccer bald coaches. I can tell you that.
Are you better at?
Ooh, another bald head coach, like shiny bald.
Yeah,
Robert Saleh.
Oh yeah,
that ain't going well. Was
That's
that the problem with the Jets? Too many bald head coaches with the Jets.
Tad Boyle, good baldy coach. Thank you,
there
Adam.
You go. Tad might be the top.
Yeah, as good a Colorado bald coach as I can remember.
24. Let's see here.
Okay, here's a question for
Andy
you.
Reid's kind of bald.
Topic. Michael Malone.
Yeah.
Bald or not?
I plead the fifth.
If you used to be balder,
yeah.
Do you eventually move back out of bald status?
If you pay the money to no longer be bald, I'll say you're not bald.
You've earned the right to say
you paid the cash.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my God, Brian Daboll, bald.
Oh, bald as they get.
Why am I forgetting his name? Dan Quinn with the Commanders.
Very
bald.
Yeah, very bald. He goes backwards hat often to cover up the baldness.
So somebody zoomed in. This is why I'm getting this. Oh, our guy from Tampa, bald.
Bruce Arians?
No. The current coach.
Oh yeah.
Why can I not remember his name?
Todd Bowles.
Todd Bowles. Yeah, Todd Bowles is bald.
Very
Boy,
bald.
There's not a lot of. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here's who saves him. D'Amico Ryan's bald. He's saving him though.
Yeah, he's picking it up. Very handsome man, that D'Amico Ryans. Okay, 30-12. That's the number 30-12 since 2017.
Since 2017.
Sean Payton v. other bald coaches.
So thanking Mark Johnson for listening. He's pushing back. Tad is not bald, has very short hair.
30-12,
7-14 against bald head coaches.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of bald? Like, there's different levels. Like, Sean McDermott is bald, man.
There's varying degrees.
Yeah, Andy Reid is still fighting it on the sides, but definitely there's a lot of sand trap up top.
Like, you can go full chrome dome.
You can, well, again, D'Amico Ryans,
like
Robert
razor
Saleh.
bald.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brian Daboll has got nothing and nothing to save. Again, Dan Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Yeah.
That could be a spotlight in the free time. Todd Bowles, nothing.
Will Nelson says Adazio, easily the worst bald
Oh my
coach.
gosh, yeah. So God, Johnson's got pictures to send and everything. He's not going away.
Again, that's my answer to MJ on that one is
there's some retreating on the hill. There's no doubt about it. But he's still fighting.
Yes, the forces
he's not giving up Hamburger Hill just yet.
Are receding, I will say. And I say this as a certified Tad Boyle fan club member. Yes, we love the guy. Friend of the program, but
for now, if this gets out, maybe our next request is not fulfilled so quickly.
We'll find out.
They've been great with us. Maybe they won't be anymore.
It's
we'll
always
know.
It's a risky run on this show. This is the question I would ask Mark Johnson.
Oh, I would add, give us your best bald coach there, then, Johnson.
The last time that we talked to Tad Boyle, remember he was in Hawaii.
Yes,
that was the day that they beat UConn.
Felt really good.
Okay, here's my question. Remember that video of Tad on the water slide? And he's going down, and it was very fun because they had just beaten those guys. Was any sunscreen applied to the top of the head?
It's true. It's fair.
That's the question.
Point.
That to me is the line of demarcation. If you are going SPF 50 up on the top of the dome, I think that answers your question.
What do we do with comb over coach? Like Gene Katie. Where is Gene
So
Katie
bald.
fall? He's a pretty good coach. I think Mark covered Gene Katie. I think Gene Katie intimidated Mark.
Gene Katie intimidated everybody.
Intimidates. His dog is afraid of Gene Katie.
Gene Katie was a terrifying man.
Oh, Gene, you know who played for Gene Katie?
Who's that?
Scotty.
Did he really?
And I got him on to talk,
Was he like an
hoops
assistant
one
at
time.
Arkansas?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then we got him on after he had a big win when I was producer for the Zoo, and Scotty was still afraid of Gene Katie over the phone.
Uh-huh.
Years later.
Yeah, I don't think that ever fades away.
I doubt it does.
I had one guy that I used to work for that to this day I consider him a friend, but I'm just a little bit wary of him because of the few times that I saw him go off, especially in my direction. It's just like, we're buddies.
Yeah, we all got a time bomb in us.
Exactly.
Dude, it's the really, like, Gene Katie's got the bad.
Right.
It
The
is.
strands.
Yeah, the strands. Thank you. I was looking for the
that
word.
are going over.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's not a full, like, some people can comb it over and at least make that thing look like a not. You look like seaweed patches. Gene Katie's got the seaweed patches.
I also just love that whoever this guy on Twitter was willing to go back and be like, okay, 42 games.
Yeah, he did the
30
work.
and 12. Here's the win percentage.
Yeah. Well, I saw it. And I was like, Nate's got to hear this.
This is good. I like that a lot.
I can't bring you. I can't go Dan Hyatt on you.
You know,
but I can give you Sean Payton is 30 and 12 thanks to Zahn on Twitter against bald head coaches.
But what is his EPA per play when running on second and medium situations against bald head coaches? Do we know that?
That I don't know.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's the tweet stops there.
This is my favorite stat.
Yeah.
It's too good. All right, we got to talk to our buddy, Del Reed. He is the co-founder of Bills Mafia. He's going to fill us in with how the Buffalo people are feeling. Yeah, we could get some media expert or something on from Buffalo. No, let's get a guy in Zubaz that jumps through tables. That's coming up next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Apple Air. Yes, a nice, shiny, bald apple is what you need to be thinking about when you're calling up our friends over at Apple Air, Denver's HVAC experts that truly care. They care about your home, and they care about your money by providing top-notch HVAC service and plumbing for the lowest possible price. We were having issues with our furnace. It was the fall. It was time to flip that thing back on. Wasn't looking good, folks. We called Apple Air, said, give us a safety checkup. They took a couple of looks at it and said, hey, your furnace that was installed in 1993, this is a hazard to your home. But do not fret. Apple Air gave me a great deal. You can get the same one, $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace and AC system. Got a 2-stage Daikin high-efficiency furnace, and our home is as cozy as it can possibly be. 303-733-2813. That's the number to call, 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. That's appleaire.com to get a free estimate, or if you have gotten a quote that doesn't quite feel right, the pros at Apple Air will come out and get you a second opinion for free. Call them up today.
Bills make me wanna shout. Kick your heels up and shout. Throw your hands up and shout. Throw your head back and shout. Come on now, the Bills are making it happen now. Stand up now, come on and shout. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh, the Broncos on their way to Orchard Park to take on the Bills Sunday at 11 a.m. Joining us right now to preview this critical playoff matchup, it is our friend Del Reed. He is the co-founder of the Bills Mafia. Del, welcome back to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm great. Thanks for having me on. It's been a while.
I know we haven't chatted in a while. The Broncos and Bills have not played a game of huge consequence in some time. I mean, they played last year, but it turned out to not really have all that much bearing. Things worked out for the Bills after that game. They really didn't for the Broncos. Del, let's just start here. When you, and again, it says that on your Twitter and everything, co-founder of the Bills Mafia. When you say that, what does that mean? What does it mean to be a co-founder of the Bills Mafia? What did you do to earn your spot in the pantheon of Zubaz-wearing Bills fans?
I guess I said Bills Mafia first. I don't know.
That's it.
Yeah, I was joking around with some friends on Twitter way back in 2010, 2011, and called us the Bills Mafia, kind of as a tongue-in-cheek reference. And it just kind of stuck. And then fans started using it, and players and media, and eventually the team adopted it. It's all very surreal.
Del, how are you guys feeling about this game coming up? You know, I find it wild. You're a number 2 seed. Josh Allen is awesome. People in Denver still lament that he wasn't a Bronco before you guys get your hand on him. Josh is in the middle of what many think was an MVP campaign, and yet when you listen to the national talk shows, they seem to think that's a big if, but if there's an upset behind the Commanders, it could be the Bills losing to the Broncos. Do you guys feel that way at all out there? What pressure about a playoff run does the fan base feel?
Well, I don't want to speak for anybody else other than myself. And anytime you're in the playoffs, and as a Bills fan, I don't take that for granted. We went 17 years without any playoffs. Anytime you're playing a game with no safety net, like anything can happen. The ball is a funny-shaped ball. It bounces all kinds of different directions. I get nervous for all these things. I drive my wife crazy, but I'm able to take any team. We could be playing the lowest team on in the standings, and I can find all the ways that they're going to beat the Bills because I'm so paranoid. But yeah, Josh Allen has had an amazing season this season. He has certainly earned from Bills fans any confidence we have in him. I mean, he's a machine. He's amazing. This was supposed to be a down year for the Bills. They weren't even supposed to make the playoffs. According to the national pundits, they're supposed to fall behind the Jets and the Dolphins in the division, which is kind of laughable now looking back. But so I'm for myself, I'm always nervous, but I would argue that I don't have the right to be because they played such a great season.
Yeah, it's an extremely good team, but you're a Bills fan, Del. I mean, you're kind of conditioned for these sorts of things. You guys are a franchise, and I'm not trying to dunk on you or anything like that. You're a franchise that kind of has a let's call it a freight relationship with the playoffs.
You're bringing up what?
Low,
you're bringing up the 90s?
Over the years. But, Del, you brought up Josh, okay? And, Wyoming guy, we know him well in this neck of the woods. And, again, you can only speak for yourself as a Bills fan. But tell me, how did you feel about Josh Allen when he was drafted by the Bills versus how do you feel about Josh Allen today?
Well, listen, I'm not going to lie. I was not thrilled when they made that pick.
Yeah.
I don't watch a lot of college football to begin with. Even if I did, I'm not watching Wyoming college football out here in Buffalo. So all you can do is trust the pundits. And they were all saying, oh, he's inaccurate. Oh, he's a project, blah, blah, blah. And so I wasn't super thrilled with it. I was much more interested in the other Josh Rosen. Man, I'm glad I was wrong because you look at this quarterback now, this is the best, arguably the best player in the NFL. Obviously, you have Mahomes and everybody else. I'm not going to get into that with Jackson and everything. But, I mean, with top 3 players in the NFL is a Buffalo Bill. We waited so long for this. We had Jim Kelly and then a bunch of, almost theirs and not even close quarterbacks under center. To have Josh Allen now is just it's such an awesome thing. We love him to death. He's a great guy. He's humble. He loves it here. I always joke he's the one man that any woman could leave her husband for, and he's the one man that any man could leave his wife for, and the spouse would understand. It's just everybody is in love with this guy.
Yeah, okay. Along those lines, like I got to listen to, and our friend Nora Princiati from The Ringer did a podcast about the love affair that Western New York has with Josh Allen and the unique connection between that fan base and that particular player. Expand on that a little bit. Why are you guys so head over heels for Josh Allen, besides just that he's an awesome player?
He has really invested in this community in his time here, and he's a humble guy. I mean, there's a lot of great players in sports, but they're not all like the best humans, you know. Josh Allen, he spends, you know, so much of his free time at the Children's Hospital here in Buffalo. There's all these stories you see of him, you know, away from the cameras. You only find out about it because the parents were sharing it, like following up with little kids, fans at games that maybe didn't get a chance to catch his glove when he threw it into the stands, and all these different things. Like, he just cares about people. He's a genuine article, and you know, Buffalo's called the city of good neighbors. And you know, if you live in Buffalo, it's probably because you were born here. It's not a big destination city when it comes to transplants. And he just has that vibe to him, like somebody who's invested in the community, who is a part of this community. He understands his role. He's not here and then just, you know, checks out when the season's over. He's here like nonstop. He's here doing, you know, charity work and everything throughout the entire year. So all the football stuff aside, it feels really good, you know, to have somebody like that representing Buffalo on the national scene. Because when I'm traveling and people say, "Where are you from?" "Buffalo." The first thing they say, they don't even say chicken wings. First thing they say is, "Oh, Buffalo Bills, Bills Mafia." So it's really nice to have an upstanding person, you know, representing us, as opposed to like the guy in Cleveland. You know, so.
That's a good call.
That's a good answer.
Yeah,
at least we don't have Deshaun Watson. Yeah.
Del, so again, I'm not picking at you here, but I'm trying to take people in Denver back to what it was like when Peyton Manning was here, because I think you guys are living those years where basically you're just getting through the regular season and it's all about the playoffs and can we finally break through whatever this year, right? Because Manning had 2 runs to the Super Bowl. Manning also had 2 first-round exits here with the Denver Broncos. What is this about? What pressure are you feeling? You already said you get nervous for any game that you guys played, but I mean, is there a palpable pressure you can feel in the city now that the playoffs are here?
I feel it. I feel that pressure. It's weird. This week has been kind of weird because the Bills are in the playoffs and everybody's all about this team. But I think as fans, we've been so focused on Baltimore and Kansas City that this is kind of like, all right, we got to check this box so we can go on to the next thing. And, I mean, fans are allowed to look ahead. Players better not. Fans are allowed to look ahead to the next game on the schedule if there is one. But I think it feels like the frenzy hasn't quite kicked in here yet for the playoffs. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just living under a rock here. But I think after this game, should they be able to beat Denver, I think it's going to get crazy frenetic. But yeah, you're right. First round exits. We haven't had many of those with Josh Allen. There was the first one after the 2019 season, after his rookie year, when they missed the playoffs his first year. It's always been either divisional or AFC championships. So this would be new. This would be somewhat new in this era of Bills football, which I kind of think of as from the 2020 season on, when the team had its big breakout after the trade for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, it's when things really changed for this franchise. Del Reed, Bills Mafia, co-founder, joining us now. Del, I got a couple of rapid-fire ones to hit you with. Number one, how many pairs of Zubaz pants do you own, and are you wearing Zubaz right now?
I own 2 pairs, and no, not right now. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you wear them to the game, or are those like pajamas? What do you do with your Zubaz? What's the style?
Mine are ratty, dude. I'm not wearing them every day.
Okay.
They've had their better days.
Okay, good. Del, have you ever jumped through a table or put someone through a table?
No, that's not my thing. I may have been the co-founder of Bill's Mafia, but the table stuff came later. That's not my speed.
Okay, yeah. It also feels like a great way to hurt your back.
Absolutely.
Have you ever thrown a marital aid or adult toy onto the football field?
Not my speed.
Okay, not your style, but it's a thing that is regularly done there. Have you ever shoveled the field? Have you ever volunteered or gotten your $20 or whatever to shovel the field in Orchard Park?
I have not. I love that team. I'm glad there's a lot of people that would line up to do that. My driveway's enough.
That's that. You know what? That is the answer, my friend.
That's
what I like.
This is why I like Dell, because even though he's the co-founder of the Bills Mafia, he's got his head on his shoulders. It really does feel like that's the case. By the way, Dell, Orchard Park. We always hear so much about the weather in Orchard Park.
Mm-hmm.
How is Orchard Park different than Buffalo as a weather place, destination?
Great. Yeah, great question, because that's kind of in the snow belt of the winds coming off of Lake Erie. So even though it's 35 minutes south of the city of Buffalo, and really Buffalo is more of like a metropolitan area. It's all of Erie County, and then whatever. But even though it's about 30 miles south of the city, it's a completely different weather system. Sometimes I wonder, why'd they put the stadium there so many years ago? Just because it's that lake effect snow coming off the lake. It hits there more so than anywhere else in the region. They put it smack dab right in the middle of that.
Del, well, I will tell you, so we got a buddy to the show. He's not a buddy. He writes for ESPN. His name's Jeff Legwold. He told me a while back they put the stadium there because the land was cheap. And you're describing why the land was cheap, because all the dang snow rolls through there. Hey, Del, how far back do you go? Do you remember the last time these two met in the playoffs when it was the AFC Championship and you were in the middle of, Thurman Thomas and Jim Kelly and Andre Reed and, all those guys?
Yeah, that was my junior year of high school. The Bills won 10-7. I think Carlton Bailey scored the only touchdown in that game, a defensive touchdown, which was so weird because that year the Bills had such a prolific offense, scoring 30 points plus a game, and then you play the Broncos and it's 10-7. It was weird.
Yeah, and so we won't mention what happened with Washington the following week.
Hey, you know what I was going to tell Del? Because I'm a year older, I guess, than Del, because it was my senior year.
Okay.
I was so happy the Broncos didn't advance, because that would have been like the fourth Super Bowl. They weren't beating that team. For those that don't remember, that Washington team, our buddy Stink was on that team. That was his rookie year, and it was just a matter of which AFC team was going to get boat raced. So, Del, I'm glad it was you guys. That was after the two, what was it? It was Giants. How'd it go? Did it go Giants, Washington, and then the two Cowboys? Yep. Was that it?
Yes. Yeah. And it's funny. Yeah, you're right. And you talk about that Washington team, Steve Tasker, who used to play for the Bills, he'll often say, nobody was beating that team. That Washington team. He said that was probably the best individual football team I ever played against on a given day.
You know what it is? Because that group only stayed together, and was it Rippon that was the quarterback? I think it was Mark Rippon was the quarterback.
Yep.
And all the receivers, it all broke up the year after. So it was like the greatest one-year team ever assembled, and I can't remember why it all ended. You know what else I remember about that game, Del? They didn't have replay, and one of the Washington touchdowns, I think it was Monk, it would have been ruled incomplete had we had replay then. Matter of fact, I think that play was why they got replay. Do you remember that? He had stepped out of bounds, but the officials didn't see it.
I do remember that, yes. Yeah, I think you may be right, but they could have taken that touchdown away. Nobody was stopping. It wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah.
It would not have mattered.
Oh,
You're
it's Bills Mafia is not going to forget any injustice over the years.
Nor should they. But that you never know how that changes momentum. But he's right. That wouldn't have changed anything.
Del, you're a gentleman. It's always fun to have you on the show. We won't ask you your pick because we know what it's going to be. But enjoy the game coming up on Sunday. By the way, one more thing. For any Denver fans that are on their way to Western New York for the weekend to watch a Bronco Bills game, what's one thing they have to do?
You got to get the chicken wings. People always say, where's the best place to get chicken wings? I'll tell you what. There's not a bad place to get chicken wings here. So just find a place, try out. It is different here.
Okay. Get wings. There you go.
It's like Phillies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, don't mess it up. Del, well done as always, man. Thank you.
Take care. Go Bills.
All right. Del Reed. Bills Mafia.
We should have told Bill. We should have told Del the bald stat.
You're screwed.
He's got enough to worry about, but
McDermott doesn't have any hair. You're screwed.
Our guy owns your guys that are hairless. Del, you got any hair?
Del's too nice.
Well, that's Buffalo.
I know, right? That's just it. It's so funny because normally when we have out of town interviews, like we'll always get just like filled up with like, yeah, screw this guy, we hate him. Like we always have our buddy Carrington Harrison on from Kansas City,
Oh, yeah.
and we get amused by it because he infuriates the audience. Dell comes on the show and everyone's just like, I want to be his friend.
I'll buy that guy a beer.
Exactly.
You know?
But to your point, that's Buffalo. I have got a major update regarding Notre Dame, Penn State tonight in game number 1 of the semifinals of the college football playoff that could, along with the bald stat, could get people opening up an app. I'll tell you what that is when we return.
All right, guys, it's officially the new year. Do you have those New Year's resolutions all piled up? Is one of them to maybe feel better, get more done, attack the day a little bit more with better energy? If that's the case, and you're finding that it's a problem, maybe getting the sleep that you want, maybe not having the brain fog, maybe finding the motivation to get some things done, if your sleep patterns are off, if your workouts aren't getting it done for you, or if maybe your sex drive's down, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Talk to them about low T because it sounds like you have the symptoms of that. You know, low T can start affecting guys in their early to mid-30s. You start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year. You could be feeling any of those symptoms that I just mentioned, or even sadness or depression. If you're dealing with the last, please, more than anything, go get some help. Go talk to the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Get feeling better. Get feeling hopefully like your old self. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you can go take, or at their website, that is, you can go take their low T quiz. It's 10 questions. Yes or no. Takes 2 minutes. If you want to go in and have an appointment, it's real easy. You go in, you'll have your blood drawn, takes 30 minutes. You'll then talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, and they'll review your results with you right after that 30 minutes and discuss your options. And if you make the decision to start on testosterone, the $99 cost of the appointment is free. So get out there, feel better, get back and get things happening in the gym again. Hopefully get the sex drive back if that's been a problem. 5 locations for you throughout Colorado, including the Springs and Fort Collins. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Avalanche back at it tonight against Minnesota. Puck drop at 6. We'll have pregame coverage at 5:30. That's tonight. Sunday, Broncos-Bills, obviously. Tune in Sunday as Altitude bookends the coverage of the Broncos playoff game. We're bookending, Andy. Tune in from 9 to 11, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. for pregame coverage. Live from number 38, D-Mac, Mike Sanford, and the whole crew on the air. We don't get named in that, Andy. We're just a part of the whole crew.
We're the crew, baby.
That's right.
You know why I'm glad you'd be on the whole time. If you want to be named, I'll get you named. It means you're doing 2 hours, pal.
Watch the game with D-Mac at number 38, and then finish the day with we're the crew, the Altitude crew.
The crew.
We're not rowing a boat or anything
We're
like
Crew
that.
Jones. We're Crew Jones in it.
Coming up at 8 o'clock with a live, commercial-free Altitude After Dark reacting to the Broncos playoff game on 92.5, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll see you on Sunday.
You know what? We should add to that while we're promoting things.
Promote things.
Let's see here. The boys tomorrow. Got
Tomorrow.
too many texts going on.
Okay.
Where did the dumb texts go? 7 a.m. Jim Nance with Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Hello, friends.
Does he start a radio interview with Hello, Friends?
I don't know. We'll see. Apparently, there was this story about, Jim Nance and Brett Kane and macaroni and cheese is involved somehow. And he said, hello, friend, macaroni and cheese or something of that. So we'll have to, we'll have to listen in and see what he does.
My only Jim Nance anecdote years ago, and I couldn't tell you which game it was. It was during the Manning era, but it was one of those games where we had gone. So the way it worked, Andy, you were sidelined, guys. So you didn't live the plebe media life that we all did. So you.
Oh, I was bougie.
You were, man. You had team issued coats and everything.
That's why I don't go to games. Those seats are pretty tough to replace.
So at the 2-minute warning, you were allowed to go out. Well, there was
that's right.
There was a game in particular where we went down there, and then there was some sort of there was something, and they didn't let us out on the field. Okay, so the entire media clan was just crammed into the hallway, and the final 2 minutes of the game, everyone had gone down thinking they were going to go out. It didn't happen, and then the last 2 minutes of the game, I think there was a couple of reviews or something like that. It was really taking some time, so everybody was just stuck in this hallway, very, very claustrophobic.
Pushed together.
Yes, it was a Nance and Sims game that day. Jim and Phil were on the call. And so, the entire game ends, and the big-time TV guys, they get out of there immediately. Like, they hold an elevator for those dudes. They get them down. They get them in a golf cart. They get them out of there. Those guys are going to hop on planes. They're out.
It's like there's a bat cave or something.
Very
like a bat
much
tunnel.
So Nance and Sims came down, and they're, again, all of us, the loser media, we're just all crammed together, and we have to make way for Nance and Sims to go by. And as Jim Nance was going by, I just gave a nice, hello, friend. Got a big laugh.
Did you not appreciate that?
I got the laugh.
Yeah. Oh, you gave it to me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought he gave it to you like
No,
you feel a little uppity.
No, I said it.
Okay.
I got
all right.
I got the laugh.
That's right.
I got the media laugh out of all my buddies. That was all that I was there for. Anyway, and you know what? I got a smile out of Nance when I did it. So that was that. There you go. That's my Jim Nance anecdote. It's not great, but it's the one I got.
So the only thing I've got like that, although there was one time I got the elevator. I don't even know how. Like I was in there with Aikman and Buck and all those guys. And
okay.
I'm not even sure Aikman and Buck were together. No, they were together at Fox, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, Troy's just standing there, and clearly, I'm like, look, pal, I got to get down. And I had the pass and all that. So we're riding the same elevator. They ain't stopping.
Mm-hmm.
And Aikman just kept giving me clearly I was off-putting. I don't know what I did. I don't know what it was, but he just kind of gave me a couple side eyes and moved a step over. And it's like, I'm not asking for an autograph, pal. We're all going to work. Sorry you had to share your private elevator with part of the masses. You know who else? You know what else had happened?
You got side-eyed by
twice.
By Aikman?
Twice. I'm just like, and you know how it is. You get to the point where it's really cool the first 3 or 4 years seeing all these guys.
Yeah.
Then you get to a point, it's like, I got to get down there. I got stuff to do. Come on. Let's get the elevator going. Matter of fact, I'm annoyed I had to stop for you. What do you feel about that?
Get out of my way,
buddy?
Troy Aikman.
Yeah, look, Aikman, I got some pounds on you now, pal. So you remember Billy Gardell? You know that name?
No.
Billy Gardell was the star of Mike and Molly. The rotund man from Mike and Molly.
Okay.
Remember him?
Now I know who you're talking about. Yes.
Remember the game in 2015 where we lost in Pittsburgh? Broncos lost in Pittsburgh?
Yes.
And Antonio Brown kind of had a day?
Yeah, he got Chris Harris a few times. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was leaving the field. I used to go down and watch guys warm up, and I like to watch the field goal kickers just to see what the ball was doing. And, I can remember when Matt Prater famously missed the kick against Baltimore at the end of the half. He had not kicked well that direction, and I wondered, why did we do this? He didn't make one of these from that spot in warm-up.
It's good insight. You're a
so
pro.
Anyway, so that's why I was down there. I was also trying to get the vibe. If you remember, you may not, but in Pittsburgh that game, they kind of announced, I think somebody broke, maybe it was Glazer, but somebody broke on one of the big pregame shows, hey, Peyton Manning may not play the rest of the year. They're really liking what they got in Brock Osweiler, right? So I went down there to just kind of see what the vibe was. I go back up to the booth, get my stuff and all that. You got to get like 9 pieces of equipment, and I don't want to drag it around with me the whole time. I get in the same elevator with Billy Gardell, who I did not know was a famous Pittsburgh fan. And, of course, as you said, I'm wearing my team-issued Bronco coat. It got the big Bronco logo, and we finally get to the floor where he's getting off, of course, on the fancy suite floor, and I got to go one more up. And Gardell waits for me to get off. He's the last guy off the elevator, and he looks back at me, and he goes, hey, you got no shot today, don't you? Got no shot, Bronco guy. Go Steelers! And he walks off. You know what happened later? We won the Super Bowl. His show got canceled. Hey, Billy, how you like me now? How's Mike and Molly feeling now, pal? Hey, William, how are things going? Where's that ring, William? Fat guy in a little coat is what I wanted to yell back, but he's a big dude, though. I will say that.
I think so.
A lot of actors, you and I are taller than most actors, not Billy Gardell. He looked like he could play O-line.
Yeah, he didn't exactly have Melissa McCarthy's career, did he? Yeah. Take that, Billy.
What do you think of that, Billy? How's your little Bumblebee song now, Billy?
It's also one of those things, Billy, of, hey, dork, we're not on the team.
Hey, yeah. Hey, see this? I'm just off to go do some work, pal.
Yes.
Hope you go enjoy your catered suite.
Yeah, go.
Hey, try to save some for the rest of the floor, Billy.
Go eat your pretzels, nerd.
It was just so wild because I didn't even know he noticed me. And then all of a sudden, I'm getting chirped at by Billy Gardell.
It's a deep cut.
It's like, hey, man, you want me to pass that on to anybody in particular?
By the way, the text line is saying he's lost a bunch of weight.
I'm sure he has.
You know
Good
who?
for him.
You know
what
who
else he lost? That game in 2016.
You know who else has lost a bunch of weight, Andy? The Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Yeah, when they say flu, we're talking about norovirus, aren't we?
Notre Dame. Yeah, more like Norodame. The locker room is battling a flu outbreak ahead of their Orange Bowl tonight against Penn State. Several reports out there. Numerous Notre Dame players are battling the flu ahead of the Orange Bowl against Penn State. So yeah, if you're thinking about liking James Franklin in a big game, maybe this is the one to like him in because
is he bald? He's bald, isn't he?
He's extremely bald. He's as bald as they get.
Well, he's not facing Sean Payton. Remember, the stat was about facing Sean Payton.
Yeah, I don't know about Freeman's record against bald coaches. I'm not sure, but yeah, the Notre Dame players they're not just coughing up footballs. It's something else going on as well. So something to think about this evening ahead of that matchup. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, the 47th annual Denver International Sportsman's Expo open now through Sunday at the Colorado Convention Center. $16 tickets for adults, free entry for youth under 15 and active military with ID. Hundreds of exhibits on hunting, RVs, outfitters, and everything for the outdoorsman in you. More info at sportsexpos.com. Andy, I've been looking forward to asking you this question because I know that you're going to have to think about it, and sometimes it's entertaining for me to listen to you pontificate things out loud.
No, I will not make out with you. That's my go-to.
That's good.
Classic Sandler.
That's good. Thank you. Hey, Sandler, okay.
Don't you remember that movie?
I know. I was
Billy Madison?
You were doing the movie quote thing.
Only with the mustache.
So, Von Miller.
Vaughn.
We will see him on Sunday. Second and third downs. Not a first down guy. Not a base defense guy, but he's a situational pass rusher at this stage of his football life.
Think the Bills want that money back? Is that a good signing for them?
He's been okay this year.
But not overall. He was really good his first year he got there, but then he got hurt.
Yeah. He's 30.
It's not worked out.
He's 35. He's been suspended. It's not exactly Chris Bryant bad, but it's not a good contract, to your point. But I ask you this about Von Miller, okay? In fact, maybe it's fill in the blank time here. Von Miller is the blankth best player in Denver Broncos history.
He's easily top 5.
Okay. Who's above him?
Yeah, the class would be Elway.
John.
John's the number 1.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Can't really push back too much on that.
You know what's crazy? Manning's got to be in there too. I think so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy, they keep talking about it. Even with 17 games, no one's getting close to Manning's 2013 numbers. It was an incredible year.
Yeah.
And they had an incredible 4-year run with him, even though not the playoff success minus the Super Bowl they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So Elway Manning's in there. TD's in there.
Yeah.
Atwater will always be in there for me. Randy Gradishar's in there.
Wow, you keep pushing names over.
Well, but the problem is, see, you and I always like to try to show respect for the greater generations. I mean, Jeff Legwold, whenever he comes in here and we get on a longer Hall of Fame discussion, will tell you Louis Wright needs to be in there. Champ Bailey's got to be in there, right? Louis Wright's a Hall of Famer, according to Jeff Legwold tells me all the time, hands down, no question, he's a Hall of Famer is Louis Wright.
Yeah.
And just because of the time that he played, not a lot of success, he just is. It's like guys have forgotten about him. But Jeff says if you go back and watch the tape, people forget how unbelievably good Louis Wright was as a corner. And so you and I always put out there, it's tough for us to rank guys we didn't watch. And even though I was alive, I don't remember much of Randy Gradishar. I don't remember much of Lyle Alzado. I don't remember much of Louis Wright.
Mm-hmm.
So those are probably guys that should be thrown in this discussion. If you're talking about Andy's list.
Yeah, which I am.
I'd probably go. My top 5 would be Elway, Bailey, Vaughn, Atwater, Davis. Because it's even Manning just had so much more time as a Colt. That's what would probably keep him out of the top 5.
Yeah,
okay?
because longevity with the franchise has to count
for something.
It has to be heavy, honestly, in these kind of conversations.
Now, it's hard. I mean, look, if you wanted to push back, TD had 3 or 4 phenomenal years and won an MVP. Guess what? So did Peyton.
95 to 98. Really, like when you're talking about those two guys, Terrell Davis and Peyton Manning, it's a 4-year stretch. In the case of TD, it was 95 to 98. In the case of Manning, it was 12 to 15. But you're talking about 4 years now. Now, really, like 4 years it's a really long time in that sport. But you're also talking about, in this case, Terrell Davis and Peyton Manning. They weren't good for 4 years. They were arguably the best player in the entire NFL.
They were the standard
for those 4 years.
Yeah.
Both of them won an MVP award in that stretch. In the case of TD, a Super Bowl MVP award. In the case of Manning, leading the Broncos to 2 Super Bowls. Certainly not to be overlooked in all of that. Multiple playoff victories over Tom Brady and the Patriots. So, yeah, to your point, like, yes, it was only 4 years, but they were the best maybe the best football player in the NFL in those 4 years.
Yeah, man, I got to tell you, so for me, look, in my heart, Steve Atwater is always going to be number one. I can't explain to people why he was my favorite player from the minute he was a rookie. This is long before the Okoye hit. I just loved him. I love the intimidation factor. I love the people were scared to go over the middle with him.
Yeah.
He was big. He was different. See, again, it's harder for safeties, and we used to talk about this a lot when he was going into the Hall of Fame. But people do not understand. I've talked to receivers that said, I don't want to go anywhere in his area. I don't care what my route is. I don't want to get near the guy. Eddie McCaffrey told me a great story one time because people forget Eddie started with Giants, and he lined up as a Giant. And Eddie said he had this route over the middle. So, of course, he's like, I'm at the line. I'm scanning who I'm going to have to deal with at the end of my route. And he sees Atwater there, and he's not hip to who Atwater is. He goes, well, that's a linebacker. He'll move. And then the clock's going down. He's like, why is he not moving? Why is he not moving? Oh, my God, that guy's in my, I don't want to go over there. You know what I mean? And then he figured out that's a safety. That ain't a linebacker. And people used to talk about it all the time. He would come up, he would support the run. He just was different. Guys weren't that big at the time, and he hit like a ton of bricks. So in my heart, Steve's always number one. My mind, it's Elway, it's Vaughn, it's Atwater, it's Champ, and then it's TD. And it's hard for me to put TD last, but length of career is what's going to win out over the others. But again, anybody that did not see Terrell Davis, go and watch the highlights. The man was incredible. Incredible. I told you, we joked earlier this week about Sammy Winder and me hating the run.
Yeah.
I did not hate the running game when Terrell Davis was running the football. His shift, his way he would talk about, I remember in interviews, because again, I got into the media after post-knee injury. Matter of fact, my first year at KOA was the year he got his knee blown out in 99. And so he was never really the same player. But, I remember watching the hype about him. He would talk about how I'm not even worried about the guy in front of me. I'm setting up the dude behind him. God, TD was so good, so good. But when you talk about, and this is where you and I can now compare as peers what we saw out of Vaughn.
Yeah.
When you talk about a dude that decided I'm not going to be stopped, I'm going to wreck a play, there was no one like Von Miller. When Von Miller put his... Now, it made me wonder why didn't you decide that every play? And maybe it's just too hard, I don't know. But he would have 3 or 4 play stints where you could not handle him. They used to have to kick him out of practice where he wasn't even going full speed just to accomplish something in a blocking drill because you could not block him. Do you remember with the Rams? He had one in the Rams Super Bowl where 3 times he just dipped the guy. And then I remember in the Super Bowl 50, I told you, and this isn't fan nervousness. It was a mixture of fan nervousness and just personal nervousness. Yes, I wanted the team to win because I grew up here. I also did not want to go back in as a reporter and deal with another losing locker room. I had as much professional stress about Super Bowl 50 because of what my job was as I did just fan stress. And I will never forget watching Vaughn. I was right down the line. I got a picture, maybe I'll tweet out later, that I used to take pictures just so I could remember these times, right? And I was right down the line when Vaughn went right around and got Cam Newton, knocked the ball out. I still remember. I still remember who was the big defensive tackle. I'm spacing his name. Malik Jackson was the first to get there, and of course DeMarcus Ware falls on it. DeMarcus would joke about it later. I had my Super Bowl touchdown, and you took it from me. So to watch those guys score, and just that was when I knew, they can't stop Vaughn today, and I just don't. Vaughn to me is the second all-time greatest Bronco.
Sack totals.
You didn't expect that big verbal diarrhea, did you?
No, I like that. Sack totals by year, starting with his rookie year, 11.5, 18.5. 2013, his third year in the league, wrecked by injuries and fatness and suspension. He had 5 sacks that year. After that, 14, 11, 13.5, 10, 14.5. He had 8 sacks in 2019. Again, very injury-plagued year. 2020, he was not able to play, and then that kind of ended everything for him in a Broncos uniform. His 25 forced fumbles are 5 more than Simon Fletcher. In franchise history, his 110.5 sacks are 13 more than Simon Fletcher in franchise history. He's the franchise's all-time leader in quarterback sacks, and he's a Super Bowl MVP. That playoff run in 2015, he was the best player on the team. He was the most important player on that team. He's the greatest defensive player in franchise history, the greatest pass rusher in franchise history. He's a future Hall of Famer. And now with the separation to be able to look back on it, Andy, calling Von Miller the second greatest player in Broncos history, maybe a couple of years ago I would have pushed back on it. And now being able to look back and see the numbers and everything else like that, I don't have a huge problem with that assertion. Because, again, you're talking about longevity and greatness. There's a stat that Pro Football Reference uses, approximate value. It's one of the catch-alls, but it's also one of those that gets larger over a course of time. All right? And John Elway is number 1 in franchise history by a long shot. Tom Nalen is number 2 in franchise history. Now, again, Nalen, he played forever, and he was unbelievable. Rod Smith is number 3, longevity a huge part of it. Von Miller is number 4 on that list. Mecklenburg is at 5. And again, this always rewards how long you play for a franchise, but also that has to be a huge component of this discussion. You look up at the end, and Von Miller, how many games did he play in a Bronco? 142.
Yeah,
142.
Ton of games.
And that was even,
Missing
remember,
a year.
13, he had a bunch of injuries that year.
And a suspension.
And one of the things that I will always give Von credit for in 2013 was it looked like it was all going south. It looked like that guy was going to just dumbass himself out of the NFL. And 2014, he came back and had a great year. In 2015, he came back and had an all-time year. That to me is he almost urinated away his brilliance. And instead, he found it, and he had it, and he's an all-time great Bronco. Yeah. He has to be in the top 5. I completely agree with you. He's on the Mount Rushmore of Broncos. But you say he's the second greatest Bronco of all time. That's high praise coming from you right there. That's big.
Well, I mean, look, man, Elway will never be surpassed because to me, I'm not sure we're doing this much sports radio in this town if it isn't for John Elway.
Sure.
John Elway coming to Denver.
Yeah. No, he's number 1.
Helped everybody realize what a great sports town this was because it was a dusty old cow town when he showed up here.
Hey, way to quote Mark Kislin and Woody Page. Well done right there. That's Andy Lindahl, everybody. I am Nate Kreckman. Yeah, good stuff right there. For you, 303-504-0925. Go ahead and text in. Who's your all-time Bronco top 5? Where does Von Miller go in the list?
And then you can add Shannon Sharpe. People are asking about Sharpe. Guys, you can only have 5. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
He's a hell of a Bronco. I'm not kicking him out of history.
This is also a franchise that has done an awful lot of winning.
Legends.
Not all the greats can be in the top 5. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hello, friends. This is Nate Kreckman for Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com and download it on to your phone today. It is Colorado's newest premium sports betting app. In fact, I'll be talking to the rest of the wild card round in the NFL playoff. Live betting on Sport Trade is unlike any other live wagering experience that you're going to get in the industry. A Sport Trade, it is instant in-play betting, no delays. It's fair cash outs. They're not going to change the odds on you. You know when you try to make a live bet and then you get the spinny wheel and your app tries to wait a couple of extra plays and then finally they let your bet go through, but they change the odds or they change what the spread is going to be. Yeah, it's annoying as hell. That doesn't happen with Sport Trade. Instant in-play betting. Plus, most books offer minus 115 lines on in-play markets. Sport Trade, they cut that vig in half. Download Sport Trade on your iPhone today. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week. Terms, of course, to apply. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. Oh, how do VJ and company get it done? How do they take down a Bills offense that, I don't know if you've heard, scored 30 touchdowns this year via the pass, 30 touchdowns via the run, scored 62 total touchdowns on the season, scored 525 total points, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, it's a pretty damn good offense with Josh Allen and company. However, Andy,
Josh Allen,
this is a Broncos defense. Third in the NFL, only gave up 18 points a game, second in yards allowed per play, 63 sacks, 9 more than Baltimore at number 2. Third in quarterback pressure rate, 37%. Their red zone touchdown percentage was the third best in all the NFL. By the way, that's straight up strength on strength. One of the reasons why Buffalo is so damn good, when they get in the red zone, they typically do finish. All right, I hate the oversimplification of win the turnover margin, but the Bills had only 8 turnovers this year as an offense. That's fantastic. It is flat out what it is. You're going to win most of your games when you only have 8 turnovers in a given season. Now, Denver is pretty damn good at taking the ball away as well, but this is going to have to be one of those games where when Josh Allen is making one of those plays and getting outside the pocket, somebody's got to be able to swipe that thing away from him, get a ball on the ground, and maybe something fun happens. Hey, another Nick Bonito touchdown, and suddenly you get a Bills team that starts to sweat things a little bit in the second half. Kind of, you've talked about it all week long. Yes, Buffalo is really damn good, and with being really damn good comes massive expectations. This is a Bills team that has only been to one AFC championship game. They played that all-time classic against Kansas City a couple of years ago. Outside of that, they win in the wild card round. They bow out in the divisional round, and that is a fan base that, you know, we talked to our buddy Dell earlier, Andy. They love Josh Allen, and they love that team, but also like they're in this stage, they're in the portion of the life cycle of having an all-time great quarterback like they do, where it's like, okay, it's time to do the thing now.
Yeah, John Elway dealt with this. It's so funny that Josh Allen, who said John Elway was his guy growing up, and it hurt that John Elway didn't draft him, is now living the career path, the story arc of John Elway.
Peyton Manning dealt with it in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to overcome the stigma of never winning the big one. And I do think, like, when there's those sort of nerves in the building, I do think that becomes a factor when you're the team that has all the pressure on you versus the Broncos, who house money and all those cliches. But in all seriousness, Sean Payton, young and hungry, is a dangerous thing. Well, it is. The Broncos, they have absolutely nothing to prove. They've proven it all. They can go in there and play loose on Sunday.
Yeah, because, again, if you get smashed, you're supposed to get smashed. I just remember this. You pick your favorite team in town. The Avalanche. The Avalanche did it to Calgary. Mm-hmm. The Avalanche have been victims of it in there. They were victims of it against the Kraken. Kraken weren't supposed to beat the Avalanche, right? In every game that the Kraken. Remember, you and I were down. We were hanging out there at what was the bar across the street? I keep wanting to say Stoney's, but
Brooklyn's?
Brooklyn's,
yes,
thank you. Brooklyn's. You and I were sitting inside Brooklyn's thinking we're about to have a double playoff run now. It turns out the Nuggets would go and see it all the way through.
Yeah.
But you and I had on the Seattle play-by-play voice for the Kraken, and he's telling us all the different ways that all of a sudden, you know, hey, they could hang this way. And you and I are laughing. This guy's drunk.
Yeah.
Okay, Homer. Well, look what happened. Broncos get a play that free. Nobody expects anything. And again, let's talk about it now with what we're dealing with here. There's so many different examples from the past. Josh Allen's living with John Elway John Elway got to the Super Bowl, and then he couldn't win it. And that's all he had to hear about. Josh Allen hasn't even made it to the Super Bowl yet.
Hadn't been there yet.
He hasn't even got that first taste. Neither is Lamar Jackson. They're both hanging on, are you ever going to really be able to get to the Super Bowl, or are you just overrated? John Elway had to deal with the overrated talk. We made too much of this kid. In the mid to late 80s, before the drive happened, people were starting to say, we thought too much of this guy.
In some ways, when you look at this current Bills team, and the skill position talent like James Cook, good, certainly a very good back. Any NFL team this side of Philadelphia and Baltimore would love to have James Cook as their back. We know that, but also a little bit over 1,000 yards this season. Very good pass blocker, but nobody's mistaken James Cook for Walter Payton. Okay, you look at the receivers. Like there's no more Stephon Diggs. There's no more Gabe Davis this season. You're relying on the likes of Khalil Shakir and Keon Coleman, and you bring in Amari Cooper, who hasn't exactly popped with that team yet. A couple of good tight ends in Knox and Kincaid, but like this is not a murderer's row of skill position talent around them. Do you see any similarity between what Josh Allen and the Bills are doing this year and the 80s Broncos?
I do.
What John used to do
Yeah,
here.
because again, and this team's probably more like it than any other, as Del Reed told us, head of Bills Mafia. We talked to him last hour, good conversation. But, I mean, I remember John Madden said once John Elway was the greatest one-man gang he'd ever seen in the NFL.
Yeah.
And because of his greatness, he would drag subpar teams along with him until you got to the championship, and then there was just no hiding your flaws anymore. Look, Josh Allen may be doing that right now. What did Del Reese said? Hey, this was supposed to be our down year. We weren't supposed to get anything done this year. This was our step back year.
And Josh has been unreal this season.
And Josh has been Superman, and he's lifted all boats and all the things that John Fox used to talk about, and here they are, and they're one of the favorites. But again, when you get to the playoffs, and I do remember, you brought up the 80s Broncos, and here's unfortunately what I remember. What I remember was they had really good defenses that paired with John Elway, because as much as John Elway had all those comebacks, people forget how often the defense got the stops they always needed to, so John had the chance to actually pull off a comeback.
Yeah.
Now we're going to find out if the Bills have those dudes, right? And when you get to the playoffs, too often the Broncos found, and usually, unfortunately for your heartbreak, it was in the Super Bowl, oh, you're not near good enough to be hanging with the other side.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And so the Bills could have that moment this year. Now, I don't know which team it's going to be. I like Denver's defense. I think Pat Surtain, I heard Schefter on the Midday Show. He said Pat Surtain takes away part of what the Bills do best by just Xing out one side of the field.
That's what he does.
So it's not an option anymore. So look, we're having some fun with it. I legit believe if Sean Payton holds his water offensively and just helps Bo Nix out by trying to keep some things balanced, let them feel the pressure. Keep the game close. Let your defense, let's not get too aggressive early, because every quarter that ticks by and this thing's close, they're the ones going to be feeling it. And it happened to the Broncos in the 80s all the time. Well, unfortunately, sometimes in the Super Bowl, like you take the Niners Super Bowl, dude, that thing was done in the first quarter.
Pulling the upset. When you look at things that must happen for the Broncos to pull the upset, and they're 8.5-point dogs, it's a substantial number, okay? One of the big things I keep thinking about here, and Buffalo's defense, while certainly not Denver's, it's an okay NFL defense. They're pretty good at stopping the run. They got some talent in their secondary, and they got a good enough defensive coach in Sean McDermott that, like, you know what? Cortland Sutton is going to have to go out there, and he's going to have to earn his in a game like this. Okay, so things that need to happen for the Broncos to pull the stunner. What if, and then this is just a simple request, what if Bo Nix and Troy Franklin actually connect on one of those deep balls this week?
That would be great. That would be a sign that it's going your way.
Those throws that, Andy, they're always kind of there. I know they hit one against the Saints, but there haven't been a ton of them this year. And
you're talking about the Franklin ones in particular.
Yeah, this is exactly the Nix and Franklin.
There was one missed against Cincinnati, if I'm not mistaken.
There was.
And I think one missed against the Chargers too, right?
Both of those games, and they were there. They were there for the taking, and the connection was off, and for whatever reason that it's off, and people look at it and go, college teammates, they should. It doesn't. Number one, the level of competition that they're going against is vastly better. It's a different world, and I still believe that Troy Franklin is going to turn into a good NFL receiver, and the Bo Nix and Troy Franklin connection is going to be good in the future. But for this one game, and that's the thing about all this, all right, is you're not playing a 7-game series. You just got to beat him the once, and if you're going to do it, What if you guys hit on a 40-plus yard connection this week? It could end up a touchdown. It could just put you in the red zone and completely flip the field, whatever it may be. But actually hit the connection this week.
You're going to need – see, I'm not as worried about Franklin because he look, Mims is catching the balls we'd like Franklin to catch.
Yep.
And to your point, I'm not writing Franklin off. I'm just not worried about you. I hope next year you have whatever Mims went through this year and it's all found chemistry again.
Absolutely.
But to your point.
But in a one game, in a one shot.
But you need one of the Mims ones.
In a change it situation.
Well.
Boom.
So
these are the ways you beat a team that's better than you.
As I was getting all snarky with our guy Peyton yesterday, I went back and looked at the game books, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was reading to you the drive charts of the games that went by.
Yeah.
Instead of just looking at the stats as a whole. It was funny in the Charger game as I looked at one of their long drives. When you go back and look at Bronco long drives, whether it's a long pass from Bo Nix to Mims, or there was even one where Mims caught a short pass. It said short pass in the description, and it went like 50 yards.
Yeah.
Because Mims went down the sideline to set up a touchdown.
That was the screen. That was a great play. 55 yards.
You're going to need at least one of those each half.
Mm-hmm.
I think each half has to give you one.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have a couple long drives, and then I hope the defense helps you out too.
Yeah. The Broncos are also much better off, and we saw it in the Charger game. Hell, we saw it in the Cincinnati game. You get a deep ball connection to Marvin Mims. You hit on the other prayer. A part of what this offense does, and Buffalo's going to put the top on this thing, and it's going to require Sean Payton to kind of hold his water and have the Broncos be comfortable dinking and dunking. That's going to be a part of it, just working the edges of the field and keeping yourself in advantageous third down situations until finally one of those play action fakes, and maybe it's the boot, and you got Bo on the outside, and maybe it finally sucks somebody up, and boom, you hit that deep play down the field. But to your point, Andy, you're right about that. You probably need to hit one of those a half, because the Broncos offense is at its best when the boom actually happens and it's not all just either dink and dunk or bust.
Right. Well, and look, I think this Bills defense is too good for you to think you're going to dink and dunk your way to a victory.
Right.
You're going to have to hit a couple. But the great news is Bo, second half of the season, Bo is hitting the big play.
Yeah.
Three times a game, right? Here's the game plan. Again, I'm going to take a little bit from when the Broncos won their first Super Bowl against the Packers. And all I remember from that game is, the Packers went right down the field right away, heavy favorites, and you're like, oh, God, we're going to watch this again, right? And the Broncos came right back and scored. And then the game, again, it's what I described. Every quarter that went by and every time this thing is anybody's game, when the Broncos feeling the pressure. Now, I'm sure internally John Elway was like, please, please, please let me just finally have one of these things, right?
Yeah.
I remember saying if they could just be close, I'd be happy. And then when they were close in the fourth quarter, I was like, oh, God, please don't lose this. We're right there. But that's, again, let the Bills feel the pressure of you're not putting a team away that you're absolutely supposed to put away.
Right.
And that goes back to your point of patience, okay? I'm not saying handcuff Bo Nix, but maybe don't let Bo Nix have all the options on the buffet in the right situations. Do you know what I mean? Let's go back to Sean's own comments after the Monday night win. There were a couple of times where basically he said, I shouldn't have given him a couple of the bigger options. Be smart about that this time. Because Bo's a gamer. Bo ain't going to be afraid. I'm not worried about that, but you have to help be smart with him.
Speaking of the short passing game, Bill Barnwell had this today. Buffalo has allowed 49.8% of passes within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage result in successful plays for the offense, seventh worst rate for any team. You can do some damage in the short passing game against these guys, and that really is it's where Sean Payton is a damn maestro out there of again, work those edges, use motion where you need to, fake the jet sweeps, use the jet sweep judiciously. Again, maybe Franklin's the guy, maybe Mims is going to be the guy on one of those plays, but you have a chance to be able to do that, but that Buffalo can kind of be got that way. And again, they are very much a put the top on it kind of defense with those safeties out there, DeMar Hamlin and company. So maybe the Broncos can do their damage that way. I have no question that Sean Payton is going to have a good game plan. It's the question is does he actually stay committed to his good game plan? That's what remains to be found out.
Again, 30-12 against bald coaches. Sean Payton is 30-12 against bald coaches since 2017. I'm not letting the stat die. That's a 7-14 win percentage, folks.
I got to know who more of these bald coaches
are. Somebody asked, okay, who did he beat? And I'm like, well, I'm lazy, so I didn't look into it. even though I found the tweet at like 10 a.m., I was like, I can't wait to spring this on Nate. That's really our prep for the day. Everyone's like, hey, how do you get ready for the show? I try to find things to spring on Nate. That's the prep.
It's was it a lot of wins over Robert Saleh and Lovie Smith?
Yeah, that's a great question. Who was bald in the Saints division that maybe he feasted on? Ooh, was it you know who it was? It was
Dan
Kango
Quinn.
Guy. No, it was Kango Guy.
And Bruce
and
Arians.
Dan Quinn. Bruce Arians and Dan Quinn.
He had a couple of baldies in his
that
division.
had to be a couple of them, because remember, he was with the Saints, till 21?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
because
through
he
the
spent
21
22,
season.
which was, yes.
Mm-hmm.
When was the Hackett year, 22?
Yes.
So, yeah, Dan Quinn and Arians he had some fun with.
That was the year that Sean was doing
Because
TV.
I remember in the Brady Super Bowl year, for some reason, the Saints owned them, but then couldn't beat them in the playoffs.
I'm looking back, too, on Carolina's coaching history. They had some good hair.
Oh, yeah.
Listen to this. Going back to 1999, George Seifert, good hair. Foxy, yes,
good hair.
Solid lettuce on Foxy.
Silver Foxy.
Ron Rivera.
Super hair.
Strong hair. Matt Rahul, he was like a crew cut
He had
guy.
a lot of hair going on.
He did. Yeah.
College hippie. For those who missed the start of the show, again, this is a real stat. This guy named Zahn tweeted it out. We're running with it because it's in the Broncos' favor. You know what? Community note this all you want if you want to do the work. I'm not. Since 2017, Sean Payton is 30-12 against bald coaches.
Somebody on Reddit.
And for those that don't know,
do the
Sean
investigation.
McDermott is bald.
Yes. Gives the Denver an advantage.
And if you want to correct me, and if you can prove it wrong, that's fine. I'm not killing that karma. We're putting that voodoo out there, Ricky Bobby.
He beat Saleh this year. Baldy. Got Antonio Pierce twice.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
That's a baldy.
Hey, that's since 2017. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
A couple of baldies that he beat this year. Anyway, this is a good stat. This is a really, really good stat. Max Crosby
had a couple things to say.
He played for Antonio Pierce.
He's not bald.
He's Max Crosby's just angry. Hair is scared of Max Crosby.
Doesn't he have red hair? Like angry red hair.
Very angry.
Who's got angry red hair? He or Andy Dalton?
Oh, Crosby. That's what's funny is Andy Dalton's hair looks angry, but then Andy Dalton is like the nicest guy in the world.
Andy Dalton is the nicest guy in the world, but if the devil had red hair, it would be that shade of red. Andy Dalton's hair is so red. Like, I don't have the weird red. I don't care about the redhead thing and whatever. But Andy Dalton's hair is off-putting. Like, it's scary. When he's done.
Hold on. Would you have knocked him down in his pre-draft evaluation based upon his red hair?
Yeah, I would not want to look at that angry face every day.
Do you remember? It did happen.
Yes.
There was like an anonymous scout that came out and was like, there's never been a great quarterback with red hair.
Right. And there are people that thought you were somehow a wimp if you had red hair or something.
Oh, is
These
that?
NFL guys concoct. Oh, one guy said, I'll never take the oldest kid because he's never been beat up by anybody. Which I took offense to because I was the one that was always having to fight half the neighborhood as we were the new family on the block. Don't you give me you want to come in the room with me? I'll show you anger, pal.
Also, don't you want to take the guy that's done the beating up?
I guess. No, but his point was, look, it worked out for Christian McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
Christian's doing all right.
Okay.
Although he's not the youngest. Well, Luke's the youngest. He's doing all right.
Okay. All right.
Rob Gronkowski wasn't the youngest. Dan Gronkowski, who played tight end here and I got to know a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he told me some great stories. Yeah, Rob, I think, was the third.
Okay.
And I think both Dan and Chris were ahead of Rob.
Is Cooper Manning older than Peyton or
Yes.
younger than
Yeah,
Peyton?
we'll see. It works for Cooper. Cooper's out. Although Cooper's kid may end up being the greatest Manning of all.
Might be the best one.
So who knows?
Yeah, exactly. By the way, do you remember the story? It was Cooper Manning had given Von Miller, because remember Von did Von's Vision.
Yeah.
And Cooper Manning had made like a custom made eye chart for Von Miller. But if you looked at it and actually read it, it said something of just like Cooper rules or whatever it was.
Yeah, he was doing it. He had that show for half a minute.
Yeah.
And then Peyton was like, "You're getting too much attention.
Exactly.
I'm going to make Omaha Productions. You're out."
Yeah. I'm the funniest one,
I'll be
too.
the guy on TV, pal. You just wait for your kid to go pro, buddy.
Also, I think Eli is the funniest Manning brother.
Oh, yeah, because he's low key.
Yeah, yeah. To me, Eli's the one I find most entertaining. Not as a football player, though. Kreckman and Lindahl. Ooh, the Lemonheads. Nice job, Spring. Tune in Sunday as Altitude bookends coverage of the Broncos playoff game, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Pregame coverage live at number 38, D-Mac, Sandman, and the whole crew. Plus, you can watch the game with D-Mac at number 38, then finish the day with the Altitude crew. We're a part of that, Andy. We're part of the Altitude crew.
We the crew.
At 8 o'clock with a live, commercial-free Altitude After Dark reacting to the Broncos playoff game on 92.5. We'll be on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube, and all that good stuff, so we'll see you Sunday.
You want to rank a crew? 2 Live? Certainly one in that crew. Any other crews?
The Brew Crew, the Milwaukee
Brew Crew.
Brewers, if you wanted to go that direction.
J
sure.
Crew.
Jay Peterman, J Crew. Mm-hmm.
Telling you, Crew Jones.
Wait, wasn't the guy from
Crew
Rad.
Jones,
Crew
Rad,
Jones.
yeah, Crew.
There you go. Former Astro Jose Cruz. Okay, I'll stop.
We can do this all day.
By the way, real quick, momentary baseball note for you. ESPN.com today. David Schoenfeld ranked the 30 worst decisions made by major league franchises over the last decade. And it was so basically it was framed as like, one mistake per club. Now we know
they limited it to 1.
We know what the Rockies' error is going to be. But the Chris Bryant contract was only ranked as the 5th biggest mistake in baseball of the last decade. That feels low to me. I'd maybe put it a little higher on
What
the
were
list.
the 4?
Okay, number 4, Boston trading Mookie Betts to the Dodgers. Well, that one.
We wish they hadn't done that.
Mm-hmm. Nats giving Strasburg 7 years, $245 million. That didn't work out.
Okay, but was that he had Tommy John injury in the middle of it, right? Didn't that kind of stop what he was?
There was an injury situation, but also it was an aging pitcher, and coming off a World Series, they emotionally gave him a huge deal.
Gotcha. All right.
The A's fire sale from a couple of years ago. I mean, just the existence of the Oakland A's, let's be honest.
Yeah, other than they had a good time when the Roids were there.
Number 1, the A's not trading Shohei at the deadline a couple of years ago, knowing that they had no chance to re-sign him or convincing themselves.
The Angels?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty bad. I mean, we get on the Rockies for not having moved John Gray and Trevor Story at the deadline. Like,
then they also,
I like those dudes. They're not exactly Shohei.
They claimed they were going to make a run, right? We're just going to keep him and make a run. We're going to try to make a run because they had won like 5 games before the deadline, so they decided all was well. You know what I mean?
Right. Uh-huh. Oh, they could have. Can you imagine the haul you could have gotten for Shohei that year? No, the Angels are poo. Anyway, the Chris Bryant contract, only the 5th worst in baseball over the last couple of years.
I'd move it up to maybe 3.
Yeah.
I'm not psyched about the Betts deal. But really, what is it affecting? It's not stopping us from going to the playoffs. I could say that.
If only Mookie Betts wasn't on the Dodgers.
That darn Mookie Betts wasn't there.
Yeah, they'd still have.
They still would have beat us by 8 runs, but
everybody else. So Deion Sanders.
You and I said it was going to get interesting this week, and it just did.
He appeared on Good Morning America. Not Good Morning Football, Good Morning America.
The big show.
Yeah, good morning to all the sports. And Deion Sanders was asked what it would take to get him to go coach in the NFL. Is there a circumstance by which you would want to go coach in the NFL? And here was what Deion said.
But is there a chance that you could head to the NFL?
I know where you're going. you trying to go viral, right? Yeah. If I respond, you know we're going viral, right?
I know, right?
You know what? The only way I would consider is to coach my son. Not son. No. Sons. Okay.
I think we're going to go viral with that.
Yeah.
So that's not a no.
Well, I love Colorado. Now, I love my Buffaloes. I love everything that we're building. I love everything that we're doing, and I love Boulder, Colorado. I do.
Mm-hmm.
But he just said what everybody wondered.
Yeah.
Sons. And
Sons.
again, that means Shiloh and Shador.
Yeah. Which Any franchise that knows I can get Dion and Shedeur will be like, yeah, we'll take Shiloh.
Yeah,
Yeah, no
that's
problem.
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And for God's sake, the Lakers just drafted LeBron's kid, and
Right.
he's not even supposed to be playing college ball.
Yeah. I mean, Shiloh can go out there and hit somebody.
He can be a special teamer.
Totally. He can get a few penalties, sure. But you're doing it to get Dion and Shedeur. That's why you're making that move right there. All right. So now let's step back for a moment. Look at the openings. Where could it happen? Where could a team get Shedeur and then lure Dion away?
Not Tennessee.
I don't think so. No, I don't.
Giants kept their coach.
They have hung
Who's
on to
it
their
to?
guy.
Jacksonville. Jacksonville's looking.
Mm-hmm. What about that team in Las Vegas?
Yeah. Let's hold on for a second though. Shad Khan has a ton of money.
He does.
And at the end of the day, Dion isn't too. He's from those parts, we'll say, of Florida. Not exactly.
Yeah. Southeast though.
Jacksonville's a little more north.
Yeah.
But
Dion likes
they like
humidity.
to call themselves Southern Georgia. I was informed the 3 times that I went there.
Okay.
But nonetheless, he is technically, he knows the area. Shad Khan's got a ton of money.
Uh-huh. They
play their games in London. It's a chance to be an international brand, and I do think brand matters here. Now,
I agree.
They've got a quarterback is where that problem comes in Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, they do. They'd have to trade him.
Although apparently Trent Baalke doesn't have to stay the GM. Shad Khan said earlier this week if the coach says he doesn't want him. Yeah, let's jump all the way to Vegas because let's be honest, that's where this whole thing goes.
Yeah.
They just got rid of Tom Telesco today. I'm sure we got that coming up in the high five.
Yep.
So sorry to play spoilers, but they got rid of their GM today.
Yep,
so
canned
Telesco's out. Not sure why they decided to do. Everyone gets their own firing day. Are we having cake? Did you make a cake for everybody? And you don't want to do two. You just one cake. You know, like The Office, where they all had to celebrate birthdays.
No,
But anyway.
I think the Raiders only have one of those boxes that you can carry your plants and your one framed photo out in. So they only issue one of those per day.
So, again, the Vegas thing got a lot of. Vegas gets interesting because not only there is a realistic world, very realistic, where they could draft Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
Again, for those that missed it earlier in the week, Tom Pelissero sent out a tweet saying that he knows of multiple NFL GMs that seem to believe that Shedeur is not a first-round pick. And again, for the CU fans, I'm not trying to make you angry.
No, you
but
mean
the holding of the football.
It's a grade.
It's a grade.
But he's going to be a first-round pick.
He'll be a first-round pick. I still say could be the number one quarterback off the board, although this thing now could get interesting and Tennessee may not want to deal with it. But I think this is very realistic. My point is you could get the quarterback who Tom Brady, and we can't hear about Tom Brady, can't quit hearing about Tom Brady being a part owner of the Raiders. He has a relationship with Shedeur. They're very tight. He has a relationship with Dion. They're very tight. Both of them, I think, have ties. Did they both have ties to Fox Sports, was it? Brady and it doesn't matter. Reality is the Raiders could make this happen.
Yep.
We've already had one CU fan write in and ask me about it. Look, CU fans, I wouldn't be comfortable about this right now. I just wouldn't. I
should
think
wonder.
anything is on the table.
Yeah, you should wonder. Also, don't forget the part where Dion was telling Antonio Pierce to draft Shedeur and
Yeah,
Shiloh.
it's a great point.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
Yeah, no, Dion he's kind of trying to manifest Shedeur to Las Vegas, and they have a coach opening, and Brady's inside the building. It wouldn't stun me.
It gets super interesting here. Now, someone's pointing out he also calls Travis his son. You're right, but Dion got emotional with the TV crew when asked about that final walk before the game against, who was it? Not Utah. Who was their final? Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
And he practically teared up.
Last home game.
Talking about being done.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
Something to think about. Again, CU fans, the Dion thing has worked out beautifully, but this is also where the rubber meets the road, and this is where the realization that Dion's going to be in Boulder, Colorado, without his family around him. This is where the afterglow starts to fade away a little bit, and the reality starts to set in. Now, it's also possible Dion could say, "I got a good thing going." Like he said, he loves Colorado, he likes Boulder. Why would I mess with all of that? But we've been talking about this Raider thing for a long time. It's not going to stun me if it goes down. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Latest injuries, Broncos and Bills. Telesco out. Plus, what is Kirk Cousins' future in Atlanta? All of that coming up next. number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. It is brought to you by Good Times Bambino Burgers. They're legendary in Colorado. In fact, they are so popular, Good Times has decided to up their Bambino game with an all-new Bambino. That's the Bambino Supremo with bacon, melted white American cheese, and, of course, all-natural beef. The new Bambino Supremo for a limited time at Good Times. We've had a fun one today. We talked to our friend Del Reed. He is the co-founder of the Bills Mafia. Great to have Del on the show today. He is always fun to catch up with. The problem with Del Reed is he makes Bills fans hard to hate. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, he's classic Midwest, even though they're New York. But yeah, they're real friendly. It seems like a real friendly town. I mean, why else would you're snowed in all the time. You might as well put up with each other. Hey, speaking of guests, don't forget Adam Rank for us at 3:00 tomorrow.
Ooh, that's our buddy Adam
always
Rank.
Insists that we do that he does Ska Friday, and then Jim Nance 7 a.m. with the boys in the morning.
That's right. So make sure you check that out. We also I went deep into the archives with lifelong Bronco diehard Andy Lindahl, who rated Von Miller the second greatest Bronco of them all. High praise, but Andy doesn't give it out lightly. He went with Von Miller as the second greatest Bronco of all time on the Mount Rushmore. Number 2, don't forget that man was a Super Bowl MVP, franchise's all-time leader in sacks, the great Von Miller. But Andy ranked him just below John Elway. Good, strong take and a good, strong argument. If you missed it, altitudesportsradio.com to check out the podcast. Right now, it's time for football news. Let's go, Spring.
You're damn right it is. It's time for the high five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary. At Bet365, injury reports for the Broncos and Bills ahead of their playoff matchup on Sunday. The Bills, no one of note, limited or not practicing on their injury report. For the Broncos, Tyler Bidet, a full week of practice once again as he inches closer, we think, to a return from his back injury.
Real quick, you don't throw Tyler Bidet into a playoff game, do you?
If McLaughlin's got a problem, you could.
Would he even get a uniform? I mean, obviously, Jaleel's number one. I think Jaleel has to be your leading ball carrier in this game. I think speed on the edges. I don't think running up the gut's going to be real effective against Buffalo. They got some beef in there in the middle of that defensive line. I think you could find yourself in a lot of 2nd and 9s if you do too much of that stuff. I like Jaleel trying to get to the edges, some of that Marvin Mims kind of stuff I think could possibly be effective. I'd like to see Estime in short yardage situations. I don't mind if Javonte Williams doesn't carry the ball all that terribly much, but he's a veteran and he's trusted by his coaching staff. I mean, between the 3 of them, plus once a game, Sean's got to go to the fullback dive. And Tyler Bidet, where's he fit in all this?
Help me out. When did Jaleel get hurt? Was that the Cincinnati game where we thought he tweaked his ankle a bit and had to limp off, or did he get hurt against the Chiefs? I can't even remember. Everything went swimmingly. Well, let me just look at the
Jaleel's
old
good to
injury
go.
report.
Yeah, he's not on.
Yeah, he's not even
he's
on
good
there.
to go.
Then, yeah, you're probably right. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. I think you're right.
Okay.
Unless, to your point, you feel like you're going to test the edges more, then maybe you take the uniform from someone else and have Bidet out there just in case. But I don't. Look, Sean. I'll just back your point up. No, he doesn't get a uniform because Sean says he barely knows what to do with the 3. Why would he add a 4th? So there you go.
How are you supposed to get 3 back carries? And then he's got games where he gives carries to like 6 dudes. Okay, Sean. Anyway, go ahead, Spring.
High five. Today, the Raiders fired their GM, Tom Telesco.
Yes, Tom Telesco. They fired Antonio Pierce earlier in the week. Telesco is out as of today. All right, we're a little out of town stupid on this, but also we know how the Raiders operate. This is a Brady move, right? This is a Tom walking around and going, I'm going to install my own guy in here.
I guess. I mean, again, how is Brady just running the franchise and Mark Davis is going to go gorge himself at P.F. Chang's or wherever he goes? Where does he go?
Like, he's very big on
not P.F. Chang's. What's his place?
No. It's why am I
the hibachi place?
Yeah.
Benihana's.
Thank you. The big hats.
I'm the guy that eats there all the time, and I couldn't remember the name.
That's why you run into Mark Davis.
Brain fart.
You know what?
I see
Let's
Mark
get you
there
out
all the
there.
time.
Why don't you just sidle up to Mark and see if you can't get some ideas out of him?
I tell you what, Andy, I'm going to be there in a couple of months. I promise you I'm going to see the guy because I always do. But no, Telesco, he got 1 year on the job. Also, he drafted Brock Bowers. He drafted the guy that had the best rookie season of any pass catcher ever. I know Puka Nacua last year would like to have a word, but Brock Bowers was phenomenal. You didn't want to trade up to go and get a quarterback. Like, clearly this has to be about installing a puppet regime for Tom Brady in place, because Telesco, I don't think he was the problem.
No, I don't disagree. They said he'd actually had a couple of good drafts and that seemed to hold up. Here was the problem. You got the wrong coach.
Mm-hmm.
Although, did you even get the wrong coach? I mean, seriously. You got the wrong coach, but was that the owners? Like, I guess what I'm trying to say, did Telesco pick the coach, really? Or did Mark Davis think to himself, who can I afford after I just paid Josh
Pierce
McDaniels
was in the
to go
building
away?
before Telesco showed up.
So there you go.
It was a Mark Davis thing all the way.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
And I get it. You're a rich, eccentric NFL owner. Like, you've earned the right to change your mind and blow your money however you want to. But again, when I'm looking at the problems with that team, I don't see that guy as being the issue.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just don't understand what Brady's doing in all this. So are you going to be an NFL GM and call games on Fox?
Like sort of like
what are you doing?
NFL team. I think he's looking for like a team pres role. Yes, while also getting his $375 million.
Just feels
from
like
Fox.
you're, talk about stretching yourself thin there.
Well,
you still got the water company. We're still doing the TB12 method and all that stuff too.
I think Tom Brady will do anything that means he gets to print money. And so far, let's see, he's in the supplement business. That's pretty good. He has a $375 million deal with Fox. That's pretty good.
Okay.
And he owns an NFL team. Like, Tom Brady is in the print and money business.
Not to be a jerk, but I got a legitimate question.
Mm-hmm.
Is he getting the divorce? What is it? The divorce money from Giselle?
Oh, the alimony?
The alimony. Well, she made way more money than he did. She called his cute little hobby.
I don't know the details.
She's
there.
worth like 9 times that he was.
I'm going to assume that there were some documents signed.
You think maybe with the old prenup?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I think they probably.
You sure? Did you see the Halle Berry deal going on?
No, what happened with Halle?
Paying a lot of husbands a lot of money.
Cool.
I mean, I would have liked to have been her husband regardless.
I know, right?
But if I then get money after it's done because you're sick of me, that'd have been a good deal.
You get to marry Halle Berry, and then you just get
enjoy
paid
all
afterwards?
the fruits of that labor, and then you're like college coach, and then all of a sudden you're the dude from A&M that's making $10 million a year to go away.
You're Jimbo Fisher?
You're Jimbo Fisher. And you could say you married Halle Berry.
That's if you pulled that deal, you have officially won at life. You are above all the rest of us in society if you have done that. Good job. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah, the Raiders. Go ahead, Spring.
That is interesting.
I'm thinking about how to marry Halle Berry.
Yeah, you need. I'm sure. Hey, listen. I'm sure Abby would understand if you get a little shaved off there for the family's benefit.
Hey, I'm sort of charming some of the time. Go ahead, Spring.
Report a couple weeks ago that the Falcons were going to cut Kirk Cousins before his $10 million roster bonus was due in mid-March. But today, Falcons GM Terry Fontenot talking to the media, and he said this about Kirk Cousins.
But we're very comfortable moving forward with him as a backup. He's handled himself extremely well through the entire process from start to finish, from when he came in the building. And, in these adverse situations, that's when you show your true character. Kirk's a great man, and he's been great support for Mike, a great teammate, great support for everybody in the building. So we're very comfortable moving forward with him as the backup.
Okay, so next season, Kirk Cousins, he'll have a $40 million cap hit in his age 37 season. He's come off of the Achilles. He has absolutely fallen off of a cliff. And the part where Penix came in and looked pretty good and looked like he was kind of maximizing some of those weapons at the very end of the year, albeit in a small sample size, would kind of further go on to prove the decline of Kirk Cousins. One of the things, and this goes back to our Brady discussion a little bit, I've always said this about Kirk Cousins. He is the greatest quarterback in the history of the NFL at making money.
He is. He's shown the way.
Nobody has ever done it better. Okay? By the way, career earnings for Kirk Cousins. Andy, take a stab.
Oh, are we talking nearly $500 million? Are we talking about 300 some?
294.
Yep.
294.
Yeah.
$294 million is what he has made. If you're Cousins and you just got to hang out and make another $40 million next year, just do it, dude.
Why not?
Yeah, you can barely move.
Right.
Just do it. You don't need to force your way out of that. Like, the Falcons are very comfortable with you as their backup. If you're Kirk Cousins, you're just like, cool, I'll keep doing that job.
Well, and again, this is what in some ways I wanted the Broncos to do with Russ and just say, hey, man, how big's your pride?
Yeah.
Because if your pride's big enough you need to go play, you're going to give me back some of that money.
Right.
And if you're not, and you're cool just making the money on the bench and being a little bit irrelevant, then I guess we'll pay you to do that. Now,
just do it, Kirk.
I think Kirk is much easier to have around in the locker room than Russ would have been.
Cousins is always very well liked. I'll tell you, one of the biggest takeaways that I had from watching quarterback was, like, it made it very obvious. And I'm not saying Kirk Cousins stinks. He was a good NFL quarterback. But also when you watch it, you're like, oh, yeah, the appeal of having you around is also that does go into the equation. Obviously, you don't get paid what he got paid if you can't play. But why did people keep giving this guy everything low over the years? People just kind of like Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
There's something to be said for that.
Yes.
You kind of hang around a little while longer.
Because, again, it feels, obviously, not everybody feels that way when it came to Russ.
Very, very much so.
He's just a little off, and people don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, if you're weird or off-putting or a pain in the ass or whatever it is, like they'll have you go. But I don't think that's the case going on here at all. There's something to be said for being liked. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Ravens will be without their top wide receiver for their playoff matchup against the Steelers. Zay Flowers is out with a knee injury. He hurt his knee in their division-clinching win last weekend against the Browns.
Yeah, Zay's a Pro Bowler. This is going to be significant a little bit. And I still like Baltimore to win that game and win it handily. Going up here against Pittsburgh. That's a bigger spread, by the way, than Buffalo and Denver. That's a divisional matchup right there. They're going to want him back, though. If this is the thing that I will say about how do you finally beat Kansas City, and I think Kansas City is vulnerable. I don't think this Kansas City team is great and all those sorts of things, but now it's that time of the year where you just look up and you're like, oh, you got to go into Arrowhead. You got to have everybody. You got to have everybody, and everyone's got to be
screwed around,
well.
And now they got home field advantage. So good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, they must have Zay Flowers.
Yeah, that's a significant situation that team is now dealing with. But yeah, he has been ruled out.
Or you could just
run
Derrick Henry more.
By the way, did you see that Derrick Henry has played the last 6 weeks with a broken forearm?
Yeah, how about that? That dude's different.
Like I know, like, everyone's going on and on about, like Anzalone and everything that he returned from and came back and played for Detroit, and it's just like, I didn't hear a peep about Derrick Henry. Break a forearm, man, what the hell do I need that thing for?
High five. Hey, Drew Rosenhaus, he is Tyreek Hill's agent. He went on the Pat McAfee show today, and a lot of speculation how Tyreek feels about the Dolphins nowadays. Now, interesting comments from Drew Rosenhaus. In one part of this interview, he said that Tyreek Hill is committed to this Dolphins football team. In another part of the interview, he was asked and said this.
D-But's got a question. Still wants to be a Dolphin. That's the most important thing.
So, let me just say this. I've got to have that conversation with Tyreek.
Okay.
I'm not going to speak for him.
Gotcha.
We'll discuss that. That's going to be really something that we work out over I'm not going to say he does, he doesn't.
Gotcha.
That's a discussion I'm going to have with him that I haven't had yet.
Okay.
Guys.
Look, I happened to just tune in at that time, just randomly. I was tired of the repeats of my morning talk shows there. So I went to the McAfee show. I caught this segment here with Rosenhaus. Rosenhaus went on to say that he represents 13 guys on the Dolphins. None of them have a problem with Tyreek Hill. He said he did admit Tyreek said what he said because he was very frustrated about how they looked in losing to the Jets. He's a competitive guy and yada, yada, yada. Everybody's cool. So this thing will be interesting. I also think Drew Rosenhaus probably knows, hey, man, you want more money? We're not pushing a lot of other teams for more money, my guy. So, there's a contract here that's going to be a little bit tough to move possibly. So we'll see how this works out. You know what else I took away from that interview with Rosenhaus? This is how bad the NIL college football scene is, because Rosenhaus is representing college athletes now.
Yeah.
Now, he said the way this works is he can represent them through the NIL, but then they've got to decide to re-up when it's time to jump to the NFL. Just because he has them during college doesn't mean he's going to be their NFL agent.
Well, plus,
right now,
it's that other thing that Norvell talked about of like it doesn't just have to be 3% because you don't got to register with an NFLPA with the college dudes.
Right.
You can take them for a ride.
Good call.
Yeah.
Even Drew Rosenhaus said, yeah, these deals are a little too dirty and funny. We've got to get some. He actually admitted with McAfee, we got to get a system in place.
Yeah.
This is a little too.
Even I don't
that
feel
guy,
good about this.
Even the mob boss is like, hey, there's rules to how we run in this town.
One of the things that I'm just happy about is that every year we need somebody to star in the NFL offseason. It was Lamar Jackson a couple of years ago was the star of the NFL offseason. There's got to be that guy every single year in the league. T. Higgins was one of the stars of the offseason this past year. Hey, we got our guy. Tyreek's going to be the dude. That makes me happy.
That'll be the drama.
That's good. We need the content. The NFL never stop. 365 days of entertainment following the social media goings-on and whatever weirdness Tyreek is getting into in the offseason. I'm glad we have it. And finally, Spring.
High five. And finally, hey, Bo Nix, he just won AFC Offensive Player of the Week, but it did not help him win the Offensive Rookie of the Month. And it didn't go to Jaden Daniels. It didn't even go to Brock Bowers. Your December NFL Offensive Rookie of the Month is Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver for the Jaguars.
He had a great finish to the year. By the way, once again, man, LSU. Wide receiver university.
Unbelievable.
Jefferson and Jamar and now Thomas, just the talent that they continue to crank out. One of the things that we learned this NFL season is the lack of correlation or any sense between accumulating NFL Rookie of the Week awards and then the way that eventually leads to an NFL Rookie of the Month award. It makes no sense whatsoever. When we have more time, when we don't have a playoff game to be talking about, I will do a deep dive into this to find out what is going on.
Yeah.
Something smells funny.
Well, it does, because Bo Nix won it in a month when he didn't get any rookies of the week, and then he got a couple of rookies in the week, and what was it, November, and he didn't get it for the month.
And then he didn't get it for the month. Something's up.
All right, real quick.
Something's off.
Since we brought up the Jaguars.
Okay.
Per our conversation, just the last segment of the last hour. So we were talking about, could Deion join the boys?
Sure.
In Jacksonville. But what would seem to rule that out is Trevor Lawrence. Is there a world where Shad Khan, the owner of the Jaguars, could be talked into trading Trevor Lawrence and the big contract to grab a rookie deal with Shedeur?
Shad Khan is an opportunist.
And look, Deion came to Boulder, with all due respect. I love Boulder. Did anybody in the country know anything about Boulder prior to Deion's arrival?
Right.
Did he not put butts in the seat? I mean, they sold out their spring game immediately.
Yeah, tarping the upper deck is a big part of the Jaguars' problem, Low, over the years. It's why Shad Khan has done everything he could to expand that franchise into London. And guess what? Having Trevor Lawrence and paying Trevor Lawrence has not led to a lot of winning.
Hasn't. They're going to be on his third coach with this guy.
Now, I'm not ready to write that dude off. I still think he's a brilliant talent, but also
something's amiss.
The kind of owner that might want to make that move might just be Shad Khan. Is it going to be Jacksonville? Is it going to be Vegas? Or is it going to be Boulder for Deion Sanders next year? We'll talk more about that tomorrow. Andy, who do you got tonight? Penn State or the Puking Irish?
I got to go Penn State with that report.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I hope they're puking.
That's going to do it for us this afternoon. The Avalanche, the Wild coming up next. Berto's got your pregame coverage.